And we're live.
Live, Wanda. Wanda, you are live on YouTube.
Look at these Herberts we got here. Some people that I've been wanting to chat to on our live stream for ages, because these guys these do amazing live streams. These two, not only Dino and obviously, well, three of them. So there you go, Scott, Wanda. It's like, yeah. So I thought I've got a weekend where an opportunity, as now I'm live. He's going to be back in about 20 minutes, he said.
I'll
he
got be in and out. So
that's all right.
Listen, Wanda's hammered. Wanda's hammered. So,
yeah.
Wanda's hammered. So she's.
That's all right.
So we'll be in and out.
No, that's fine.
I'm sorting dinner out. Do you know how hard it is to cut potatoes when you've had a few drinks?
Yeah, it is.
It's like one of the hardest things. I've done it though.
Yeah.
People, Scott.
Just be careful. That's all.
Yes.
Yeah.
Be careful.
I have cut my finger.
There are no turnips, because the turnips are a fucking nightmare.
Nah, well, there you go.
Go on.
It's late. It's late. It's late for dinner. But
it is late for dinner.
Yeah. Our daughter who goes and does drama, she don't get back till really late, so everything's in the slow cooker.
Yeah,
we've been in the pub since about 4.
Not bad then. Not bad.
You know, this all right.
I left.
Had a rough time. We thought
life is a nightmare. So
well, that's no worries. I got out the pub about 5, so there you go.
Well done, mate.
What did you drink, Craig?
I drunk a few nice beers. I drunk a few Burnt Mills breweries beers.
Burnt Mills, superb.
Yeah. I had a coffee porter from them guys on tap, which is really damn good. That's my first beer of the day. And then I went on to a couple of bits and bats. A few from Pressure Drop, a few from the Colonel. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Really lucky to have a couple of bars, a few bars nearby where all this stuff's sort of going on, you know.
So we usually record our videos on a Sunday, where it's easier for us. So we've done triple Carmelet for tomorrow.
Right.
Oh my God.
Wanda wasn't a fan.
Right, really.
And we did Neon Raptor.
Yep.
Which was pull you.
Push you.
Push me, pull you. So to pull you, New England IPA, fantastic.
Cool.
What a New England IPA that is.
Yeah. Dino, what are you drinking, mate?
I'm on an Augustina Vice beer at the moment.
Oh, here he goes. You don't muck around, do you? So,
yeah.
I'm drinking Patronus.
Ah. Nice.
I'm drinking a cider from Lidl.
I've got 3 bottles of that.
Nice. That's all right.
On the way home.
Yeah.
That's good stuff, though, that is.
That's a wheat. There's a wheat beer.
Yep.
Superb.
Nice. Cool beans. I'm drinking a beer from Top Rope Brewing, which is Cold Stone Cream Austin. So it's an ice cream pale ale. Good friend Adam sent me. It's an ice cream. Yeah, ice cream. Yeah.
Oh, that's good. That sounds really nice.
Where were they out of, Craig?
They're out of North Wales.
Okay.
Was the Sandy Croft, Flintshire, North Wales. So I don't know how far these guys get out. I've seen them on probably Instagram or whatever, like you do every beer. A few other bits and bats from them. But yeah, I was quite. I've got another beer from them to try at some point. It's a stout, a maple pecan stout. So yeah, that's going to be quite nice, hopefully. But yeah, it's a wrestling kind of
love wrestling. Wrestling's
fiend.
Fantastic.
Yeah, top rope. Obviously, Stone Cold, which is Steve Austin from the early '90s. If you're into your wrestling sort of jazz.
I am into my wrestling.
Yeah, I thought it was something.
Wrestling for the first time live a few months ago.
Yeah,
I actually enjoyed it. To be fair, I used to love wrestling as a kid anyway. So
Yeah. I think BT
With all the
Sports have
old
got
school
rights
stuff,
at the moment.
retro people.
It's a bit shit now, but me and Dean have talked about this.
Yeah.
When you go back to proper wrestling,
Yeah. When it had a
It's fantastic.
storyline and everything.
Yeah.
Didn't
Yeah,
you
yeah,
used
yeah.
to like wrestling.
Big shout out to the $1 Million Man as well.
$1 Million Man.
Yeah.
You fucker. You fucker.
Well, you won the lottery.
I think I missed
No,
something here.
We know somebody that has.
I've missed something here.
I no idea. No idea. It's over my head.
Personal joke that is, you
Yeah, I
bastard.
think it is.
Yeah, it's a bastard.
Did you have a good birthday, Dean?
Yeah.
Yeah, do you have a good birthday?
Money.
Yeah, it's
Do you have a
all right, mate. Yeah. I had to work it, which was a bit of a pain, but yeah,
All right.
it's all right, you know.
Yeah, curry. Did you have a
Balti curry.
Balti curry?
Yeah,
I
I
had
was
a
going to
lamb balti, and
say,
Another
I had
Balti.
2 naan breads.
Do you know what? I went from a korma girl, now I'm a Balti girl.
Yeah, I love a balti.
And that's because of this guy.
Top
Yeah.
man.
I'm now a Balti girl. Cheers,
Cheers,
everyone.
Blake. Cheers, Blake. Hope you're doing well,
Cheers.
brother.
Cheers.
Yeah, it was nice. It was nice. Loved it.
Yeah. I never discovered Balti until I met Scott.
All right. Well,
Yeah. I
Corn.
always korma.
Korma.
Safe,
Yeah, I mean-
it's a girl's curry.
safe.
What curry do you like, Dave?
I like a Balti or a Madras.
Oh,
I like,
Balti's lovely.
Madras is good.
I've
Yeah,
never
I like-
tried Madras, but Balti's probably as far as
Balti's
I
all
go.
right. Madras is a bit further along the line. Really.
I probably wouldn't be able to deal with that very well.
Wonder would die.
Yeah, I mean,
For days. I'll be
That-
that with it as well.
I don't like my. I mean, that's as high as I go on the hot scale for me. That's it. I don't like mega hot. It's kind of pointless. I want to eat. I want to enjoy it. I don't want
I
to.
think you've got to enjoy the food. And when it's mega hot, you can't enjoy it. I think.
Yeah.
That's my personal opinion. Scott likes
Yeah.
hot stuff, but he gets quite poorly with it sometimes.
That's
That's
right. Excellent.
He does.
Excellent.
He does proper.
To your face.
You do. But you do love your hot stuff, don't you?
Well, there you go.
Are you cooking today yet?
The potatoes are on.
Are they on?
Yes, they are.
That's
He's trying
right.
to get rid of me, you see.
Well, that's how we shed tonight.
I do his head in half the time. But that's my job.
You do a good job. Yeah.
That's just,
Uh,
yeah.
Good job of doing his head in. I do the job you do. It's everything's like, can we review this? I'm like, okay.
To come home, so we generally we do reviews on a Sunday. So
Yeah.
I come home tonight. I'm like, can we do them tomorrow? We're off on a brewery tour
Brewery
tomorrow.
tour
aren't we?
tomorrow, and
All right.
we might not be back in time. To
And I'm
do the
thinking
actual
we're
review.
not going to be there. So we're going to Botley Brewery tomorrow. No one's ever heard of it. It's shit.
It's not.
But-
It's good.
It's not. No.
It's posh. I'm not very good at posh stuff.
Well, that's all right.
But we get a ploughman's lunch.
Well, that's why you're going. Yeah.
Bonus.
When someone else does it, it's better.
Fireman's lunch and a bit of Twiggy ale. That'd be all right.
Yeah.
Twiggy ale.
Mouldy shit.
Uh,
I don't.
Jesus Christ.
Could you get me another bottle? Oh no, where's my?
Do you want this one? Over?
No, I'm just.
Do you want another?
No, because I've got in my coat pocket. I have got a. Sorry about this.
Coke.
no,
Sorry, Craig.
you carry on, mate. It's, I don't care.
I have a bottle opener in my coat pocket somewhere.
That's fine. I'll just go and do the fridge thing.
You go do the fridge thing, love.
nice one.
Ow.
There you
Sorry
go.
about that. Dean's used to this shit.
No, I'm used to watching it as well. So there you go.
I'm so sorry.
No, it's fine. What are you sorry for?
I
It's-
just,
wait,
I just feel proper.
Yeah. No,
Yeah,
I don't like.
you
I
had a
don't
good
like it.
session,
I don't like
Scott,
it.
you had a good session.
Yeah, that's just is what it is. It's great. You know,
Yeah.
you enjoy
I'm
it.
just a fucking knobhead.
No.
We drink beer occasionally. We get hammered.
Yeah, we do.
We,
That's it. How's that going down, Dino? You've got the bottle there or anything? I'll put it on screen if that's all right.
Hold up.
Yeah. He's off. Oh, there's the famous conservatory. The alcoholic lawn out there.
Hey. Here he is. Here he comes.
I was just curious of the bottle. There you go. Look at that.
Yeah,
Nice stuff.
it came with me. It came in the beer merchant's box that I did yesterday. My old man got me some beers. I have actually reviewed it. That's why I've just opened it tonight. And
Yeah. No, I've not had that. I've not had that before. I've obviously had the Hellas,
I did that earlier on as well.
which is their flagship. All right, okay.
Which, for what it is, it wasn't too bad. Maru, I've never had anything before from. I mean, I've seen their sort of stuff around when I've gone out.
What's the beer opener?
Cool. That's cool.
Yeah.
Nice one. Yeah, so I've opened. So I reviewed this one first. As we've already gone through it, I just thought I'd show you the can a bit. It's out of focus, but there you go. It's got some lovely artwork on it and all that jazz. Get my face out of the way because it's.
I like how breweries are putting like a play on words now. With, I mean, Brew York, for example, some of the beers that Scott and Wanda have done, like the twist on names and stuff like that. I do like it. It's very catchy, isn't it?
Yeah, I don't know if Steve Austin, this is his uniform pattern back in the early '90s or what. I don't know, but it's a nice beer. Adam kindly sent me that, so I've done that. Well, I'm halfway through that, and then I've got a beer I've reviewed just before. A beer from Boxcar.
Oh yeah, they used to make an appearance in Beer 52, didn't they?
Yeah, but that was a collaboration with Beer 52, and they were really pissed off with the way they turned out because they completely changed the whole recipe. Because I actually asked the head brewer about that, and yeah, he was yeah. So this is Home Over There. So it's get this thing in focus a bit better. There we go. So it's quite a nice looking can. So it's a New England IPA then, 6.5. I purchased this just earlier on today, actually.
Okay.
I wanted to do a review. I think it's brewed with, is it Citra Mosaic and something else? I can't remember. It's not on the can, but it's on tap, but whatever. So yeah, that was really nice.
Can't beat a bit of Citra, can you?
Yeah, it's
One of my favourite hops.
Is Citra one of the best hops?
Yeah,
I
for
think
me,
that's-
I love it. I love a bit of Citra.
I think a lot of people started out with that hop. I mean, I started out with I think it was Citra. I'm trying to think. Is it Dark Star?
Dark
They
Star,
done-
yeah.
They done Hophead,
Yeah.
which is I think their core bit. I think it's Citra in that. I'm not sure. That was my first real hoppy cast beer. When I first tried that, it kind of blew me away. And then you got the Oakham Citra, which is a lot of people's first. I think that's the first UK brewery to brew a beer 100% with Citra hops. So I don't know how long ago that was, but yeah. And since then, it's just gone crazy.
Yeah, it is. Favourite of mine, Citra.
Sorry, Dean.
No, it's all right, mate. Crack on.
No, crack on, bud.
No, I was just saying. I do like Citra. I'm a big fan of Citra.
Yeah.
Simcoe gets a bit of a bashing, but I don't mind that. Some of the beers that I've had where you've had a Citra, Simcoe, and maybe a bit of Centennial or something like that. Yeah, it all kinds of works together quite nicely.
The thing
I'm a weirdo. I'm a bit.
The thing with those hops is they're so like that, aren't they? They all work together.
Yeah, I think most of them. I mean, most IPAs these days, Citra, Mosaic.
Yeah, it's like the
Citra,
benchmark.
Citra Mosaic. Them two hops are kind of definitely brewed together. Probably more often than not.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, it's. I'm actually really enjoying this. It's just, I reckon Wanda would like this. It's quite sweet. It's quite sweet. It's not bitter.
The one doesn't like anything. If it's not got chocolate in it, bud, there's nothing happening.
Does she like vanilla ice cream?
Wanda, come here.
I actually put the timer on the steamer and I've worked the steamer actually on.
Right. So Craig's asked you a question.
Okay, hi Craig.
Hi. Do you like
Do you
vanilla?
like vanilla ice cream?
I don't really do ice cream.
Oh.
No.
That's a no then.
I do know.
Okay, then.
Do you know what happened to me just now?
No.
What the fuck? Be prepared because this will be fucking ridiculous.
Right,
It'll be mental.
I put the steamer on to cook
Right.
vegetables, okay, for our dinner, and I realised I hadn't switched the plug on.
Right.
But the timer was going tick, tick, tick.
Yeah.
I thought it was actually on. Like, well, it actually wasn't.
Raw
Right.
vegetables.
This
What's
kind
wrong
of
with
thing
that?
happens to us all the time.
No, it just
No, it doesn't happen to us. It happens to you, you fucking bellend. Fucking you, knobhead.
I think
So-
it's all burned up.
are you you're lucky you're not hungry, isn't it? Really?
Oh, I'm hungry. I ate yesterday, Craig. It's fine.
We've got chicken casserole in the slow cooker.
Slow cooker?
Slow cooker.
What the fuck?
I actually don't know.
The slur cooker. The slur cooker.
I'm doing this one, Lidl.
Oh, let's have a look. Hang on.
It's fruit.
It's
Can
fucking
you
round.
have it?
Oh, cider. Yeah. Is it cider?
Quite nice, actually.
Mixed fruit.
Nice.
What's that in for?
It's actually really
We
nice.
went to we wrap up the what did we do yesterday? Went to we will rock you.
It's really good.
At the,
I saw you was going to a gig yesterday. I
Yes.
think. Yeah, you was when Dean was doing his unboxing sort of thing. You was on a platform.
Yeah,
I
somewhere.
watched it at the train station.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so we did a neck oil from Beavertown, which is our next live with my good friend here, Dean.
Cool.
I can't wait to try that, Dean. Chocolate orange.
She's
Yeah,
very
hopefully it'll be
excited.
good. Hopefully.
This one here.
Let's have a look again.
Oh my god, I can't wait to try that because
Oh,
I
hang
like
on.
Jaffa cakes.
I do apologise.
I do
Right.
like a Jaffa cake.
Chocolate orange
I do
porter,
love
is that?
Jaffa cake.
So it's
A porter, is it?
yeah,
Yeah.
porter.
I can't wait, Dean.
So Wanda for that is
Can't wait.
amazingly.
Dean, do you know what? I actually thought the other one said cherry.
What? Wait. Shut your face, you.
Because
Shut up.
I
Shut
have to
up.
wear glasses
Shut up.
sometimes.
Shut your face. Right. So this one. This one here.
I actually thought it was cherry coke.
Cherry cake. Cherry cake.
I think I don't know if it's a play on Cherry B. The
It doesn't say it. No, Dean doesn't say cherry coke. Don't be stupid.
No.
But I need to
Cherry
wear glasses.
cake.
I need to wear glasses, so that's
The woman's
why.
a fucking knobhead.
Not very nice.
Jesus.
That's not very friendly, is it?
But you did say you're very excited by those two.
Yeah, but that's still not very nice to say that of me.
So I think basically we're going to be reviewing them two beers, and then we're going to be taking a look at 2 or 3 core beers from Beavertown.
Yeah.
Cool. I look forward to watching that one. You can get a lot of the core range beers in Waitrose these days. So,
Absolutely.
but
You got a partner.
yeah,
Yeah, Craig's got a little girl.
Yeah,
How
she-
old
yeah,
is
she's She's 4.5.
Oh, bless her.
Yeah, she's been ill though the last 4 or 5 days.
I'm just going to go and grab a beer.
The
Yeah,
poor
no
little-
worries, Dino. Yeah, but no, she's good. She's got
Oh, good.
her grand down from London, so one's gone quiet. Someone walked in.
Oh, no. That normally happens to me, to be fair.
Yeah, no, but so
Very all right.
she's here. So
Oh,
Littleland was up really early this morning, so I think she's asleep now. So I thought, yeah, I'm going to come and chill out now. And
You
what are you drinking, Craig?
what you were saying, right, 2 seconds. When you so Happy New Year to you.
and you, yeah, cool.
And what you were actually saying was when we were speaking before, your little girl was the first Christmas they were experiencing Christmas.
Like proper, like where she's
Yeah.
getting excited and stuff. You know, I mean,
And
she did have
that's
one.
amazing.
She's like,
as a
yeah.
father, it's
Yeah.
fantastic.
yeah, it's the first proper. She's always asking, can I have that for next Christmas?
Yeah.
I'm like, well, you're going to forget by the time we get there what you want in January for next year. So, yeah, you can have that.
Yeah.
She'll probably remember now. So you
Yeah.
said in January I could have this.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'll go back to fucking court next week. Fight to be a father.
Oh right, okay. Yeah. Yeah. Sorry to hear about all that.
Shite
Right.
me.
Yeah. I was going to show you what beers I had, but she's gone now.
Oh,
Bubbly.
show 'em, mate. It's fine.
Well,
We're good for that.
I'm double fisting here, so there we go. Them two.
Yeah, it's fine. Good,
Yeah.
good stuff.
That's a start. So,
Good.
and we'll get wrecked as the night goes on. I reckon.
Well, I've just opened that up.
I'm fucking
Oh.
ready now. I do apologise.
No, that's all right. What's that? Oh, that.
Yeah.
You haven't sent them on.
Yeah.
You bastard.
I mean,
Where did you buy that, Dean?
no, again, it was. It's,
It's all right. I'm joking.
Yeah, you fucker. It's drinkable, but it's bloody forgettable.
Yeah, it's not the beer it was.
I've
Get
got-
it.
It was. It when
To be
it
fair,
first
I've
came
not-
out back
I've
in
not had that.
2015, 2014.
Yeah,
It was
I
7 point whatever percent, and it was a
7.4. Yeah.
pretty good beer then. Back then,
Oh, it was good. It was a good beer then.
it was really good. The first version was really good, and
Yep.
then they put this bloody lower version out of it, and it's just like I say, it's drinkable, but it's not mesmerising at all. It's a shame, really.
I've not had either. I've not had either.
Hi. I don't know how you
iterations of
pronounce-
that.
I don't know how
I'm
you
not- I
pronounce your
can't-
name.
I
So
can't comment.
sorry about it. I don't know how you pronounce your name, but hello. Thanks for joining. Hope you've had a good Saturday, wherever you are.
Yeah.
Obviously, I was sat at the with Wander at the train station after watching Dean's live unboxings, and when he saw that, and I have seen the reviews of the Beavertown. I don't know what it's called. I've no idea what it's called. But when he said, and I have seen the reviews of it, when he saw it,
It used to be a good beer.
the disappointment in his face
Yeah.
was legendary.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, Waitrose started stocking it, and they made it a core range beer. So I was like, oh,
Right.
great, fantastic. So I went in there, bowled into Waitrose, picked up 2 or 3 cans. I thought, it's a half decent beer.
Yeah.
Slowly getting over the last sort of before they got taken over and all that a couple of years ago, whatever. It was slowly declining before that. I don't care, but if it's a good beer, it's a good beer. But and all that, I don't care. And it started to get a little bit before that. It's still decent. Anyway, I went in, bowled into there, got 2 or 3 cans, got home, cracked one open. I thought, oh, this is decent, decent price. This is a great beer. Drunk it. I was like, what is that? And then I looked at the ABV. They reduced the ABV by like 2% or whatever it is, and it's like, fuck, it's not the same beer. It's just not. It's thin.
Big disappointment.
It's thin. It's very kind of like. It's all right for a beer drinking and that, but it's very forgettable.
You just want more. When it's got Blood Orange IPA written on it, you're expecting that extra level of orange in there, opposed to the hop orange, the hop citrus vibes that you get from it, because that's all you get from it. You get a glimmer of orange in it, a little bit of bits and hoppiness in there, but it's just a shame to see a beer that was really, really good just sort of like.
I mean, I've reviewed it back in, I think, 2015 and 2016.
I think 2015, wasn't it? The original came out.
Yeah, I reviewed it a few months when I first started, and then I reviewed it the following year. It was still decent, and then I had it on draft. I've been having it on draft every year since. It's just slowly to the point now where it's like, well, it's all right. It's okay. It's
drinkable. I'm going to drink it, but it just doesn't. It just doesn't do anything for you.
No.
I'm hoping. I haven't had Gamma Ray for a long, long while. I used to really champion that beer as well, because that was like one of the first beers for me when I was getting into it.
Yeah.
Gamma Ray, Beavertown Gamma Ray, Siren Soundwave, and Thornbridge Jaipur. They're like the Punk IPA.
They're
the beers that made me sort of explore a little bit more.
Yeah. No, I mean, I've still somewhere down in the cellar. I've got a bottle of Gamma Ray, empty bottle of Gamma Ray, before they canned.
Yeah.
Which was, I reckon, that was about 2012, 2013 sort of time.
I'll just grab it. I think I've got an old beer there.
Yeah. I've got 8 Ball and I've got a few beers. If you can get, I don't know if they do it anymore. Holy Cowbell, that's a nice beer.
What's your favourite all-time beer? What's like your number one?
What's your number one beer, Craig, ever?
I don't know. I drink too much to remember, so I don't know. Hang on, let's have a. I think I've got a can of that somewhere.
Yeah,
it's a bit blurry. Tilt it a little bit.
No. Anyways, it says Saison.
Saison, yeah. I reviewed a can.
Best before 13th of Feb 15.
There you go. I've reviewed a can of that when I was in London. Nice. So it was a half decent beer, but yeah.
Yeah, they've got. I mean, they do make some really good beers. Smog Rocket, I think, is a really, really good smoked porter. I haven't had that for a long while because that was, I think, is that a rotation of core beers between that and Bloody Hell?
We had discussed Smog Rocket.
Yeah.
And I can't get that.
You can?
No. Yeah.
What,
okay.
They are actually brewing that now.
Smog Rocket.
Yeah.
I've got a can in the fridge of the Imperial Smog Rocket, which I bought about 4 years ago in London. I've still got a can of that in the fridge.
Fucking hell.
That's a 10.
I've never been good at this aging lot, though. That's the trouble.
It's going to be awful, though, probably. But I can age stuff. I could just forget about it. Just forget about it.
It's a bit tricky for me to sort of like rein it back and sort of forget about it because it's always sort of like, fuck it, I'm having it. You know what I mean? I've got a couple of beers that are quite old, but most of it don't last a week really.
Cheers, Captain Meats Adventures. There you go.
Bye.
Evening, friend Sunset. How you doing, mate? Long time no see.
Evening.
What we got here? What beer that has been discontinued would you go back to?
Discontinued. Bloody hell.
Been discontinued.
There's plenty of collaboration beers that I'd love to try because they're a one and done sort of beer because they're obviously limited release
Yeah.
stuff.
Yeah, Yellow Belly.
You
The
Yellow
problem
Belly.
that is-
Yeah.
The problem that is that there's so many the breweries now that is we will release it. It's done.
I don't know. If it's quite popular, they carry on with it. I think.
I don't think it is. I think
I don't know.
I think
they try to trial it. They have to, I suppose, because
Yeah.
if it's not popular, then they're not going to carry on with it, are they?
But-
I would think.
But a
that.
lot of the breweries out there, they tried the stuff, and it's almost like we'll see what's out there. Gone, done, and it's over.
Yeah.
I like that Santa drink, didn't I?
You do.
It's chocolate stout. Chocolate stout.
Got another question here from the captain. Is that gonna? There we go. We don't really get a lot of these malt liquors over here. Colt 45. We don't get slits. Miller Lite's pretty damn hard to get, isn't it? Dio, you're more
Miller. I think you can get it around. It's not as popular as what it used to be. I think sort of like the late 90s, early 2000s. Miller was on the same par as like Bud in the supermarkets, but it's dipped down a little bit in this country now. But there's a few sort of like specialist like news agents off licenses that you can still get Miller.
I saw Old English once in when the bottle shop was a business in Bermondsey. They had Old English in the.
I've never seen that. No.
They had a 40 in there, 40-ounce bottle, but they were charging ridiculous.
Colt 45. I'd like to try all them sort of things just out of curiosity. I think
Same as that. I mean, lager in 3-litre bottles. Jesus Christ.
It's like the Pabst Blue Ribbon when that first came over.
Yeah, but our version is weaker than the American.
Yeah, it's not quite the real McCoy, is it?
It's like a lot of them, like Bud, and it's just give us the real stuff for goodness sake.
Yeah,
And
I don't know why they fucking doctor it, to be honest. I
it's
can't
crap.
see sense in it.
It's like the same with just about to get onto that Michelob Ultra. We've got like a 3.5% ABV. I think it's 4.2 in America. It's like, what's all that about?
Oh, is that them little sort of like Red Bull cans?
Yeah, you can get them in cans or bottle. I think it's generally cans, but they're just our version is trash.
I saw Sofa King Drunk review that, and it was like it looked like a glass of piss, you know.
Yeah, I reviewed that, and I started doing this kind of macro Saturday night thing. I think I lasted about a month. I'm like,
yeah, I was going to say you knocked that on the head quite quick, really.
yeah, I just couldn't be asked. It wasn't worth my, But I might start it up again. Who knows? But the trouble is, I have no idea with ratings of some of these beers because I don't drink them. I'm not. It's like me reviewing a wine and giving it a rating out of 10. I ain't got a clue if it's good or not.
You like wine?
Oh, I like wine. I like red wine. Yeah.
I like rosé.
I like rosé with like spaghetti bolognese or something like that.
I like rosé, but I'm quite a weakling, to be fair. I have to add lemonade to it.
Right, yeah, I like a spritzer type.
I'm a little bit of a wimp in that way. I'm not very good with alcohol anyway.
No, I like.
I'm about anyway, because like
Yeah,
I'm not very good with drink.
yeah, I like. I don't drink so much wine here, but when I go to Portugal, I drink quite a bit of red.
Okay, how often do you go to Portugal then?
I go to Madeira quite well, about once every. It varies. Sometimes it's once a year. Sometimes it's once.
Okay.
We're probably due to go this year, to be honest.
Do you have family out there?
Yeah, my missus is from Madeira. She's got family there,
Oh, okay.
so yeah. But I always try and sniff out some decent beers and stuff. And
Do they do good beers as well?
yeah, Portugal's got a craft beer scene. It's been building the last sort of 3 years, and yeah, they're a bit way behind us in regards, I'd say, kind of quality. But then that'll come in time. In 2 or 3 years, they're going to be really good. I think they're good now, but I mean, they're going to get better.
It's just catching up with everything because everything's kind of new now, anyway, isn't it? So
Yeah.
the stuff in the shops now is crazy. It never used to be like that.
Oh,
And, but this whole range of things to choose from. It's like, wow, where's this all come from?
it's open. Look, well, last year when it first started, what was it, in April, whenever it was, in especially Tesco's, it really did. I think it hopefully opened up decent beer to a lot more people rather than people already know. You know, it's sort of. I mean, hopefully they from that they'll look for other things that they can't get in supermarkets, or maybe go into bottle shops and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Or online.
Yeah, it can only go one way, I think, with it, because they've sort of like they've put their stamp on it now with sort of accessibility to the beers now. There is a nice sort of prominence on the shelves when you go down the beer aisle. The craft section is slowly expanding. It's good to see. So yeah, it can only go one way, I think, and that's just evolving. Maybe bring some more breweries in that we haven't heard of, or collabs.
Well, I mean,
just growing it a little bit more.
I know there was quite a few disgruntled kind of bottle shops and stuff around the country and stuff, and yeah, I kind of get that at the time. But if once people who are new to craft beer realise what's out there, I think that they're going to go from the supermarkets into the bottle shops to try and get more stuff. So I think in the long run, it's going to benefit.
It's going to benefit both parties, I think.
Yeah,
and that's my sort of the way I go. I'll go to the supermarket and get a couple of easy to get hold of beers. Cloudwater Brewdog. I sort of back to back that now because it's a really good beer. But I still go to my local bottle shops. I still try and order online if I can. So I try and appease both parties, if you know what I mean.
It's hard. I mean, we've only got so much kind of like disposable income and stuff. You're not going to be able to support everyone.
No.
But I try as much as I can.
Tesco, the range of beers has totally expanded massively.
Yeah, it's crazy.
The other places, Scott goes to the other places like Waitrose and Morrison's and that, and even they've expanded really, haven't they?
Yeah.
But they're set out really quickly, and there's not a lot left either.
Yeah.
At the same time. So, but we like going staggeringly good, don't we?
Totally good is fantastic.
Yeah.
Just put these bits and pieces up. Having trouble connecting. I don't know, Dean. Peter. You're on your mobile, are you? Or are you at home? Let us know. Right, Jake's going to join us in 5 minutes, so that'd be cool. Thoughts on Aldi and Lidl beers? Drinking some tonight. It's payday next week. Yeah, I'll get you. Get where you're coming from. I mean, like, was it £1? Is it £1.25 a can? There's a few other them cans that have been around for a while. Is it the Odysseys? I can't remember what they're called. I took a photograph of them the other day.
I mean, prime example is what Scott's drinking at the moment. The Patronus out of is that Lidl? That's like a quick bottle, is it? That's a belting beer, that is, I think. For the price.
Yeah.
I'm pissed as fuck, to be fair.
That's all right. That's all right. Don't worry about it. You're fine. It is what it is.
I'm going to go and grab another beer.
There you go. I'm trying to find that photo I took. Buckthorn Brewery, which stateside IPA. and then you got Freak Ale Works, Phantom Pale Ale. So there's two of the beers. I mean, it's not going to work.
Yeah.
It ain't going to work, but it's not going to work. It's
Oh,
proper
okay.
shit. There we go. Is that going to work?
Yeah.
So you got them. These are new to me locally, just up the road. Lunar Lager from Odyssey. I mean, fucking, that's a brewery. I don't know how they get away.
Odyssey Brew Co.
No, it's. I'm trying to do it so it's get my head out of the way. It's easier. Got more room then.
Yeah. No, I can see that now. Yeah.
So you got that. Is it something pipe pale ale, whatever the fuck it is? Half pipe. I mean, they're £1.25 or whatever they are. If you're on a tight budget, go and grab them and see what you think.
Yeah.
That's what I say.
Yeah.
I mean, the good thing about sort of like places like Lidl and Aldi is you're not paying a great deal of money for the beers anyway. So it is what it is almost. You know, if you're paying a £4 upwards for a can of beer and it's bloody lousy, then you feel a bit hard done by.
Yeah. I agree, mate. It's fucking rubbish. Isn't it? If you go in there, it's fucking, there's nothing.
There you go.
It's a funny one though, because some it's like Tesco's again. You can go to my local Tesco's and they've got a decent selection. You could go, I don't know, 20, 30 miles down the road to another Tesco's and their selection's completely different, whether it be more or less. It's weird how that works.
We've got 1, 2, 3 Tesco's in Portsmouth.
Poppy little log. I've not had that one. You've reviewed that one before, haven't you?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Looks nice in the glass.
3.6.
There you go.
Poppy little lager.
A cracking beer in the summer, I'd guess.
Yeah,
You smash the hell out of that.
the hell out of it. Yeah,
It's like
yeah.
just that. I mean, you have that before you have a beer. Really, it's like one of them. It's just
Yeah, good little a barbecue lager that is for sure.
good evening, drunken one. Wait, evening for us, son.
Yes.
Good afternoon.
Cheers.
Over there in Texas. Hope you're having a good day, sir. No worries, mate. I know where you're coming from. It's going to be warmer than what it is here. I know that.
Yeah. Fucking roll on the summer, eh?
Yeah. I mean,
Lovely. Sat in the shed.
in fairness, it's not,
I am so looking forward to sitting in the shed.
yeah.
Just lovely.
In fairness, it's been quite a mild winter so far.
It has, yeah.
No,
Yeah.
absolutely.
I mean, we've had a few cold days and stuff, but yeah, you expect it's winter.
Yeah, I think we got the worst to come, haven't we? Maybe.
There's still time for it to get shitty, but
February is is universally the coldest month.
yeah, for us, yeah.
Yeah.
Uh,
D knows he's a fucking need about there fucking boiling shit.
the cheap
Over
lager,
cry.
I can't even pronounce that.
Fernbacher and Rheinbacher, yeah, they're
Rheinbacher's all right. Their Rheinbacher's really good.
yeah, any day
That's-
over Carlin and Carlsberg and Bud.
Rheinbacher,
I'm hoping I don't come across as piss because
no, not at all. No, you're fine.
Well done, mate. I've done 2 beer reviews added to page this week. I've done triple Carmelet, which is fucking brilliant. The triple Carmelet was lovely. What
Piss
a fantastic beer that is.
Piss reviews are the best reviews, I think. I like to. I used to do them a hell of a lot. I used to be like not paralytic. But I used to be pretty bad, and I've still got a few of them I've not put out. But I looked at them. I looked at them the next day. It's like I can't even. Yeah.
We should have done one now when we're fucking hammered.
Probably not a good idea.
Why?
I don't know. It's probably not a good
I
idea.
don't.
Rubbish.
I know I'm rubbish, but yeah.
So we've done triple Cabernet today,
Yeah.
and we've done.
That was super strong. Seriously.
That's a lovely beer, that
It
is.
worked for me.
It is a fantastic.
Yeah, it's really, really good.
beer.
I like my
And that's a
sweet-
Waitrose jobber, isn't it? That.
Yes.
Oh me.
And we've done the Neon Raptor. Pull you.
I've got them in the fridge. There's two the same, isn't there?
Yes. So
Yeah,
I never knew that. So you're absolutely right. Correct. Push me, pull you.
Yeah, I've got them in the fridge. I'm going to do a live thing on that at some point.
I've done pull you. I didn't see push me. So the pull you is fantastic.
It's got lemurs on it.
Numbers.
Llamas. Sorry, llamas.
Neon Raptor are really good.
They are, yeah.
It's the first Neon Raptor beer we've had on the channel.
It is. But I always saw it was lemurs.
Llamas.
I didn't see llamas.
Not lemurs, you fucking knobhead.
Yeah, but it's not lemurs, though, isn't it?
There you
Sorry
go.
about that.
I'll leave that there. There you go.
Sorry about that.
Sorry.
Lemur.
That's fine.
Lemur.
Yeah.
Craig thinks we're having an intelligent discussion.
We are.
I can be intelligent when I have to be.
No, that's fair enough. Okay.
Deep,
Okay.
well, he knows us. He
With my
just
dog,
sat there.
I put my glasses on.
I watch you guys, so it's kind of like
Yeah, no, this gold, mate. Fucking gold.
I don't know.
He is pissed.
let me just
It's
see.
like
If,
being hammered with, chip.
Wanda's hammered.
I'm actually cooking.
It's
Wanda's hammered.
Chicken casserole with mashed potatoes.
Oh, shut up and fuck
You're
off.
going to enjoy that very much.
Is this for- You sound like you've got a lovely breakfast coming. I must admit.
for my chicken casserole? I like chicken casserole.
Thanks, mate.
I love slow cooked food. Slow cooked food.
No, it's,
Slow cooked covered.
Slow cooked?
Yeah.
Fucking slow cooked.
It's on a slow cook, yeah.
Wednesday.
Wednesday, is it?
Yeah, Wednesday.
we got.
That's not very nice, Scott Harris.
Oh, shut your face.
What is
Hi,
it?
Jake.
Hello.
Hi, Jake.
Hi, Jake.
Hi, how's it
Hi,
going?
Jake. There's Oh, you know these guys, so there you go.
Hmm.
It's just first time on a stream together. That's all.
Yeah,
cool,
it is,
isn't it?
yeah.
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 How you doing, brother?
Oh,
What are you
good.
drinking?
I'm drinking Burning Skies Indecision Time. Simcoe and Sabro.
Oh,
Oh, yeah.
is it
try that, Jake.
any good? Because I've heard sort of bits and bats. Of,
It's one of those things. The same with any beer with Sabro in it. It's if you like Sabro, then you're going to like this one.
Coconut.
But yeah, it is got that sort of coconut cream element to it. So if you're not a fan of that, which like I'm
But it's
not a
my
big fan.
favourite, Jake.
What's that?
Wanda is a massive fan of chocolate.
Oh really?
Coca-Cola
Yeah.
is my favourite. And the Santa one.
I'll check your face.
The Santa. Oh.
Stupid woman.
I annoy everybody. Don't worry about it. It's fine.
She'll annoy you within fucking 5 minutes, mate.
Have I
No,
walked
no,
into a domestic here?
It's
No,
our
this is
job
normal.
to annoy
Normal.
men. It's our
Yeah.
job.
It's normal.
Mm.
What did you went to get another beer? I think did I ask you, Dino? You got another beer, didn't you? I can't remember.
The cow water.
Oh, you did. Yeah. Sorry.
Yeah. That one.
Are you still on your lager, Scott? Yeah.
I'm still on the Lidl's
Third
Patronus.
bottle.
Turn around. That's it.
This is
Nice.
the
Yeah.
bottle.
I'm not.
I've had 3
not-
bottles of that. Hang on, I'll shut your face. So I've had so
Don't
don't fucking fucking laugh.
No, I'm not. It's just amusing in a nice way.
Right, so we've done. What did we have earlier?
I can't shut my face.
So we
It ain't got doors.
piss off.
It
So
has
we've
got
done
doors.
triple carmelade earlier.
I ain't got doors on my
Triple
face.
carmelade is a fucking fantastic.
Shut.
Shut up, fuck off now. So triple carmelade is a wonderful triple.
Yeah.
Apparently, I've been.
What?
And then we did a Neil Raptor, Paul you.
Which was yucky.
It wasn't. It was
It
fantastic.
was yucky.
And then we went up to so we've done 2 reviews coming this week, and we've done so then we went up to Witherspoons, and I've had about 4 in there,
We've had a lot going on.
and we've come back here, and I'm fucking hammered. To be fair, I had what have we had?
You've had 3 bottles of this stuff.
So we were in the
Little.
Patronus.
Little.
I've had about 3 bottles of that. To be fair, Jake, I'm pissed as fuck.
It
That
happens.
few?
It happens.
It does. It's funny how that works sometimes. It's like, what's that about?
Yeah.
There's nothing to do with
Well,
me.
you've
God bless her. She's good as gold.
Yeah, no, it's great. You two are great together. Watching your stuff and when you do stuff with live stuff with Dean and great. It's just
Dean,
It's lovely.
Dean's good as gold. So we've done the triple carmelade review earlier, which we got tomorrow.
No comment.
I didn't really. It's fucking.
Really, I don't know. Really, what's the froth stuff called?
It's the head. Remember.
The head is humongous and it looks like a little bitty drink in the bottle.
Bit of a lively
It
one.
was what, a triple.
It's a triple.
It's a triple, right? A triple. It was huge froth, a bitty bitty drink. It literally was a bitty bitty drink. It literally was. I was like, wow.
But the beer hooligan loves it.
What's the
Oh, well.
other drink?
never mind.
What's the other drink? What's the other drink we tried? What's the other drink we tried?
Don't give me fucking
The Neon Raptor. Oh my god, Scott loved it. I did not like it.
the Neon Raptor. So
Oh my god.
we do two reviews a week. The Neon Raptor.
Oh Jesus Christ.
Paul you is fantastic.
Well, yeah.
IPA.
It's too sour.
Shut your face. You
It's
fucking
too bitter.
twat.
Ugh.
Shut up. Hey,
Everyone's like, "Oh, are they
Who
being
invited
serious?"
women?
I'm like, no.
We don't need women on this. Who needs women?
Well,
Excuse me, but you
Me.
will Right,
You've been chatting for fucking 20 minutes now. They're going home now. I'm in trouble.
yeah.
I don't have a channel without Wanda. Wanda's fantastic. Absolutely fantastic.
Oh yeah, you got a great channel. Yeah, banter and stuff, and it's
She's
It's
superb.
you're both good. You're both good together. Indeedy. So, Jake, what Christmas beers have you got left?
Oh, it's all of the shit like this. I've got loads of this stuff left. that'll be
Oh, dear.
that's the Southwold
I was
Christmas
yeah.
Southwold beer. Well, I got loads of that like real ale stuff that you get given as gifts at
Yeah.
Christmas.
Oh, he likes beer. Get him some of them.
Yeah. Those like 4
Yeah.
packs of Continental Lager, and
Oh no!
Yeah. Dean got some bloody hell from Beavertown.
oh really? Oh well, can't all be
Bloody
good
old
friends.
man.
Oh, Dave, we can do the Beavertown reviews.
I don't know if I put that up or not. Dean?
Dave,
Say that again, chap.
sorry, we can do the Beavertown live review.
Cheers,
yeah.
Rob.
Yeah, we'll
I
do
look
that. We'll
forward-
do
I
that
look-
live. Yeah.
I look forward to watching that. So,
Live?
so we're looking at it. Why not? What the hell's that?
Yeah, we'll do that.
What the fuck was that?
I don't know. It sounded like a pot went flying or something. That might have been your dinner, mate. Cheers. So we've been up to, Jake, today. Anything nice?
Yeah, went for a couple of pints earlier, and then
Yeah, cool.
and then went to my mum and dad's for like a Burns night thing. So I've had a few whiskies,
Yeah,
and a few more beers.
I messaged Ollie earlier to see if he was around, but he was doing out for the Burns night thing or whatever it is.
Yeah.
So talking of Burns night, I had a few beers from Burn Mill earlier. So,
Oh, really? Oh, okay. Yeah, they've done a few new releases.
Yeah, I had a
Like-
coffee port from them earlier.
Oh, okay. Oh, yeah. Then I haven't had that one yet, but it's supposed to be good.
Trying to think, is it just coffee porter? I think it might have a name. I don't know.
Is it? Yeah. Something shade or something like that, isn't it? Is it that one?
Density Wave.
Oh, okay. Oh, okay. Yeah, they've brewed that before. There is a new dark beer that they brought out with Lost and Grounded.
Right. Yeah.
Um,
There's a place in Margate called the Xylo, which is about 3 or 4 doors along from the former bottle shop place, which
Oh,
is
okay.
called the Little
Yeah.
Swift now. So you've got that. You've got the Little Swift. You've got a micro pub, the two halves, and then you've got a place called the Xylo, literally within about 100 yards of each other on the
Mhm.
seafront, opposite the harbour in Margate.
Yeah. Oh, quality.
So it is. I got over there for about 2 or 3 hours earlier and had a few beers from Colonel, a few beers from Pressure Drop, and I picked up. I'm just drinking this at the moment, beer from Boxcar. I don't know if you've
Yeah.
been watching earlier. So yeah,
I'm over
they're canning now. So it's a New England IPA.
I've been seeing them
6.5.
sort of like seeing some good things about them.
Yeah, they are
They-
good.
Did they used to have
They've
those little
got-
stubby bottles, didn't they? When they were like putting beer into
Yeah,
bottles with that weird like shape.
yeah, it's kind of like Duval type shaped bottle
Yeah.
sort of things. That was cool a couple of years ago or so.
Yeah.
I used to see them a lot when I was in London, and they do like a numbered release of their pale ale with different hop varieties or whatever. I had a few of them on tap when I visited bars and that in London. I thought I'll have one of them. But yeah, that's cool. Cool beans. I'm trying to work out what's going on with Peter, but I don't
Yeah, you
know.
can't get on,
He got-
mate.
I don't earlier on a train, I think. So I don't know what.
What trying to get on here?
Yeah, well, he was on briefly when I first kind of opened it all up, and he was about a few minutes, and then I don't know if he went into a tunnel or something or whatever, but he just kind of like disappeared. I think he was on a train anyway. Looked like it, but what we got here? There's another question. Eventually, perfect beer snack. there's a lot of variation with that question, I reckon. Pork scratchings is going to be one of them, I reckon. And
Pork stretches is top.
yeah. I don't know what else. Crisps, obviously, and peanuts. It depends. On a Sunday in the UK, you can get them like a Sunday afternoon. You can get roast potatoes, loads of salt, and they make you want to drink more beer. That sort of carry on. It's
Yeah.
What do you
The
guys reckon?
saltier, the better. No, it's got to be crisp, isn't it? Just any sort of crisp.
Yeah.
It's got to be the.
Well, at the Little Swift, they do their own popcorn. Actually, you can have it with chili, or you can have it with like whatever you want.
Oh, really?
So
what? Would they make it fresh, or is it like different every day?
They got a popcorn machine, like they actually make it right in front of you.
Really? Oh, cool.
It's really good. It's really. What do you reckon, Dino? Perfect snack to go with a beer.
I'm a bit of a crisps fan. The old kettle, the big bag of the kettle crisps.
Yeah.
Nice quality
Yeah,
crisp.
cheese ones. Yeah.
I think sometimes it depends what you're drinking. Sometimes style of beer.
Yeah.
If you're going for a saison, a bit of cheese and chutney and all that sort of stuff.
Good call on cheese. Yeah.
If you're going for a real ale, sometimes you can have like a
Twiglets.
egg. No, the egg, pickled egg, or something like that. I know some pork pie, yeah, that sort of thing.
Yeah,
There's loads. I mean, it's not, you can't go into a bar, right? I'll have a pint of that and a slice of pizza, please. You know, pizza always goes with beer.
When me and Peter went over to Harry's for the Marlborough piss up, a pie, and a nice pie with a beer. That's a decent combo. That is.
Yeah, a pub where you can hold the pie in your hand, no plate, nothing for.
I thought they'd be gone soon. Well, cheers, Scott. If you're not watching, but if you watch it back, that's on you. Thanks for joining, mate. I appreciate it. Go and check them out anyway.
It was good to briefly meet him.
Yeah, what I'll do, I'll put the links of everyone's channel below, and then various other people after. So if I get around to it, but yeah, all that good stuff. I don't even know what that question means. Dino's one for you. I don't know.
Phoebe.
Oh, right, okay.
Little miniature Alsatian.
Oh, there you go then. That one then.
Yeah. Like bloody nuisance, aren't you?
Best place you've ever had a beer. Days.
God, that's a tricky one. Again, it can mean a lot of different things, can't it?
Best place you have ever had a beer.
Every beer's pretty good. So
yeah.
the place sometimes, sometimes obviously the place, like, oh yeah, we sit back, and if you've got a view, I guess sometimes it's a beer with a view.
Yeah. I had a few beers in like Venice, like sitting in the canals in Venice, and I don't even remember what the beers were, but it didn't matter because we were just sort of sitting out in the sunshine.
It's not so much what the beer is; it's where
it was some crappy lager, probably.
Yeah, but it tastes.
It's the surroundings that sell it for you, though, isn't it? You can have one of the crappiest beers in the world, but if you've got a beautiful surrounding,
and you're having a good time, and
I get that.
Let me just put this on here. I don't know if. Come on. Sorry, I'm talking to myself. I like doing that. It's good.
One of the best places I've had a beer recently is if you're ever in Southwold and you go to like Adnams, they own a hotel, like 5-star hotel, that's like across the courtyard from the brewery, and they have their tap room is in this 5-star hotel. So you go in, the food and everything's like loads of money. The like cocktails like 18 quid, but like the beers are like £2.50 a pint because obviously Adnams own it, and it's like one of the nicest like surround like in this 5-star hotel drinking pints of Ghost Ship or whatever. That's a pretty good one.
So Captain Meets Adventures as Berlin, or is it? I can't even pronounce Tor. Is in the Caribbean. So
yeah, that's a good. Caribbean must be a good one. Can you remember the beer you had?
That's the thing. I've had a few beers in West Africa before, in Gambia, going back 97 and 2000. I've been twice. That was before, obviously, into that was just lager. I think there's a beer called Gil Brew. And I think since they've done different variants of just strength of the lager, which was cool. Especially when you're out, that them kind of temperatures, you don't really care when it's really hot and you've got palm trees around and all that sort of carry on. It's like, yeah.
I think the beer when you've got a scenario like that, I think the beer plays second fiddle.
Always. Well, it's so hot, you're sweating like a kipper, and it's like, I need a beer. I don't care. Yeah. Give me a beer.
Just want to knock it back, and yeah. That's where a bog standard macro lager comes into play, doesn't it? Because if you're out in 30+ degrees, sitting on a lovely beach or something, it doesn't matter, does it? No. You just want to quench the thirst.
There you go, Jake.
Which is the best Adnams beer?
Ghost Ship's very good.
Ghost Ship's on my go-tos, but I quite like Old Ale. I don't know how much you guys see that around your way, but like every winter, all the pubs around here get Old Ale, and it is just such a good beer to drink. It's like, I can't remember the ABV, 3.8 or something like that.
Oh right,
sort of chestnut brown beer, and it's just so drinkable. It's got like it just borders on a bit twiggy, but it has sort of like a bit of a depth of flavour from like the roasted malts. So Old Ale was my favourite.
That they do. Broadside's pretty decent.
Oh yeah.
I don't. I mean, it was on cask the other day, Broadside, but sometimes the trouble with cask, you don't know how long sometimes they've been in.
Yeah.
And it's like, if it's on there been like 3 or 4 days, it's like it's on the edge of being crappy. So
yeah, I went for a pub crawl once where like we had a pint of Ghost Ship in this pub, moved to the next pub, had a pint of Ghost Ship, and it was like vinegar.
Chalking, old.
Yeah. It was like that. That was like in that pub. It was like lovely, like really fresh, tasted great, kept really nice. Next pub, it was like piss.
That's the trouble. If you go to a random place you don't normally go in, and, I mean, you generally know the places around you, especially with cask beer.
Yeah,
if it's well kept, they run it through really quickly. They clean the lines, put another cask on, then you know you're going to get a good pint. Some of them you don't give a shit. Oh, they got a cask on. It's got courage on, or it's sometimes a half decent cask, but no one drinks it, and then you go to have it. It's, like you say, like vinegar. It's that kind of. So there is a lot of. It's not the beer. It's the people who put it on. And don't understand how long a cask actually, is kind of palatable for. I guess, but. More comments flying in. Captain Meets Adventures is absolutely hammering the comments. I appreciate all the questions and stuff. It's cool. There you go. Hi, hope doing well. There we go. Red Stripe on Mountain on my honeymoon. Yeah, the Blue Mountain is Jamaica, is it? Oh, Richard Branson Island. Okay. Yeah, I've had Red Stripe in Jamaica before. But again, it's climate, just far and back, and
perfect beer to have in that sort of scenario.
Yeah. I mean, Richard Branson's Islands.
Do they actually brew Red Stripe in Jamaica, or is it brewed somewhere else? Who owns Red Stripe?
I know the brewery, but I can't pronounce it. It's a weird. Along the line, I don't know who owns the actual brewery.
Yeah.
it's gonna. It's definitely a main. I don't know if it's AB InBev or whatever.
Mhm.
I think AB InBev, that rings a bell.
Yeah.
One of the big boys, anyway.
Yeah. I always have to go ship and broadside from the Asda on a Friday. Yeah, I mean it's decent stuff,
Mhm.
especially in the bottle. You can't go wrong in the bottle. You know what you're getting.
Yeah.
The quality's the same. It's just when you get to cask. If you get a cask, it's a bit like that. It's a bit wavy, but then depends where you drink, I guess. Another one here. He's come to Liverpool. Yeah. Check out the
They've got-
ship.
Pretty good scene now, haven't they, in Liverpool?
Yeah, it's. I mean, I've been. Another guy is in the Liverpool area, Adam. Hopefully, be joining in about 10 minutes or so. He sent me a load of stuff from the sort of Liverpool area. We got here. There's just happened to be lying here. Black Lodge Brewery. I've reviewed that recently. $100 Volvo. Which again is a brewery new to me.
Yeah. I've only ever had. They did when Brewdog do that collab series every year in their bars. That's the only time I've had a Black Lodge beer. But it was a collab with Brewdog.
Yeah.
It was in like Brewdog York or something.
And the Love Lane Brewery. This is their Love Lane Pale. I reviewed that recently. Decent. This one, I'm not too sure because after I'd done the review, it kind of went really downhill quickly. Sometimes beers do that when you do a review. You think, let's just do the review.
Initial impressions.
Yeah, and then after, I think this can was infected because it started to get more kind of sour and this and that, and it's like off flavors. But yeah, I've got another couple of bits and bats here. Dark Side of the Goon, which is an Imperial Stout. He sent me kindly. This is a big old boy. It's the ABV 16.8%.
Cool, 16.8. That is big.
Yeah, it's a
That's
big
a
old lot.
proper session beer, that is, isn't it?
Yeah.
I mean, I'm going to review it, but it'll be a one and done beer that night. That's for sure.
Yeah.
But yeah,
You say that now.
it will be. I ain't drinking it later.
Nightcap.
I'm not drinking it later.
Give Craig a few more hours. He'll be popping that.
I am not drinking that tonight. I mean, I had quite a few beers earlier as well, so this would just no. I'm gonna have one beer one night and it'll be that. So, and then I'm gonna take about an hour and a half, 2 hours to drink it, sort of thing. We'll get here. Having problems with his Wi-Fi. Peter is so. Went to the Rum Factory, which was amazing too. I went to a rum factory in Jamaica. Oh, that was probably in the mid 90s. 97. I think it's 97. I went. They had like loads of rums. They had about 100 different rums, and I wasn't. It's all wasted on me, to be honest. I probably appreciate it more now, but back then I'm like, nah, just give me a beer.
Yeah.
But I remember they had one called Rocket Fuel, and I can't remember the ABV, but it was something like I think it was one of the strongest rums in the world. I think methylated spirits was a lower ABV. So it's like, it's pretty stupid stuff.
Some strong shit.
It's not. It's what's the point? But and I thought that back then, and I definitely think it now. But some of the rums are really good, coconut ones, and it's just loads and loads.
Mm.
Love Lane is by my work, the old Kane's Brewery. Yeah, it looks a really, really impressive bar. It looks a bit like what I've seen online. It looks a bit like Salt Beer Factory in Saltaire. It's got that kind of modern look about it. It looks
Yeah.
really pretty cool. It looks really impressive. You go on their website, and it's like bright. It's like kind of an open brewery, working brewery, but then a bar as well, and all that sort of jazz. It looks really good. I've never been. I'm going to just put this up. We have been to the Guinness factory in Dublin. No, I've never been to Ireland.
Yeah, no, I've not been. We're looking to go.
Yeah,
Maybe next year.
yeah. I'd like to go one day. The Porthouse do some good beers. They got a bar in London, actually.
Oh, do they?
Yeah, they got a bar. It's crazy busy, but
Yeah.
I think I don't know if it's Soho or Tottenham Court Road.
Is it a brew pub or just a bar?
I think don't quote me on that. Oh, it's Eternal, is that? Just get that.
Yeah, Eternal.
I missed it. There you go. That's a steady beer. Old Northern Monkage. Nice.
Mhm.
Yeah, they brew their own stout. Yeah, I've had one of their beers. I think I might have reviewed it. I might have just drunk it. I'm not sure. I can't remember. But yeah, pretty good. Oh, Thomas McCarthy, how you doing, sir? Hope you're doing well. Yeah, Porthouse is nice. I mean, I've never been to Ireland, so I definitely like yourself. I'd like to go one day, Jake. But
Considering it's like so easy to like, it's like half an hour flight or whatever.
it's really damn cheap as well to get to. It's just silly that it's doable. You know,
But sometimes I think like I've looked before, and I can actually get there cheaper than if I like go to Manchester or somewhere like that on the train. If I like go to Ipswich to Manchester on the train,
it's a night. It's cost a fortune.
I reckon I can get a return flight to Dublin or whatever cheaper than that. It shouldn't be that way, should it?
It's crazy. Yeah.
Yeah.
I heard something on the radio last week about I think it was regarding what's going on with Flybe. We've been like bailed out by the government and stuff, and they were like sort of offering flights. You could sort of like fly from I don't know Dublin to bloody Edinburgh for like 15 quid.
Yeah,
It's bonkers, isn't it?
Yeah, it's crazy money, really.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know why I've never been. I like to go and see Al out there as well.
yeah.
I know he's from that neck of the woods. So I think they had a festival on last year. Was it in July or something? I can't remember what it's called now, but apparently that went really well. So a beer festival in Ireland would be epic. Christ,
Good meat up there, guaranteed.
That would be messy, I reckon. but yeah, that'd be awesome. You never know. One day, sort it out.
I'd like to drink because like a couple of years ago, like Whiplash were for me up there with like Verdant and Northern Monk and everyone doing that sort of style of beer. And then this year, I've not seen too much from Whiplash at all. Really, I don't know if they're just focusing on their own area, like tap room and all that sort of thing, rather than getting their beers out into the wild.
Yeah, I've got a couple of beers in the fridge from them. I still yet to review.
Yeah,
I've got lemon pale. I can't remember the names. Lemon pale ale.
Oh, was that the one they brewed with Honest Brew?
Oh, I don't think so. Let me have a look.
They had quite a big presence, didn't they, last year? Whiplash.
Yeah, and then I just haven't seen much recently.
I've got two. I've got Whirlpool of Love, which is a pale ale with lemon zest and citra. And Sky Burial, which is an IPA, with like Idaho 7 and Amarillo hops, and that's all it says. So I've got a pale ale and an IPA in the fridge. So I've done a bit of a beer haul from Honest Brew just over a week ago, maybe a couple of weeks ago. So
I got a shitload of vouchers.
Yeah, I got a £30 voucher for Christmas. and then I kind of had like added, because at the moment it's like 30 quid, spend 30 quid free shipping.
Yeah.
So like happy days. So I done that and then threw another 20 quid on myself and got a few bits. So
They're definitely up there, Honest Brew, for like sort of like keeping up with the Joneses with new, fresh, exciting beers. They take some beating. They're every week in it, something new on there.
Yeah.
Fantastic.
I think where they are in London as well, it's sort of everything comes into them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Perfect marriage.
Yeah.
I mean, they update their website like 2 or 3 times a week. It's like, you just order something, then, oh, fuck, I'd love that.
Yeah.
Mhm.
And then it's like, but then the beer you ordered is now out of stock, so it changes all the time.
It changes so quick. Yeah.
Yeah,
Almost
that's-
daily for some beers. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, it's crazy. I mean, that had the Verdant Putty on there, but it was like member only sort of thing. So you
Yeah.
couldn't buy it, which I'm not. I don't care anyway. But
No,
I've
but I've not heard great things about Putty this year, but
no,
obviously it's each to their own to try it. But
yeah, I haven't. For people who've had it before, but then people who've never had it before are like going crazy. It's like, oh, whether it's a hot because it's the hype beer and they've never
Yeah.
had it before, or
it's Verdant and
it's Verdant and
Yeah.
all that sort of
yeah,
carrot. I mean, I think
that means less for me nowadays.
it doesn't.
It used to mean a lot.
It never really did mean anything to me, to be honest. I just
Well, I think they were the pinnacle at one point, and then
they
I don't
were
know,
for a
it's just-
while,
yeah.
but I think Pressure Drop have probably gone past them now.
Which is crazy, really, isn't it?
They've really bloody come on leaps and bounds.
Yeah.
Pressure Drive, unbelievable.
Yeah.
Like when you just sort of like group them up as the London scene, they were always sort of like not lower tier, but you had the likes of like Brew by Numbers, Weird Beard, and they were sort of like floating around in the middle, but they've just like they've completely leapfrogged up to the top of the tree now. Some of their beers that they're rolling out.
Yeah, there's great. Like I've got a review that I shot this week of Pale Fire, from Pressure Drop, and that was one of the beers when I was first getting into craft beer and going to London and everything. Pale Fire was there with Gamma Ray and everything like that.
Oh yeah, that was a standard.
And then Pressure Drop just seemed to fall, like you say, Dean, just almost fall off a cliff, and those other breweries surpassed them. Then all of a sudden they're back with a vengeance and got a bar with Verdant and all this sort of stuff.
Yeah, I think, like we
That's
said,
really good.
yeah, like we said before, everyone said it since they got with them guys. They've really up their shit.
It's propelled them up there for sure.
Well, maybe it's because they were always brewing like those balanced, really good drinkable beers, and then when they get that little bit of expertise from Verdant and sort of like learn from them, they can do the craziest stuff whilst maintaining their quality. I think that could be the magic sort of ingredient for them.
Do we get Head of Steam near you? Well, not where I am, but I don't know.
They tend to be more in the north, yeah.
Yeah, they're more. I mean, certainly
Birmingham is.
Birmingham, Leeds. I don't know. I assume there's one in Manchester and Liverpool.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I've been to one in Newcastle. Well, that was like really cask heavy. The one I went to in Newcastle.
Oh right. I know
Not
the
so
one in
much
Birmingham. There's shed loads of.
Yeah, I mean, we had that. I had that crazy 10% McKellar sour IPA thing.
Yeah.
There, it's crazy.
Yeah. So, but no, they're. Have I had the Metallica's Enter Night Pilsner? No, never had it.
Oh, is that the one that's brewed by Stone, isn't it?
Dark Arts. That's Magic Rock, I guess. Which is a nice standard stout. You can get that in the supermarket, of course, now. So in the old cans. But
I remember being absolutely hammered in a Head of Steam with at this festival.
Oh right,
with Mr. Craig Samuels.
he was fun. Yeah, that was the first year we went, wasn't it?
Yeah.
That bike or whatever it was in the corner.
Yeah, trying to do reviews. I never published those reviews. I still have them.
Yeah,
Never published them.
Maybe one day.
Yeah.
just put them unlisted or something.
Yeah. Yeah, I can do. Let you guys see them.
That'd be awesome.
I'd say 10 grand or it goes live.
Yeah. That'd be hilarious. What we got here?
Okay, that makes sense then.
Yeah, I know they move premises and stuff. But there's a few. Certainly online they're around. I got a couple of cans from Honest Brew like a couple of weeks ago. So
There's a few beers knocking around from them guys on Rad Beer. Whiplash.
Right. Yeah, as I say, I got a couple. If it wouldn't be, I'd go for a couple of days if I went to Liverpool. Fly to Dublin for the night. Yeah, Jesus, can you imagine that? I'd never get back.
We'd just lose Craig.
I'd miss my flight and I'd smash my glass or whatever, and they wouldn't let me on anyway. I'd be too drunk.
Lost in translation.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'd just be bad enough in Manchester, but that's another story. But Camden Town, London, I go there quite regularly because when I stay in London, I'm about walking wise, probably about 15-minute walk or a couple of minutes in the bus, whatever.
Mhm.
Nice little scene around that neck of the woods, isn't there?
It is. There's obviously got the Brewdog bar there, which is Brewdog's first bar in London.
That's the first Brewdog I ever went to as well.
Yeah, that and me.
Mine was Shepherd's Bush, I think.
Yeah, I went there after, sort of back in 2015. But it
And
was,
Shoreditch. Is there one in Shoreditch?
Yeah, there is one in Shoreditch.
yeah,
Yeah.
Shoreditch. Yeah. There's,
They're the only two I've had the pleasure of.
yeah, I mean, I know people shit on Brewdog, but their bars are pretty good, especially for their guest beer. And
Yeah, I love their bars. Yeah,
Yeah.
it'd be great if they had one down in Canterbury, down this way.
yeah. They've sort of evolved from what they used to be. Because like when I first started getting into like craft beer and everything, they sort of had the staff that had the knowledge and you used to be able to talk to them and they'd recommend beers and all that. And I find that less and less nowadays. But they have moved on. Like it's great for when I'm like with like my wife and kids. Like we'll go to a Brewdog bar, and it's like great, decent food, decent beer.
They do a pretty mean burger, don't they, Brewdog?
Yeah, chicken wings and all sorts. Yeah, it's almost moved on to what it is.
So Craft Central is an amazing off license with a great website. Send Beer, the UK, if you're interested in getting Irish beer. There you
That's
go.
cool. Craft Central. Good shout. You see a load of Irish craft beer reviews from the three of us now.
Is that Sheffield Craft Central? I can't remember. I remember the Craft Central does ring a bell, but I don't know if it's Sheffield or. I know they never used to. They never used to send anything. They just had their stuff, and I can't remember, to be fair. But, Peter in the comments.
I'll do it as a Patreon gold. I have someone to sign up to a Patreon first. £1.50.
There you go. Yeah, Dublin. I mean, it's easy. I get there, but yeah.
Nothing's impossible.
Yeah, it's easy enough to get to. It's probably easier than going to Leeds or Manchester for me. It's just I could get the train to Gatwick quite easily from. I can't remember where I go from in London, but it's doable. Not a problem. We got here. Best Brewdog beer. Brewdog has changed their beers. Yeah, a lot of their core ranges. I think East Coast Crush is probably. I don't know if that's a core range, but that's probably one of their best pales they've done for quite a while.
There's a new, I forget what it's called now, but there's a new like sort of milkshake IPA out at the moment in the supermarkets from them guys. I forget what it's called now, but I think it's available in cans and maybe bombers. But it's themed around that milkshake IPA sort of thing.
Right.
I'll have to give it a bash if I see it around.
There's a bit more gin. Temple Bar as a tourist trap. Avoid at all costs. Yeah, I don't. It's one of the things. You go to Ireland, it's like go to the the Guinness thing, and I'm like, I'd like to go, but then I know what comes with that sort of thing.
Well, it's almost like you do it to say you've done it in a way, don't you? Like
Yeah.
if you're a beer lover, you sort of want to see the Guinness factory. I don't know why. You just want to see what they do. And
and I don't generally, when I go somewhere, I don't really like the touristy.
No, I hate it. I hate it. I hate crowds.
Well, it depends really. I mean, I go to beer festival and that's crowdy, but
yeah,
when you're all into the same thing, I kind of put up with it more. If that makes sense. But yeah, the touristy bit, and then they go on tours and all this sort of. I can't. It's just not me. Bye, sort of thing, Have I been to the Camden Toury Brewery? No, I've been there, but yeah, 2 seconds.
I've never been to Camden. I've been to Camden the place, but I've never been to Camden the brewery.
No, I haven't. No.
Be an interesting one, really. See what it's like now.
Yeah, that sort of brewery, obviously before the buyout, because they were one of the first, weren't they, to sort of like kneel to the checkbook or whatever.
They were, yeah.
But I still drink a lot of Camden stuff. Actually, I don't mind the Hellers. I think that's a pretty decent knockback lager in hotter months.
And every now and again, you get it in sort of like like for a 4-pack or whatever, you'll get a reasonably good deal on it. Yeah,
I mean, the Sainsbury's near me, I think you could get a case of 12 for £9.
Yeah, which ain't bad, is it?
3 bottles. Yeah, it's all right. It does the job, It's no great shakes, but it's all right.
Yeah,
Flavor.
Exactly. And every time I see like a new one from them, I'll give. I tried their IPA, which was supposed to be their first straight up IPA they've brewed in that like pink can. I can't remember what it's called now. Yeah, tried that. That was okay.
Hibernation.
I really can't remember what it's called now.
They've done quite a few variations over the past sort of 3 months with their lagers.
Oh, okay.
Hibernation, and I think they did. Oh, fucking hell. Yeah, I forget now.
Yeah. Well, I've seen when they do like the harvest lager and that sort of thing. Yeah. And they did like a strawberry one, didn't they? Like a strawberry flavored lager. I never tried that.
Yeah, strawberry Hellers, which was all right. Yeah.
Yeah, I suppose that could be quite refreshing.
And I know now in Waitrose they bought that sort of £8 lager out, didn't they? Imperial lager.
Oh yeah. I think that's reduced now in mine to like £4. So I might pick up a bottle of it just to just give it a go.
Yeah, that's a bit more appealing now to £8.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I wouldn't have dropped £8 on it, but
it's got to be something really decent, hasn't it, for £8 for a lager?
Yeah, especially from a supermarket.
Yeah, it's. I mean, even if you were sort of like a complete novice in beer and you were sort of like intrigued with trying something new, that would put a lot of people off, wouldn't it? Seeing an £8 price tag on a bottle of beer.
Yeah, what was it? Was it 11% or was it a bit weaker than that? I can't remember.
Yeah, 11.
Yeah, which is like a strong beer to buy in a supermarket as well.
For 500 ml, I mean, you might be able to get away with it with a 750, but 500 ml, I think that's cutting it fine for me.
Yeah. Yeah, but yeah, if there's still some reduced, I might pick it up. It's even like when Waitrose sell the vintage ale, it's going to come down in price. If you just hold out a little bit, I picked up the 2019 for like £3.
I've seen the Imperial Stout because I think that was the RRP on that was £8. I think that's down to £4 now.
Oh really? Yeah, no, I missed out on that. I didn't see any of mine, but I tried it at London Craft Beer Festival, which was good. But
and then of course you've got the you're familiar with it, Jake, the Horning Glow Street for Marston's.
Oh yeah. I wasn't wasn't a fan of that beer.
Simon was going crazy over it. I was like, "What? Is that a different beer?"
Yeah, because I don't tend to watch too much Simon stuff now, but like I tuned into that just to see what his thoughts were, and I was like, "What? Did I drink like a different like a different beer? Because that was terrible."
I mean, I was in the same sort of agreement with you, mate. You know, it was a bit, yeah.
Yeah, I just didn't really understand it. I just didn't really know like what they needed to age an IPA for, and like what that was really doing. Like they could have brewed like a barley wine and stuck that in a barrel or something like that. I didn't particularly know what the point of it was.
Stout talking about now as well, an imperial stout from them.
Yeah, which I've actually heard really good things about. But I haven't seen it. I haven't seen it in Waitrose, but I'd like to. I'd give it a go. I'll give it a go.
Yeah, I think if I come across it, I'll just out of curiosity more than anything, I'd want to try it.
Yeah.
Yeah, that awning glow street. No, not from.
No. No, but yeah, if that's stout, because I've seen that it's I've seen some good ratings. I don't know what it is on Untapped actually now.
Because it's like, what is it? It's 7. Is it 7.5% or something like that?
I think so. Yeah, I think it's like pretty decent ABV. Marston's. Would be interesting to see what because it's been out for a little while. Marston's Horning Glow. Not gonna be able to find. Is it still under that? Oh yeah, here we go. Yeah, for 3.7 on Untapped, which isn't crazy really. Yeah. Well, actually, to be fair, that's only from 69 check-ins, so obviously it hasn't been that widely distributed yet. 69 check-ins isn't much.
Slowly trickle out across Waitrose.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll give it a whirl when I see it.
Oh, definitely, yeah.
You might have to hold the fort a little bit on your own, Jake, because I need to go to have a Jimmy Riddle, mate.
Yeah, no worries. So here we are. I'm gonna tank Craig's channel now into the sea, as I'm all by myself. What mischief can I do? What can I tell you about Craig? He's a lovely guy. Shake the squirm there. I suppose I can read out some of these comments. Where did we get to? Right there. Clueless Drinker says, got a 4-pack of their off-menu IPA, which was quite nice. That was Camden's IPA, which I was talking about earlier, which is pretty good. Pretty good for a supermarket beer. With the Guinness tour, turn your beer reviewer head off, and it's really good. And the free drink in the bar that looks out over Dublin is amazing. Yeah, see, that's what I'd like to do on the Guinness tour. It's just purely out because I'm a beer fan. Just see their processes, see where they brew, and see the history and all that sort of thing. If you go in sort of as a like trying to pick apart every beer, I think everyone just thinks you're a bit of a dick. Thoughts on Funk Punk? That brewed. Oh yeah, they're sort of breaded punk IPA. I thought it was really good. I really enjoyed that beer, and like for like a $5 for a really sort of interesting beer, I'd give that a go. Is the Cloudwater Brewdog beer from last year the best beer of the last decade? Oh, that's a strong Captain Meets Adventure. That's a strong remark right there. Is the Cloudwater Brewdog beer from last year the best beer of the last decade? Well, I suppose that's all down to personal preference. I wouldn't say it's the best beer of the last decade. It was a decent beer. I'll see what Dean has to say about this.
What's that?
That is the Cloudwater Brewdog collab beer from last year the best beer of last decade.
No,
that's a strong that's a strong viewpoint.
That's a bit bold. That is. I mean, it's a bloody good. It's a good beer.
Good. It's a good beer.
It's a good beer, but it's not. I mean, there's a lot of variation in that beer as well. So a lot of cans have been oxidized and stuff like that. As
Yeah.
of a lot of the Tesco kind of like new releases. Sorry about that, by the way.
That's no worries.
It's like love and hate, isn't it? I mean, when that first came out, that was like, wow, you know, £3. What's this all about? But there's been a few ups and downs with that sort of beer, and I think the Brewdog and Cloudwater beer as well. That's gone through a bit of a lull with oxidization. I've had a few cans of that, and most of them have been really, really good. But I've had a couple that have been a bit ropey, and it's sort of iffy.
Yeah.
Okay.
Have you had their off menu IPA yet, Craig?
No.
From Camden. It's pretty good.
I saw what do you call it? Harry had one the other day.
Oh, okay.
Is that is it in the supermarkets or?
Yes, it's like a pink can. It's
Yeah.
one of the £1.80. I think you can only get it in Sainsbury's. I'm pretty sure it's a Sainsbury's exclusive.
I'll have a look. There. We've got it going on here. I'm trying to see where that comment was.
Oh, what, the Brewdog one?
Yeah, I'll just run it through. I don't. I mean, it's just the people, just lots of people, and yeah, the look is that bar right up top looks pretty special. It's going to happen one day, but yeah. So these are. I don't know if you've probably gone over these, haven't you? So
yeah, it's no worries.
Is that probably where you was at? I can't remember.
Yeah. I thought Fun Camp was good.
I've never had that yet, believe it or not. I just never got round to it.
I don't know if it's worth a £5 of your money in the supermarket, but it's definitely worth a try.
It's the cheapest you're going to get it.
Yeah.
It's more expensive if you go on online store or whatever.
Mm-hmm. What's the going rate for the Overworks beers on the Brewdog website? It's about £7 a pop, is it?
$7.50. I think depends. There is a bit of variation, I think, but they're generally about $7.50, $8.
Their Overwork stuff in a bar. If you're going to buy one of the bottles in a bar, are just so over the odds.
Yeah,
it's crazy. It's their own beer, and they're charging like £12 a bottle or whatever.
9 to 12 quid. It's like, yeah, I don't think so. I remember Harry brought like 3 of them when we met up last. It's like, what are you doing?
Calm down, mate.
What are you doing? So yeah, not for me though. That Brewdog, no, not at all. Not even in the UK either. There's too many good breweries doing too many good beers at the moment.
Yeah, I can never pick a favourite anyway.
And I wouldn't even put it that long. The last decade, it's like no. If they had produced, I mean, I had the version 1 and the version 2 before the actual supermarket canned versions. The first version was absolutely staggering. The second one wasn't quite as good. It's difficult though, isn't it? Beers and your taste buds change.
It's very hard. It's very hard to gauge.
Yeah, you can't really.
Because it's. I mean, go back to the Cloudwater beers, the version 1, the version, all them that sort of series that they ran due course.
Yeah.
I mean, there was some fantastic beers in that range.
Yeah, number 3. Number 3 was awesome, but so was number 11.
Yeah, number 3. Don't talk about number 3 to me.
Everyone says number 3. So that'll be a good beer from a question earlier. If the one beer you'd like to try again, yeah,
it'd probably be a bottle.
A bottle,
Cloudwater bottle of that.
Cloudwater bottle of double IPA version 3 would be interesting.
I'll tell you what does stick in my memory, Craig, from the beer that you bought from that bottle share in 2016 was the Mexicake.
Oh yeah, that was awesome, man.
That was a fucking mental beer. That was. I really love that.
Yeah, Westbrook.
Yeah,
Westbrook, yeah.
Westbrook. Yeah,
Yeah, no, that was
standout beer for me.
that was some awesome stout there. I think that's an annual release, so I'd like to try it again. But they do barrel aged
Yeah.
version, all sorts of things now. But sometimes the barrel aged version aren't quite as good as the base beer. I find.
I did the Tempest take on that beer.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
About a year or so ago. I don't know when I did it, but that sort of like it brought it all back from trying the Westbrook variation that you bought. Very close to it with that spice. It sort of like there was a little bit of chili kick in there, but it didn't quite overboard it, you know.
All right, just put the screen. I've still got that to review actually.
And a craft lager.
I've still got that to review. That's the one I've got left. So,
Oh, okay.
So being a lager,
I won't tell you anything about it then.
No, I don't. Sorry. Any recommendations for a place to go in Manchester? Well, yes.
Yeah. Track. Oh well, Track's at Cloudwater now. So go to Cloudwater.
Track and Cloudwater are in the same place, so that's obviously one. I've not been to the Northern Monk bar yet, but that's obviously going to be, you have to go there.
Yeah. The Marble Arch was great.
I was trying to remember.
Yeah.
Marble Arch is awesome.
Yeah.
There's a couple of other places as well, but I can't remember. I've been a couple of times. Well, yeah, but what I do
we were
remember,
slightly inebriated at that point.
well, we went when Paul came over a couple of years ago.
Oh, of course, yeah. You guys probably went to more places than I've been to, yeah.
So Marble Arch was, we went there, and I'm trying to remember where. There's lots of other little bars. You're probably better off asking Peter because he goes like every other weekend. Maybe if he's watching, you can put some comments down, Peter, if you're watching, because you're up that neck of the woods more than I am. I've only ever been twice. Just Manchester's awesome. It is cool.
It's like one of those places like Leeds where there's just so much beer stuff going on, and
Yeah, I think Leeds is better because it's more condensed.
Yeah. Manchester's a bit like London where it's a bit more sprawling, isn't it? But
it's not as bad as London. I mean, London's still good, but everything's like you need more time, you need more days, more expense, basically. But some great stuff in London, of course.
Yeah.
But if you're in Ireland, coming across Manchester, like bang, it's just there, isn't it? So, but yeah, go Leeds as well. Recommend Leeds. That's pretty damn banging. They've got to be the two best beer cities in the UK, I think. I think Birmingham's starting to come into the fold a bit more. What was I going to put then? So it jumped, and I was going to that one. I want that one. Is the best soup?
Lost Cosmonauts, if you can get hold of it.
yeah,
Lost
if you're lucky enough.
Yeah, I mean that is a hard beer to find, Lost Cosmonauts. Thanks to Dee, I got to try it, but that's very good from North Brewing.
Yeah, and I suppose that's what you want from. I suppose what do you want from a supermarket beer? Is it the fridge filler that you're dependent ghost ship Rheinbacher?
Yeah,
type beer. Or...
The early batch of Love and Hate was awesome, and then it started to get a little bit kind of up and down. That original batch was pretty cool. Hey up, James.
What's up, guys? How's it going?
You're lying down again, man.
Always.
And you've had a shave.
You have to be that laid back. You're horizontal, you know. That's the way it goes.
Christ, you've had a shave, man. You look younger.
Yeah.
Yeah. I tried to fix my beard and I fucked it up, you know. Shit,
You're tired of the baby grabbing it.
No, it wasn't that actually. He wasn't even grabbing it. He just he grabbed it once and then just took his hand away. But you know, the story behind this was I tried to fix it, fucked it up, and I was just like, well, I was a bit tired of it being hobo-ish anyway.
We got Dino in a live one as well, so that's cool.
Yeah.
How you doing, James?
It's been ages since I've been in something with you, Dino. Actually, how's it going?
Yeah, I think it's just like fucking. We're going back to McEwen's territory, aren't we? When we last met.
Yeah, exactly. And it must be at least like 2 years or something. It has to be something like that.
Yeah.
Something crazy. Yeah. Well, it's good.
Adam's in the
right?
chat. Jump
Yeah.
on, Adam, if you're around. You got the link.
Yeah. That's good. So what are you guys drinking tonight? Anyway, I'm going to sit up actually and put my light on. Why not?
I've only had 2 beers so far. I'm due to get another one, but I'll probably have to review it, I guess. I
Yeah.
fancy a stout, actually. So
Well, you got that 16.8% one, Craig. You might as well.
Yeah, go on, open it. Go on. You know you want to.
no, I'm going to go for that. I'm going to go for a can of Slumber.
Mm.
Is that the one that's in Tesco's that I've seen going around?
No.
Is there
No, I
not
don't
one-
think Pressure Dropper and Tesco's.
No,
right, because there's that big. Which stout is it that's in Tesco's that I was seeing?
don't know.
It was. I'm sure it was one of the London breweries.
Yeah, it's London Beer Factory. They got a stout.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, where is it? Big Milk Stout, is it? Big
Yeah.
Milk Stout?
Aye,
I can't.
some sort of milk stout. Yeah.
Fuck, it's here somewhere. There's so many cans lying around in this room. Whatever. But yeah,
Right.
I'm just going to go do this review, and I'll be back in a bit.
Aye. Cool.
I'll just go through these last comments while I'm here. There was talk Funk Punk was being discontinued. Okay,
Yeah.
then didn't hear about that. This old stock being sold half price. That's a shame. Oh well. Do you think the New England IPA craze is over? No.
No, it's. I think with that New England IPA thing, it's a bit like the West Coast thing where it was a race to the most bitter beer. Everyone wanted to produce the most crazy, bitter, resiny, dank West Coast
Yeah.
IPA, and then it was the race with New England. It was the race to the least bitterness, most juicy, most fruity, most lactose laden beer. And then
Yeah.
now I think it'll just go back to balance again.
I think
And,
I still think a lot of breweries need to hammer the mouthfeel of New England IPAs because I don't
Yeah.
think they've quite got like the monkish, the treehouse, the other half, the trillium kind of
Yeah.
mouthfeels of the beers in the UK. Although I think they are pretty damn close. I think they're
Yeah, I
probably
think
the closest.
it's quite interesting over here as well because I'm noticing that there's almost like a kind of hybrid thing going on, that you're getting the beers that still have the hazy sort of thing, but they're starting to up the bitterness a little bit. So you're starting to get kind of hazy type beers that are maybe around the 50, 60 IBU mark, rather than the 30. So I think it's going for a more kind of hybridy type thing.
And I find like a lot of breweries are calling like hazy IPAs New England IPAs, and it's not necessarily that New England style. They're just slapped like a label on their beer that says New England, but it's not necessarily that style. So it's a funny.
I know there's Swedish West Coast. They call some of the breweries here are calling them like Swedish West Coast IPAs. You know, like Stigbergets and Bugges and
Yeah,
things
yeah.
like that. So yeah, definitely get that. I do miss a good West Coast IPA, I have to admit, but I've noticed there's black IPAs and Schwarzbiers for some reason are becoming really popular over here just now. There's quite a few of the little breweries trying those, which is quite interesting.
Right. I'll be
Yeah,
back in a sec.
I
Just
think
to review, and then I'm going to try and keep on the comments as well. They're flying in, so I'll be about 5 minutes.
Are we able to do the comments? Yeah.
You can read them out, but you can't show them on the screen. So
Right,
I'm at
okay.
I'm at that comment on screen now. So and then below that you got Adam, Captain Meat.
Captain Meat.
Matt.
That's a great name.
It's an interesting one. Anyway, I'll be back in a jiffy. Not in a bag, but you know.
All right. So has the Cloudwater Brewdog beer set a new standard for supermarkets? I think that's a fair point. You know, it's standards definitely on the up for the kind of supermarket beers anyway. I think that's definitely fair.
Yeah, and I suppose it was I don't know. I only had a couple of cans of it, but was it specifically brewed for the supermarket? Did Cloudwater know about that? Or yeah, it was.
Yeah. It's I think it's a slight alteration from the older variation of it that used to be in bottles.
Okay.
Because there was two, wasn't there? There was one that they were released in the Bombers, if I remember right, the big 750s or 660s.
Yeah. So let's just say this is version 3 that's in the supermarket then from the.
Yeah. I think that's definitely fair. I think the quality of the beer. I mean, I don't know what it was like in England, but in Tesco's and supermarkets and stuff in Scotland, at least, Lidl and Aldi always had a very good selection of like local Scottish beers and things. I don't know. I think Lidl's in Scotland was better than the English one, right enough. But I think Tesco was pretty much the same. You know, we had a good selection of the local Scottish beers, and I know that in England it was. You'd get good regional English beers, and you'd also have the more kind of crafty things as well. Yeah, so I think that's a fair statement. Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely done the world of good. Regarding that the influence of new beers, I think in the supermarkets, it's put its stamp on it. It's definitely up there. It's a beer that I go to quite a lot, to be honest. I do enjoy it. I enjoy the Vocation Love and Hate still. A precursor to the Brewdog and Cloudwater from the year before, but still delivers for me. Does the job.
I need to have a look at those because I've not been back in Scotland since those have been available. So I need to have a look at some of those Tesco ones because when I go home, it's like, you know, you try the Tempest, the Overtones, and stuff like that. You want to get a hold of the breweries that are new and you've not had. Kind of
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Oh, I mean, I was saying to Craig earlier on about Tempest, regarding the Westbrook Mexicake Imperial Stout. Tempest did a variation of that, and it was absolutely bloody banging. It was, and it sort of reminded me of trying the Westbrook variation of it in 2016.
I'll need to look for that then. But Tempest are building a new brewery just now. I think it's right across from the new Tweed Bank train station. So that I think that would be cool to go and do a little out and about video at if it's open. Yeah, I think that's in the next year. I think it's this year, 2020. It's supposed to open.
Yeah, Tempest are bloody. They make some decent beers. I had a black. Is it a black Kolsch from them from a Beer 52 box? And that was mint. Lovely.
I know. I watched your video of that because I saw black Kolsch. I'd never heard of something like that. It was just unusual actually. So, I mean, they're probably the best all-round brewery in Scotland. I think, like, you know, Overtone. Have you tried it? Have you had any Overtone beers from there?
The name rings a bell, but I might have tried something from them, but I don't think I've actually reviewed anything from them guys.
Now, if you see Overtone, I had a coffee IPA, like a coffee New England IPA, and it was ridiculous. It was great. They're very good in the hazy sort of things. There's more and more new breweries popping up in Scotland now, and yeah, I'd say the best ones, you know, Overtone and Tempest are great.
Yeah, got a lot of time for Tempest.
I think is it Lock City they're called. There's a sour beer brewery in Edinburgh now who are getting a lot of attention.
City.
William beers though, to be honest, I think they do some good stuff still.
Yeah,
Bros. You know, no worries with stuff. You know, Joker IPA. That's pretty decent.
They've got new. Williams Brothers have got new cans and stuff as well. And those, I mean, if we're talking about supermarket beers, the Williams Brothers stuff's really accessible, at least for me. But I'm from the same county as Williams Brothers, so yeah.
And they've got a pretty good sort of like footprint on the Aldi sort of end, haven't they? Where I know the with regarding Burns Night and stuff like that. I know Aldi bought a load of beers out, and there was a lot of Williams influence regarding that sort of launch.
Yeah, like Aldi sold Williams Brothers Grapefruit Pale Ale, and that was damn good. It was just as good as Elvis Juice.
Yeah, Caesar Augustus. I used to love that.
That was
Still
one of
do.
like still do. I was going to say that. Yeah, yeah. I used to buy it when it was that 500 ml bottle.
Yeah,
They're not in the 500ml bottles anymore, no?
Yeah, no.
Because
I think they can it. I think they can it exclusively now.
Yeah, 330s in 6-packs now, isn't it?
Yeah.
Caesar Augustus.
We get that. That's in my Witherspoons, local Witherspoons. That's on tap.
Oh, really?
It's because the brewery's just about.
Yeah.
It's not even a mile away from the local Witherspoons.
And they must have been an early adopter of that IPL, because that's essentially what it is, isn't it? It's a hoppy lager, and they call it like a hybrid lager. They must have been an early adopter of that in the whole craft beer thing.
I think that's fair as well. Actually, I've never thought of it that way. Never thought of it as an IPL. I just kind of they always say it was a lager IPA hybrid, and I never thought about it in that way. You know, it's joining the dots. Failed. Yeah.
Which well, unless they categorize it differently, but essentially it's an IPL, wasn't it?
I'd always say that Williams Brothers are a sort of session. It's always session beers, really. They're just meant. Williams Brothers are always good for drinkability, but they've got these new tall boy cans now that I'm curious to try, because I think those are meant to be a bit more punchy and things. So that'll be interesting. But they've got a deal with Aldi in Scotland now, and it's they brew quite a few exclusive beers for Aldi. Golden Ratio, and there was another one as well. I forget what it was called.
Is it March of the Penguins? Did they bring that out as well?
Aye, that's their stout. That's one of the first videos I think I ever watched of yours, Dean, actually. March of the Penguins.
Yeah.
I remember because that's one of your very early ones, and I think that was the one that might have been the first video I ever watched from you, actually.
Okay.
Yeah. That's interesting, actually, that one, yeah. Comment. Matt, the West Coast IPA is making a comeback to a degree, yeah? I think so.
Yeah, love a good West Coast.
Yeah.
I think that's the thing that, to be honest, that's the main thing that frustrates me now is that there's not enough variety in the IPAs. It is all about the haze. It's because I kind of thought it would level out a bit more. You know, you'd get the brutes, the blacks, the hazies, the West Coasts, and you know, you don't even really. It's difficult to find red IPAs now as well. Actually, yeah.
When's the last time you fancied a red IPA though?
Always, man.
Always.
I love Amarillo. If I see red, honestly, if I'm going through the Systembolaget list and there's red IPA, I'm just like,
you're on it.
Yeah, on it like a fly on shit.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know what it is. I think I tried years ago in New Zealand. I tried, 8 Wired Brewing. They had a beer called First Blood, an Imperial Red IPA, and it's tried it on tap. And honestly, it's one of those kind of nostalgia things that's always stuck with me. Imperial Red IPAs.
Yeah.
It's just
Mine from them that always stuck with me was their Ice Stout, which was just their like sort of basic. I think they called it an Imperial Stout, but it was like 8%. And it was just a straight up, no adjuncts, just a like straight up stout, and it's damn good. I love that about stouts when you can get all those different flavors from just the 4 core ingredients, no adjuncts. I think that's always a sign of a good brewery.
Yeah, winner.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean that's one of the I always mention that in like the Omni Poyo reviews because we get a load of and there's more and more breweries now like Amundsen and Lervig. You know, a lot of breweries are adding like flavor essences into their stouts now. You know, these pastry dessert stout type things. I mean, it's good to a degree. There is that debate though. It's like it's a different type of brew, and you have to brew the perfect base for the flavor essence, if you like.
Yeah.
But in fairness, that's the thing about Omni Poyo. If you try things like Fata Morgana or Nebuchadnezzar, you know, the West Coast and the hazy IPA, and even some of their more kind of straight up stouts, they're still a very capable brewery actually. But I think it's the stouts seem to be going the way that more kind of cakey, sweet end sort of thing. That seems to be the direction the stouts are taking, I think, at the moment.
Yeah. Well, I had that little can from Wonder Beyond.
Yeah, that looked really interesting. It's that little 250.
Yeah, 250. I did a review of it, and I wasn't a fan. It was just sweet, syrupy, one-dimensional, no sort of like nuance or anything. It was just wasn't for me, that one.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, and like you say, I didn't get much of a base beer underneath. It just tasted like maple syrup flavoring.
Yeah.
Too overboard.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I mean, it's a 15% beer, so it's a big beer. So you'd think some sort of beeriness would come through, but it didn't really. And I sort of remember not Omnipolys so much nowadays, but from a few years back, they did have that good base beer where it's like the flavorings and everything they put into it seem to work. But I haven't had too much from them recently, so I can't really comment on how they are at the moment. But yeah, I think it is. Yeah, if you've got a good base beer and that holds up to putting these ice cream flavorings in them, and
that's. I mean, there's another interesting comment there when we're talking about that is brown IPAs. I've only ever seen one or two of those, but yeah, you don't see that much now. Is like brown ales and imperial browns and things
like
that.
like American brown.
Yeah,
yeah.
That was a style. I mean, Brooklyn Brown, I always had a bit of an appreciation for, and there was a very good one in Denmark from Beer Here that was called Karma Citra, and that was a beautiful imperial brown actually. But that's really not a style you see a lot of now.
No, definitely not.
Yeah. More about the Cloudwater Brewdog. Was it not a rebrew of version 2? Could be. I don't know if it was.
I don't think they put it on the can, the one that they released in Tesco's, but.
I mean, probably it is. They might have been using a little bit of the same base recipe and stuff, because I know that is Mr. President still available in Tesco.
I think so, yeah. I don't go to Tesco too much, but I think Mr. President's still there.
Yeah, because that's, I mean, if you want a hardcore IPA, I think that's basically the same except one of the hops. I think they just changed one hop.
Well, I think I've seen recently they brought Jackhammer back, and Jackhammer was when I used to go to Brewdog bars back in the day. I used to like a sort of a half Jackhammer.
Oh yeah. Peter said they'd kind of the one that he tried, they'd sort of knackered it though. It was.
Oh really? Not the same.
Yeah.
Used to be a big whack round the chops of bitterness, that one.
Yeah, no, that was a bit. I remember that being a good 80, 90 IBU beer. Yeah, the beast. But when it first came out, it was a cracker. That, but
yeah,
I think Brewdog's IPA quality has gone down a little bit. Well, not a little bit, quite a bit. Because I know that I've seen some people posting about, is it Duopolis or something, the new IPA that's come out from Brewdog?
Yeah, that was in like a bomber, wasn't it? Was that in like a bigger bottle? I can't remember now. I'm
sure I've seen that on some of the Facebook groups and stuff. Duopolis, and people have been saying that that's a pretty good one, I think. So yeah. What is the best beer subscription company? And Adam Johnson is saying the Mexicake and the barrel aged versions are still available at Left Field Beer. Okay, need to look at that. So yeah, best beer subscription company. I don't know. That's probably one for you and Dean. Actually, is what's the best beer subscription company?
Beer subscriptions are always a funny one with me. I don't necessarily think. I think you might be better off spending your monthly amount just trying to find good, well, either good local beers or good beers online, and like getting beers that you like. I think that's the trouble with beer subscription things. They're just a bit general. Sometimes you get the feeling they're getting rid of old stock and all that sort of thing. So I think I'd rather than a beer subscription, I think I'd just try and buy local, buy beers you're interested in.
I went briefly for a spell of getting a monthly subscription through Beer 52, but it didn't quite click with me in the end. I got a bit sort of like pissed off with it. It was all like sort of like collab beers brewed with the Proof Brewery, and they were sort of like they were all right beers, but they were nothing to shout home about. And I got a bit fed up with it in the end. I cancelled it. The Macallan thing looks pretty decent. I know Peter sort of like champions that sort of.
Oh, maybe like that might be a good shout, Dean. Like a brewery's own one. If you're really interested in that brewery, is quite a good one.
In fairness, the Mikkeller and Polo ones, I think you will get good quality beers out of them. Lumber. Yeah.
What was that? Collab brew?
No.
What's that little symbol on the bottom there?
It was a collab, not with another brewery. It's Square Mile Coffee Roasters.
Oh, okay. The coffee, yeah.
I guess they're out of London somewhere. But yeah, as an actual, it's one brewery. So.
Yeah.
But yeah, what a beer. Yeah, no spoilers, but damn. 10%.
Yeah.
So if you can get that beer, get it.
No, I've not had anything from Pressure Drop in years, actually. I think it must have been.
The last one I had was is it Stokely Brown? Is it Stokey Brown?
Oh yeah, that's their like old school proper roasty. Yeah, it is. That is really good. Yeah.
Bosco as well. That's another good call.
Yeah, Bosco's good. Yeah. What did they do? What's Bosco? They did one called like Rust Bucket or something like that. That was good as well.
I think
bear with me, Adam.
I think the only one I had from Pressure Drop was we used to get them in odd bins. Like for some reason, we used to get like the English beers in odd bins. Most of the craft beer shops back in like 2014 or whatever, it was a lot of Mikkeller and Toul and like kind of random American stuff, and then Scottish things. We didn't get too much of the English craft beers at that point. And I do remember Pressure Drop. What was it? It was some sort of. It was a stout or some description I had from them. But yeah, I only ever had one from Odd Bins. Yeah. Does Odd Bins exist in England, or is that just a Scottish thing?
We used to have Odd Bins. I haven't seen an Odd Bins around recently.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Didn't they got swallowed up by Majestic, didn't they?
Oh yeah, more than likely. Yeah.
I always remember Majestics had one of the things I did like about Majestic was you could get a crate of Coopers from Australia and James Bogue Tasmanian Lager as well. I always enjoyed a bit of that.
Almost a full panel.
Oh, hello.
How you doing?
Sorry, that was quick.
Yeah. We should see how long we could sit here before Adam realised he was
I was flopping from YouTube to see Adam.
I'm sorry. I don't know. I'm sorry about that. I didn't even realise that I didn't even send you the link.
I was late anyway, so it's fine.
No, that's cool beans. I had the I've done a review of the Top Rope, that one earlier.
Stone Cold Cream Austin.
Ice cream pale. Yeah.
I had the raspberry one late last week. They started doing a raspberry ripple.
All right, cool.
It was really good. I had it on a growler, but it was nice.
Was it a stunner? Sorry.
Oh, Jesus.
Don't worry.
Nice.
I thought Craig would have done some sort of pun, but
Well, there's another one I sent.
No. I'm just. Yeah.
There was another
I'm
one I
looking
sent
forward
him,
to
and,
trying-
and he didn't. I don't think he got the GIF. I sent him a GIF of the action.
Yeah, I'm not too up on my wrestling and stuff, but I've done a bit of research and I thought I've got to do some research, and then I typed in wrestling, and then yeah.
But you shouldn't have typed it into Pornhub though. That was your.
Yeah, that was my mistake. Sorry about that.
You need to be careful with that, Jake, because Paul's watching, and you know what Paul's like. Don't get them ideas.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you know Captain Meets Adventures?
I don't know. No.
He's from Liverpool. He's from
All right.
Liverpool way. So we've got a guy from Liverpool here. He's been commenting all night. So fair play. And I really appreciate it.
He's been proper hardcore on the comments tonight. Yeah,
It's really good questions.
It's really, you know.
I've been to the odd bins in
Yeah.
Liverpool. There's not much selection. You better go in the Londis in Penny Lane.
There you go. I mean, this is where I have no idea what he's talking about, and you do. So
I've not been to Liverpool in about 20 years or something. I'm getting, you know.
yeah. But no, I mean, it's definitely a place that I like to go eventually. But meet up,
it's starting
meet up
slow.
or whatever.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, Christ, I'm still getting over all the beers you sent me. It's like you did, you know, that's proper, really nice here.
It took me a while, and I was really concerned that some had gone out of date. So I checked them very quickly before I sent them, and I found that there was one out of date, and it was a really good one, which really annoyed me because it's a cracking sour, but it was out of date by about a month because I did it over the course of a month.
I
took it out.
Is that the? Okay, right. Yeah, that's whatever.
Took it out, quickly replaced it.
No. I've still got that big ass stout there, sitting there, kind of daring me. But yeah, I'm not doing that on a multiple beer day.
And what the one you're drinking in like an hour's time, Craig? That one.
If I'm not doing that.
I had it at New Year and it didn't end well.
Was that your only beer
at
of
what
the day?
stage in the night?
Well, I'd already had the white chocolate siren beer, and I'd had a couple more before that, and it didn't end well at all.
It's going to be a one night beer. It's going to be one of them beers where I haven't had a beer for 2 or 3 days, and then just have that only.
Yeah.
I might do a 2-part kind of like review. Do a beginning thing, initial thoughts, and a bit like Greg beer review style. Come back in an hour or whatever, and then final thoughts, and then slightly slurry probably, and that sort of jazz.
I drank it far too cold, which I think was one of the issues. But the brewer said he's been trying it throughout, and he said it's getting better, not worse. So.
Oh really?
Yeah.
Right. Okay. I mean, it's in a cool room, but it's not in the fridge.
Yeah.
Well, them 2 beers obviously are here. Is that the? I've got the wheat in here. I don't know why that's still in here. It should be in the fridge.
It's an odd one. That one. It's interesting with chamomile because you think that wouldn't be a strong flavour, but I had it on draft and it was quite good.
Yeah, cold beer, says Paul. What the fuck? Yeah.
But cheers for reading the other 2 though, because I'm actually drinking a Black Lodge tonight, which is the new one, the Szechuan Don, which is a peppercorn pale.
Keep it there, and I'll put it on the. My computer's not quite responsive, so it takes about 5 seconds before. Here we go. Okay. So
that's it. Well, one of their brand new ones. They've done a triple IPA with Alpha Delta, who are the Newcastle one that's blowing up at the minute.
Right. Cool. Sounds good. Got another comment from.
Yeah, I was laughing at that before.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, we go. I'm going to put it. I don't care. Well, neither's Paul. Funnily enough, so
I don't know if we need to read that one out.
no. So I'll just leave it there and leave it to your own devices.
All in a nutshell.
It's just fair.
Contender for the
Does
best.
your internet actually? Does your there you go. Thoughts on the ship?
It's potentially the best pub in Liverpool because it's got everything that you'd think that you want from a pub. The cracking cask, cracking keg. They've always got something good on. They brew their own in the basement. They do food. They have a function room upstairs. It's so close to Moorfields Station. It's for me. They're reasonably priced. It's sort of I would say it's one of, if not the best, it's one of the better ones. It's just unfortunately it's nearer Moorfields, which is the financial district, rather than the centre of Liverpool.
There you go. There you go. We get the info eventually on this channel. It's never from me, so but yeah. Paul, have you sorted your internet out yet, or are you at work or whatever? If you want to join, we've got one space there. I know your internet's been a bit ropey for Christ, it feels like ages. Bring a bit of class into the chat, you know. A bit of a bit of that last comment probably. You know I'm joking, of course. It'd be F-bombs this and that and yeah.
That's what I like about Paul. He hates everyone equally.
Yeah, no, which is fine. At least you know where you are with that. I like that.
I'm hoping to go and I think Paul and I might be able to meet up in America in September. So that'd be pretty cool. I think I'm going to meet Massive Matt as well, which will be great. So.
Oh, that'd be awesome.
Yeah.
Them two together would be more amusing than anything.
Oh I need to start making plans about that because I've got a friend's wedding start of September, and then another friend and I were going to do Treehouse, Trillium, Alchemist, Hill Farm, Port, and go to Portland and do Bissell Brothers, and then I might go down to New York and do a few things and see there. So nice
that'd be awesome.
Year tour, yeah. Quite excited about that. I have to say.
Yeah. Well,
you meeting my mate Simon soon next month? Is it in Copenhagen? At there's the Sour Festival.
I still need to buy the ticket for that actually. But yeah, there's the Copenhagen Sour Beer Festival. Yeah.
Yeah. And they get a load of kick-ass breweries from the States, and they.
Yeah, quite a few crazy sour breweries. Yeah.
Yeah, but no, I was with Simon earlier, so.
Oh yeah.
He lives just.
Be quite cute.
It's just up the road from me.
Yeah.
Oh, he was in the chat earlier. Awesome lad. Good mate of mine.
Yeah.
So, shared a few bevies.
Oh, nice. Yeah, no, he was messaging through the Facebook page and stuff. So yeah.
Yeah, no, he's nice bloke. This is
a phone number from him beforehand. Yeah.
This is awesome.
Yeah.
I've just had a notification from your mate Craig.
All right. How is he? All right.
God knows.
Yeah.
I heard that one. I don't know. As long as he's keeping all right. But I mean, this is 10%, and it's like, where is that? You know, I mean, it's saying on Untapped, it's an Imperial Milk Stout. I mean, that's seriously dangerous stuff. It's kind of creamy. It's not boozy. It's got a nice amount of kind of. It's brewed with Madagascar vanilla, lactose stroke milk sugar, which is the same thing, I guess. I think the Americans call it milk sugar. We call it lactose. And coffee. And the bitterness on the coffee is not over the top. I mean, I've done a review of it. I'm kind of giving the review now, but there you go. That'll be coming up next week or whatever. But yeah,
Imperial milk stouts are
Crazy.
always a bit special. Like
this is damn good.
my last beer that I filmed in Japan this time was Imperial milk stout, and it was just awesome.
Yeah.
It's one of those beers you get that just blows your head off you. You're just like, yeah.
But the thing, it's not even overly sweet or bitter. It's just well balanced, creamy mouthfeel, bit of roasted coffee. 10% is having a laugh. It's just ridiculous. It's almost lying about the ABV. You know, it's one of them.
It's the same as the holiday rules that I had the other night. That was 10% again, and you wouldn't. It was so drinkable you wouldn't believe it.
Yeah, it's scary stuff. It really is.
Pressure dropper just killing it at the minute.
There we go. There's another one you'll know.
I agree with a couple of them.
You probably already read it.
I wonder if Captain Meat's been to the new brewery tap room for Carnival. That I've not been yet, but it looks really good. And my mate went the other week and he said it was very good. So
The Love Lane Brewery looks absolutely amazing.
it's huge. It's because they do gin distillery there as well.
Yeah.
It's massive. They have quite a lot of their stuff on, but they have two brands, but one of them's cask only. I think they've only got like 2 cask lines in the whole brewery, so they have quite a few guests on as well as their own. But yeah, Love Lane is nice. I haven't yet to watch your review yet, unfortunately, so I don't know if you enjoyed it or not. It's on my list of things to watch, but I haven't had a chance yet.
No, I don't blame you. But no, the brewery looks absolutely amazing. It reminds me of Salt Beer Factory in Saltaire. It's got that look about it. It's quite bright, quite modern, very clean looking. It's kind of an open air brewery sort of thing. It's that same sort of thing. It looks really good.
Yeah, I think they do a lot of food there as well, because I actually got that can from the brewery because you can't. It's really I needed a 330 can to fit the box, and I can only the place near me only did 330 bottles, and obviously because it's taller it wouldn't fit in the box, so I had to go to the brewery. I wanted to go anyway to pick something else up, but it was the only. I've been a few times. It's really good.
Yeah.
Oh, Captain Meat's comment as well. I'm actually going out with Beer Dad next week, the 7th.
There you go.
Dave, yeah.
Dave's cool. Really nice guy.
I've seen a few of his reviews. I quite like his videos actually.
It's because he's
Yeah,
cracking.
I need to watch his stuff. I just, you know what it's like. I subscribe to so many. I support them that way, and then but trying to watch everyone, and
Yeah,
when you're doing them yourself and editing and blah blah blah, and it's just getting round to it. It's not personal. It's just, you know, it's a nightmare in a good way.
no, but his stuff's really good. He's a big Brewdog fan though, in terms of their Impy Stout stuff. I know they get a bit of slack, but I think some of them that they do really well. But yeah, some of their other stuff, it's just garbage. But he reviews them. He reviews interesting beers.
Stouts. They're abstract stuff. That's where they're at. I think Brewdog. That's where they nailed it.
I think so as well. There's they surprise you with one or two of these pale beers. And like, oh, what's that? Out of the blue, kind of thing. But yeah, some of their barrel aged stuff and is. I mean, I've not had any of the abstract beers probably since 2017 when I was with you, Jake, and Rob in London.
Yeah,
on that pissed up review.
Yeah, we were singing Small Faces. Wouldn't it be nice?
That was a funny. I haven't even watched it back because I don't want to. But yeah, there's a few of them reviews where I'm like, no, I ain't watching that. Yeah, I don't watch
pigeons.
I don't watch my. Yeah, I don't. That vlog thing. Yeah.
That's still my favourite one. I'd like to be a pigeon in another way.
It's just out there. I was a bit drunk and I thought, yeah, I'll put it up. I don't care. I watched it back and I'm like, that's funny. So I put it up.
I'd like to be a pigeon.
I'm going to shoot off anyway, guys.
Thanks, Dean. I really appreciate you.
Did you say it was your birthday as well?
Yeah, I hope you had a good birthday, mate. And
happy birthday for yesterday.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, happy birthday. Yeah.
It's nice to get you on. I know this is not your sort.
Take it easy, guys.
No, well, I know this is not your thing, but yeah, I appreciate it. Cheers.
I know I've enjoyed it. It's been quite nice actually. Yeah, lovely. Cheers.
Yeah.
Cheers, Dean.
Take care.
It's good to speak to him. I haven't spoken to him in a little while. Yeah,
it's nice to get him on, and earlier on Scott was on, and yeah, was he? I'm not too sure.
Yeah,
he was definitely here, but
yeah, he was definitely on here.
Yeah, he was. I think he'd had a beer before he come on, or 10. But yeah, no, it was great to get him on as well. So bless him. No, he's good.
I was
a few comments going on. So, sorry, go on.
No, I was going to say I never know whether Wanda enjoys the reviews or not, because she seems not to enjoy them at all.
I think she loves her cider. They should do some more cider reviews, I reckon.
There's loads of craft ciders out at the minute.
Yeah, I mean, get Scott on to ciders and see if he likes them. Do a role reversal sort of thing. I mean, especially in the summer months, that'd be pretty cool.
I need to watch them a little bit more. There's stuff floating around, but I've not managed to really watch it yet.
They got a good dynamic.
Yeah, they work really well together. Them two, they're pretty cool. So the Liverpool Gin Company, is that are they in collaboration with Love Lane or?
No, Love Lane is not the Liverpool Gin Company. That's separate.
Right.
They have their own place.
Okay.
But there is. I'm not a gin fan at all. That's my other half's thing. I can't stand it. They just juniper.
I mean, I know it's crazy popular these days. So
apparently it's dwindling a little bit. The sort of sales and everything are going down, and people probably a bit like craft beer.
Right. I didn't know that.
Apparently, like rum is going to be the next big sort of trend in the on trade stuff.
Right. Yeah. I mean, rum.
But how much can you do with rum? With gin, it's sort of like a good base product to do all that different sort of shit to it, putting in all those different bits and pieces. And
cheers, John. Hope you're doing all right. If you want in, I'll send you the link. I don't know how I'm going to send it to you, but if you want to join, I know it's early for you. So, but yeah, friends on Facebook. So shoot me a message if you want to join on the messenger. So. Scott was funny and pissed. He was pissed. That was. Well, I like that though. In doing these live things, it's just like I don't want it all kind of like robotic. This, there, blah blah blah. Just be yourself. If you're pissed or not, it don't bother me. I don't care.
That's
What are
just
you pouring out there?
going for
That's
a
just me.
modern classic.
It's a great stout.
Keep it there. Keep it there. Keep it there. Is it going to stop? There we go.
Don't move.
I could try and get
That's
the
how
head of
slow
my
my
head.
Yeah, that's how slow my laptop is. So there you go. That's
It's,
all.
I think you're experiencing a
Joke.
bit of lag, Craig, because it was like instant on mine. So I
Yeah.
don't know if you're getting a bit of lag.
All right, fair dues.
I was worried about
Probably.
my internet because I'm not at home.
Right, that's all right. That's good. It's really good. I put up my camera on a low resolution setting, so I think if I had it on a high one, it'd be like it'd be awful, like a few months back. So, but I put it on a low resolution. There's only this laptop on the extension Wi-Fi extension upstairs. It's not through into the computer from the main hub. That's what you should do, of course, with StreamYard. But
Yeah, it's what it always says. It's like plug your Ethernet cable in, but I don't have an Ethernet cable that runs the length of the house.
yeah, and then you don't want it all on the floor when you've got kids and blah blah. It's like no. If it works, it works. If it doesn't, it doesn't. It's just
I'm about
touch wood. Touch wood. It's all right. No, cool.
I'm about 30 centimeters away from the router. Unfortunately, my laptop does not have an Ethernet plug socket.
Yeah, but that doesn't help either. does it?
Yeah. I don't,
No,
Mine has, but yeah. But it ain't gonna get all the way. I need about 30 meters of cable to get to here. So nah. And this is the only quiet kind of room in the house, so that's another thing. So it is what it is. Devon Brothers thing. I don't even know what.
Seven
What's
Brothers from Manchester. They're about to open a second location in Liverpool.
Seven Brothers. I heard it.
Yeah, Seven
Yeah,
Brothers. So, but it hasn't. They're still. Well, it's still being developed at the minute. It's not where I thought it was going to be because it looked from the photos that they sent out. It looked like it was going to be on Lime Street, which would have been in direct competition with one of my favourite bars at Sanctuary. But when I saw where they did like plans, and it's not there. It's somewhere else. It's down sort of a side street where they're doing big development works in terms of flats and stuff. But yeah, I think it'll be good for the area. It's going to be literally a 5 minute, 6 minute walk from Underbus, so it'll be great.
Oh, cool.
Oh, the fact you got a Bunderbuss, I'm jealous.
Yeah.
How are you not in there every day?
Work and
Yeah.
Cheers,
Money.
Dino. I appreciate you coming on, son. It was really nice to actually get to have a chat with you, and
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
it's really nice. What's that?
Sounds like you're still going Bros. What, as in the 80s band, Bros?
Jesus. When will I? I'm joking. I've no
Which
idea
one
who
I
they
am?
are.
Yeah.
Yeah. Thomas McCarthy says, thanks, Dean. And indeed, it's really awesome. It's really cool. Since Dean's gone, everyone's left. It's quite amusing. And in fairness, we've had a decent amount of people.
Dean brings in the viewers.
He does.
That's what
He
they
does.
say.
subscribers.
Milkshake to the yard.
Yeah. You want a live stream to go well, you bring in Dean.
Well, that it definitely he's definitely a sound bloke. He's just a really nice guy, and he's just like
Very down to earth.
Remember when I first met him 4 years ago? Him and Harry together. It was a bit nerve wracking. It's like, and then all of a sudden, it's the first time I've met anyone. Second time perhaps I meet anyone from doing like YouTube videos and stuff, beer reviews, and it was exactly the same as they were on camera in real life, and I was that was like, yes, that's. I was a bit worried, you know, it's like sometimes you don't know, and they're exactly the same. Well, obviously, I've met Jake and James as well, and it's normal. Just it is what it is.
Yeah. Well, the first time because me and Craig used to live like ridiculously close to each other for like ages.
Yeah.
And then the first time we met, we were in Leeds.
That's awesome, isn't it?
Yeah. And then we hanged out in Kent afterwards, but then I moved away.
Yeah, after that.
And then I moved away. Imagine if I still lived there. Our livers would be fucked.
Jesus. It's bad enough now.
Yeah.
But yeah, it would be worse. And there'd be a lot more arguments.
Yeah.
So you got to look at it that way.
Yeah.
So yeah, maybe it's a good thing.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, it's crazy. There's some really good places in Canterbury now. Pegasus is doing really well.
Well, yeah, when
I get a lot of day.
Visited there before, it wasn't great, but I think they've changed it around now.
It's getting better. Little Swift is doing really well, even for this time of year. They're growing all their herbs and stuff up on. They've got like a flat top. It's like on top of a roof. They're growing all their herbs and stuff for gins and stuff and cocktails. And they're actually in the process of putting a few beehives up there as well. So they're going to get their own honey, which is pretty cool. I found out today.
You've got the mead route as well, haven't you? As well, if you do that.
Yeah.
Mead something I'm really interested in.
Another few comments here.
Leeds is good.
3 comments. It just seemed, I've completely missed. I was actually typing on show the comment and another one come in. So that was the second comment. So we're going to do it in reverse order. This is the one.
Did the old school brother. You got gross chops on your shoes.
No idea.
No idea.
I'm too young. Apparently. Yeah, York is good. I've been to York once.
Yeah.
Yeah,
well, lots of those like major English cities that you can find decent stuff. But York and Bristol are particularly good.
York is a bit of a mission for me, but it's doable. It's like Newcastle. That's a proper mission. Or Edinburgh is.
I'm going to Newcastle in May. It's for a work thing, but I'll go to a few. I'll go to a few places when I'm in Newcastle. I really want to go to Ireland.
With work.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm going to Munich. I'm going to Munich with work as well, so I need to get to Augustina.
Have they got any jobs going or?
Well, I've got to do all the other shit that I have to do as well, but just every now and again I get to go go to some places.
Perks of the job.
Yeah.
Munich.
Yeah.
Yeah, Munich. I mean, damn, son. That's like yeah, Edinburgh is. They've got. I mean, they've got a. Is it Edinburgh Craft Beer Festival? I think that's in July. Is it July?
Yeah.
Something like that.
Is that the one in Cathedral?
I don't even know where. I know they've got one of this craft beer festival kind of things. I've got one there, one in Beer Central in Birmingham, they've got one in Bristol, and obviously the London one, which is their flagship one of the year. But yeah,
Edinburgh
Munich
is Sorry?
Yeah. Is that actually? There we go. There's a bit of a lag for me, but yeah, Munich. I know Peter used to live not far from there. Shame his internet's a bit shit. He'd be on talking about it.
Like, because Peter said, like, I've got to go to, like, I wanted to go to Augustina anyway, and like because there's a work thing, I'm not going to have that much free time. But like, if I don't go there, if I don't just like, even if it's like 1 a.m. or whatever, like, I need to just go.
Cheers, Trish.
Augustina.
Keep well. Hope you're having a good weekend with the in-laws and stuff. I am. That's why I'm online. So, yeah. I don't know if it's in-laws or parents. I'm not. So, forgive me if I'm wrong. There you go. Berlin's amazing. Yeah, there's so many places I'd love to go, but it's just when you got a family and stuff, it's a little bit awkward. But yeah, one day
they want to come as well, and
You have to do family stuff and not just stay in bars.
that's the thing. It's like then it comes down to compromise. So it's like, yeah, I could do the compromise. It's fine.
Yeah.
But,
yeah, it's like you allow me to go here. I will allow you to go there.
I do it in compromise in time, not actual trips. So I could probably go away for a week, and then how many trips is that in time, and then do the equal time in about 5 trips. So. Fair's fair. Time's time, isn't it? It's, you know,
time's money.
There's always not enough of either.
No, never at all. Atlanta, Georgia is a good night out.
ATL.
US.
I was in Atlanta a good few years ago. Back in my
I couldn't remember where you were. Yeah, I couldn't remember where you were, John. I hear it all the time on the old chats over there when I watch them and stuff, and it's like, of course, he's Atlanta, Georgia. So cool beans.
I'll find out next month. Going not Atlanta, Georgia. I've gone Texas and Louisiana.
Oh right.
Where
Drunken one was.
Sorry.
Where in Texas are you going?
So we're starting in Dallas, then Austin, then San Antonio, Houston, and then driving through to New Orleans in time for Fat Tuesday at Mardi Gras.
Nice, that'd be good.
All right, because my mate, he was on earlier, Drunken One. I don't know if you've ever seen his channel. He's from Texas, that neck of the woods. He's more of a like homesteader and stuff like that, but he does a lot of like things like homebrew and stuff. I'll put his channel link in the private chat.
Okay.
I've always wanted to go to Austin. Austin seems like such a cool place.
I've noticed when planning the trip, I've noticed one of the big drawbacks though is Austin does not believe in public transport of any kind.
Well, they got rid of Uber, didn't they? Famously, and
it's back now. They've got their own ride.
Well, that's where Jester King is as well, just outside Austin.
I'm going to Jester King.
Oh, jealous. the pizza. I'm jealous of like the pizza that they serve there. That's supposed to be like amazing as well. As well as the beer.
It should be good. There's trying to maybe get some more bags to come on the way back and fill them up.
Yeah, that's what I did when I went to New York. I just had a half-empty bag, so that I went with a half-empty bag and then filled it up on the way back.
I know. I always get clothes. The last time I went to the States, I came out with a load of clothes as well. So I'm gonna have to sort of compromise.
you got your own Primark here. You don't need.
Clothes, get some beers and wrap the beer up in the clothes. Socks are the best.
That's what I did. In socks, in between the clothes.
That's what I did. I went to Belgium with work, and that's what I did. I wrapped it in my dirty clothes.
Yeah.
To keep them sort of safe because they're all glass.
When I came back from New York and I got my case from, I can't remember where we came into, Gatwick or wherever it was. It had all this yellow tape around it, and I was like, "Fucking hell! They've taken all my beers, like they've nicked them all." And it was because I had a non-TSA approved lock, so they'd snipped off the lock, not gone through my stuff, just snipped off the lock, opened my bag, and then taped it up in the most aggressive amount of tape you've ever seen. Took me forever to get into my bag, just because I had a non-TSA approved lock.
I was about to say that, yeah.
Well, they didn't tamper with my stuff. It was still perfectly how I. So they must have done it, opened up my bag, shut it, and then rather than zipping it, fucking put it in all this tape. It was mad.
Yeah, they did the same with mine. Maybe it was the States we went. Maybe it was the last time we went, and they cable tied everything.
Oh, really? Just to make it even
Yeah.
that bit more.
So they took the lock off. I never saw the lock again. That was, I'm assuming, was cut off and thrown away, and then cable tied. That and other places in the bag.
Yeah, so overkill.
So yeah, I got a TSA approved lock now.
yeah. But it was fine going out. On the way out, it was fine. It was the way back that they took umbrage to.
Do I have to really find the worst one? Can I just have like good ones?
I'm sure you will find a worse one. Mine was a $12 bottle of Bud Light. It was more than $12 aspect.
Miller, is it not? Miller's stinking.
Yeah, I think tonight. It was a. I think it was last time we went to Vegas, and it was a Coors Light in a. It's not even a bottle. It was like I think Carling did them.
Oh, there's metal.
Ages ago. Yeah, the metal. Yeah, but it was like not a 330 because they don't do 330 there, do they? They do whatever the crazy side. Yeah, of one of them for $1.
Yeah.
But yeah, that was
a dollar's not bad.
No, but
that's the redeeming feature of that one.
Yeah, but it was a hole where they were selling them. It was not a good place. It was like the horrible casino. So it was just like, yeah, I don't want to stay there.
Make some beer reviews.
I struggle enough to have myself on camera for this. Never mind.
Yeah,
just me on my own.
You're all right. Have a few beers before you do a beer review. That's what I reckon. That's what I do. When I go to London or whatever, I'm like, I have 2 or 3, and then I don't care after that.
I made enough of a fool of myself last time I got drunk on this. That's why I've only had one beer so far. End up smashing a glass and losing the cat.
Oh yeah, I remember that. Yeah. Sure. No, come to think of it. No, in fairness, you was fine. You lost his smash. Ask Peter. Peter knows about that.
Oh, I remember.
He smashed a glass or 2 in his time.
Do you remember that?
Actually got it on video as well. That was awesome. When he smashed his glass.
Oh, that was, yeah. And he was proud as a dog.
Like,
proud as a dog with 2 dicks at this Cloudwater glass, and then down on the table. Just smash.
Yeah, it was actually video recorded. It's awesome.
Oh dear.
Yeah.
It was when he tried to tell Paul off that time as well. It was fucking brilliant.
Who ate all the meat out of the kebab? And then Paul was actually videoing when he was actually taking all the meat out of the kebab. It was awesome. That was such a funny weekend. Meeting obviously Paul from PA Brew News and stuff, and it's like that was one of the best weekends.
You've never tried curry before as well.
It's like, what?
It's not a big thing in the States, is it?
But Indian food in America is shite. Like the Indian food is crap. I mean, it's over here in Sweden too.
So we've got a few in the comments, so maybe they can elaborate.
How's the Indian food?
On that. Yeah, how's the Indian food?
Yeah.
Because I'm clumsy, I only buy unbranded glasses unless I've got them at a beer festival or have obtained them some way or another. Yeah. So my Tiku is an unbranded one from Tesco. So So
an unbranded Tesco Tiku.
Yeah.
You get free. In the case of free beers, is that?
Yeah. So I paid £12 for the beers as well.
Yeah. That's right. I normally get them given to me. I was like, "Oh, can I have a glass?" Like, yeah, sure.
Yeah, it's like the glass I'm drinking out of now is actually one of the fanciest glasses I own. It's a Spiegelau barrel aged beer glass. I don't know what makes it. So
the one,
the
one I like. The one I like to use is the typical Wetherspoons.
Yeah, I was going to say you stole that from a Wetherspoons.
I can't remember, but I
know that shape of beer glass. Anyway,
it's actually quite a thick glass as well, and it's
well, they're so like heavy duty because they're designed to be washed like a million times.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, and it's it's in.
Does yours have the little serger things on the bottom?
Don't show it.
No,
I've got a
It's
couple.
just
I've got
one
a
of
couple with like the thing that makes it like more effervescent.
yeah. No, this hasn't. It's got no etchings on underneath, but it's just one of them glasses. Like it's thick walled. It's not like the 4 Pure glass. They're very similar. It's just thicker. And,
Yeah,
No,
if you dropped it, it'd bounce. Just be, oh,
yeah, it's just one of them glasses. It just feels more comfortable. And
yeah. This
I
one,
drink
I'm worried about. I'm worried about having to wash it tomorrow.
yeah.
I
Well, I hand wash all my glasses, even this bad boy. Although I'd probably be, if our dishwasher actually worked, I'd put it in it. It's one of them steady glasses. It's had some amazing beers in it actually since I obtained it. It's definitely better than any beers it would have had if it would have still been in a spoons.
I'm at my mum and dad's, so I've got the ones I don't want. So this is
All right. So you can smash that. You can smash that one, isn't it?
Yeah, it's mine. I just leave the ones I don't want. I leave them at my mum and dad, so I've got something when I'm here, rather than just like a pint glass. Or there's a Ravens glass, the old style bitter glasses, with the dimples.
Yeah.
So they're my options. So I have to leave something here.
Yeah. So it's like my dad's got a bar. He's got like this. So every time I have glasses, just like fucking there you go, Dad. Put them behind the bar.
$12 for a Bud Light. Yeah, well.
Yeah, that's what I paid that when I went to see a Broadway musical. $12. I didn't. I obviously didn't.
Well, I don't know about that. But
$1 beer.
$12.
Yeah. It's good and bad.
Indeed.
Do you know that you said like that beer came in a metal container? I got for free 2 cases of Carling in those containers.
I know how you did that because someone else I know did that.
Okay, go on then.
You said that you were going to have a street party, didn't you?
I did. Yes, I did. The big picnic.
Yes, my friend did that when I was at uni, and my friend did that, and he filled an entire. I tried all of I tried my friends' email addresses, my my family's email addresses, but I only managed to get 2 cases. But some people did get loads. No, he filled a stand-up fridge.
Yeah,
and he bought it secondhand, kept it in the garage, and he said he was having a street party. Did not happen.
No. Yeah, but I got 48 Carlings. I didn't particularly want them, but they're free.
To be fair, they were better than actual canned Carling.
Yeah,
because I helped him move in, so I had quite a few.
It's good to know everyone else did that. That went viral. That sort of. I can't remember that must have been what 6 or 7 years ago, maybe.
I graduated in 2010, so it will be either 2009 or the summer.
Even later. Yeah.
So yeah, I mean, so there you go. There's not many places where in Atlanta, Georgia, where John is. But he's saying generally, Indian food isn't really too popular here. So kind of what
if it's crap,
saying earlier. Well, there must be people who love Indian food. There's got to be.
Yeah. But I mean, the reason we have it is because we have a massive Indian culture here. So
yeah. Well, and the Commonwealth, and all that sort of carry on.
The Empire. God bless her.
Yeah, the Empire. Yeah. Just checking some comment. I had one dodgy one earlier, so I'm every single one. I'm like, ugh.
Yeah. Well, I saw you block somebody. I want to know what they said.
I missed that.
That was before you got on.
I
Okay.
can't remember what the name of the person was, but it was quite funny.
I ain't having that. I don't care. No
Yeah,
chance.
tell me what it was later.
You probably have to watch the rerun and then before I blocked it, so
Oh, really?
it'll be on then, I guess.
Yeah. I don't know. I think if you block it, it takes it away. Because I couldn't.
I don't know. I have no idea.
Yeah.
Yeah. Anyway, you're gonna get that sort of stuff.
You can get a Kawak glass for free if you want to trade your shoe.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
I've done that before. I think I've been with Craig where we've given our shoe in the
Turn up
open
in
ground.
England.
And then you cut yourself on a bit of glass that's in their pub, and then what?
Bring cheap sandals and spare shoes.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Like you do on a pub.
But to be
crawl.
fair, those glasses are pretty cheap. You can buy like a Quack gift pack for like £8.
Yeah,
With,
I've
like
seen
2 bottles of Quack and a glass. It's like, just do that.
I'll duck out of that one. So
It gets hoisted though, doesn't it, above the bar?
Yeah.
well, yeah. Well, yeah, it is. It's just Indian food here is every town's got an Indian generally takeaway. So yeah, it's just
now
I
just because
like
we start talking about it, I just want that. So I'll get that tomorrow.
I want an Indian now.
Yeah.
It's just like, yeah.
I do.
But
Have
then-
to- that's one of my goals for when I go home for a wee bit. Is just demolish a curry.
You're going to get a curry. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Cool beans. It's most expensive. What is the most expensive round you have ever bought? Christ. I generally don't hang around. I mean, it's not me. It's just the way kind of I'd say craft beer works these days. It doesn't really. It's not that kind of. I found going. If you're a load of lager drinkers and stuff, it's like it's your round and all that sort of carry on. For me, the way I drink now, I don't really hang around with like 10 people who drink craft beer in one.
Yeah, because
kind of thing.
even when we've been out on our like our piss ups and whatnot, like if we buy a round, we're drinking thirds and that. So like, it never gets that
It's not-
crazy. Yeah,
Not like it does with you with a load of lager drinkers. It's a nightmare.
I
If I
remember.
buy 8 beer, I'm like, I don't want 9 pints back.
Yeah,
Christ, I mean, even when I was a lager
exactly,
drinker, I'm like,
I'll stick to
just
my
don't
own.
worry about it. Yeah, I'll buy one. I'm like, I'm on my own now. Leave me alone.
Yeah.
You know, because I ain't drinking 10 pints.
I remember once I went to the O2 and like in the O2, like I heard this thing that there's this bowling alley in it, and that's one of the best places to drink because it's like really cheap. And I went there and I got a pint. I think it was Brooklyn Lager, and he and whatever my wife was drinking, like cranberry juice or whatever she was drinking, and I ordered it, and he was like, yeah, that's £16. I was like, what the fuck? But he'd already poured the beer, and I'm too British to be like, no, I will not accept this. So I like, and I, like her cranberry juice was like £4, and then that means it was like £12 pint of Brooklyn Lager.
Yeah, I mean, another thing is when I used to do rounds, obviously beer was a lot cheaper then when I was proper lager drinker. It's been a long time since I was like generally doing in that kind of scene and crowd.
Yeah.
I still see.
I used to hate
some
that.
of
I used
them
to hate that anyway. Fucking buying around. I like it when
Well, I
I
don't-
want to. I like it when I want to buy the beer for people. If like I'm with you guys, and it's like
Yeah.
I want to buy you a beer,
Yeah.
but I don't necessarily
Yeah,
like the whole sort of like expectation of you're getting that round, you're getting the next one, you're getting
Yeah,
the
but
next one.
No, I still feel that it makes me feel better when I get one back as well. It's just
Exactly,
it's just me.
That's because I want to buy you a beer. If you know.
No,
like,
yeah, I get that, but then I'd rather buy a beer than receive a beer. It's just that's just this is probably one of the funniest and classic comments I've seen tonight. Actually, what a description for a can of Carling.
Yeah.
That is awesome.
Yeah.
Can of Carling. Yeah, I never liked Carling when I used to be a lager drinker.
No, I
It was,
didn't.
It's still
it was
the
a bit-
most sold
it was-
beer in England, though. which
It
is
was
crazy.
It was too thin. It was hot. When I was a lager drinker, I thought it was horrible.
Yeah.
I never used to like Carlin. I never used to like Carlsberg. Heineken was okay. I like Kronenberg. I like Kronenberg. I liked Kronenberg. My general beer was Foster's. Yeah.
Yeah.
Heineken was okay.
If I was feeling flush, get some Corona.
Oh God, I used to drink Corona all the time.
Yeah.
And I used to drink Reef. I used to drink a beer called Reef, which
beer,
was like a
not the orange.
not a beer. Yeah, I know it's not a beer, but a lager. When I was a bit when I was a bit merry. This is before like this is before like I'm off the show.
Trying to lock the chair and I just dropped myself.
Yeah, this is before things like Aftershock. It's before that. So, I mean,
we used to get a big bottle of WKD, and then 3 bottles of like Carlsberg, mix it all together and make like green beer.
I used to like WKD Blue. I used to drink a lot of that. WKD Blues.
Not since I was 18.
What else did I used to drink?
Not since yesterday. No.
Oh. God,
Didn't drink it before, did you?
What's the one you used to set? What's the one you used to set on fire? And you used to
Sambuca.
have a little shot glass.
Sambuca.
I used to drink bottles of that. Yeah. This is before Jägermeister and all that. This is like way before.
Oh, I fucking hate Jaeger bombs and all that shit. Like I hate Red Bull. I hate energy drinks. Just give me the Jaeger. I just have the Jaeger and fuck the energy.
Yeah, but this was well before that. It's just like.
Oh, Craig's frozen.
On the scene, all these little different coloured shot glasses used to be the main thing. Back on it's hilarious, really, but God knows what they drink now.
Jägermeister was my spirit of choice when I was at uni. I drank that in lemonade because I'm a weirdo.
Oh, Jaeger and I always enjoyed the Jaeger and Coke. It's good.
Oh, okay.
So here we go. Fast food. Now we're on to the fast food questions. Well, they're all shit, but I mean, yeah. God. So there's a lot of American diners we don't generally get here. I've heard Five Guys is really good.
No, there's one in Liverpool.
I've never been to one, so I can't comment. So
I found it.
There's one good, yeah.
Sorry,
I'd like to try Wendy's.
Wendy's is supposed to be awesome. There's a good one over here in Sweden called Max Hamburger. It's that's
right.
The Max hamburgers. It's good.
Yeah, I mean, out of them 3 though, I had a KFC about 2 months ago, and it was absolutely shocking. And I hadn't been to a KFC for ages, and it was terrible. I'm like, fucking is that? Was actually we get in as well, and it's like it was just God. McDonald's I go to more often than not because obviously my little daughter have a Happy Meal and all that sort of carry on. So yeah, whatever. So I'll grab not because I want it, because it's more because I'm there. I'll have one of them. But they're not that great for me. Burger King don't go to as much. I think they're a bit overpriced for what you get.
Yeah. Sorry.
So yeah, I'm not really. I'd rather go and get a pizza from a local place and buy one get one free jobby like I did last night, and I enjoy them more really.
At McDonald's, for me, the only attraction is ever the breakfast. That's the only other thing that I would ever be interested really in. KFC, I can't eat the chicken based on how they treat the chickens. Just I know a lot of other places do, but they're the worst offenders. Especially.
I used to really like them though. I thought they were fantastic about 10 years ago. I thought, give me all the chicken, and I had one a couple of months ago, and it was just like, what a waste of money that was, you know.
Yeah. Subway probably for me is just because it's reason you don't feel crap after eating one, to be honest. Whereas all the rest I really do.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
Corona fresh lime is a good session. Yeah, I used to drink loads of that stuff.
Yeah.
Back in the 2007,
I skipped
2008.
three bottles of Sol for a £5 at Wetherspoon. Free,
There
but
you go.
and it wasn't like you went. There's one for you. There's one for you. It's like these 3 are for me. I'll drink these 3 bottles.
Yeah. Yeah, no, that's cool.
the 4-pack of Crown as well. Yeah, I remember those.
Do you remember the Cronitas, the little ones? Because they were the first
little,
ones.
Yeah,
They went down a size.
Yeah, like 275 or whatever they were.
Yeah.
Way too many people who never buy around. Yeah,
Yeah.
there are. You always, I used to hang around with 1 or 2 people, and it's like fucking hell, man.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden, it's your, and then they say to you, "It's your round." It's like, jog on. I've been in a few arguments, all that sort of stuff. That's why I tend. After that, I'm on my own.
Yeah,
I'm not part.
Yeah,
of
that's
that.
the thing. I never want to buy beer for people that I want to buy a beer for. I'll never buy a beer for someone who I don't want to.
I don't mind, but when they're doing it, and you get to know who they are over time, and it's like, you can jog on.
Yeah,
you can. Yeah. That's why I don't like doing the whole round things, like, because then people get pissed. It's like they forget, and they're adamant it's not their round. It's definitely all round. So,
almost had a beer.
I might be a bit merry and stuff, but I don't forget shit like that. That's why I just dropped out of all that sort of buying rounds and.
I've kind of got out of that. That was a bit of a kind of habit in Scotland as well, but I've kind of got out of that a bit since being in Sweden, because you're always responsible. You buy your own shit, basically. So
it's too expensive for a start, isn't it? So
it's not too bad. I mean, it's about £8 for a beer. So
a pint. Yeah, I mean,
yeah.
I'm not being funny. I mean, since drinking craft beer, then that all of a sudden becomes quite cheap. So
yeah, no, I mean it's the thing is over here, like if you're getting the kind of standard beer like the Falconberry, which is basically Carlsberg and shit, you're paying about 80 or 90 crowns. But if you go to Taproom in Malmö, the brew house, you can get their own beers on tap, like 70 kroners for a pint, which is about £6.50. It's like, well,
that's not too.
A pint rather. It's 400 mils, which is the standard here.
That's all right. I mean, it's not terrible. But people, lager drinkers, moan though about price of beer. It's like, oh fucking hell! And then you get all this bullshit in the press about it's £20 for a pint of beer, and
it's always Speedway. They always do that with Speedway.
Yeah, but they done that on that. Is it joething.com? They done about 6 months ago. And it's like this.
Oh yeah, I saw that. But he actually liked it, which was the funniest bit.
Yeah, he liked it, but then you can't go into a craft beer co in London and order a pint of Speedway anyway. It doesn't come in a pint. So the whole thing is just a nonsense anyway.
But do you see the Tiny Rebels response where they said things that should not be served in pints? And it was like a list of shark venom and snake venom.
Snake venom, it was one of the strongest beers in the world. Yeah.
No, actual snake venom and how much it costs and how much it would be in a pint. And certain Chanel No. 5 that you shouldn't be given in pints because of the price of it.
Yeah, I mean, snake venom was. They had that when I was in Madeira not Christmas just gone, but the Christmas before.
Was that the Scottish brewery who were claiming it was like 67.5%, but it wasn't.
Well, it was
Brewmeister, is it?
Yeah, it was about 80. It was £80, 80 euros for a bottle of that snake venom.
Yeah.
Whatever. But yeah, I don't get the point. But it's just. Let me just run through some of these comments because we're actually near the end. That's not too bad then. Okay. Yeah, apparently there's only one to go. That's cool. I'm not going to get into politics, but if you liked it, fair play. Whatever. Oh, there is a few more comments. All of a sudden, it's jumped.
Yeah, there's loads on the YouTube as in comparison to the speed. Yeah, this StreamYard.
It's just weird. I'm I don't know what's going on with the comments and stuff. It's
I think he's had a few carlings himself.
watch Strictly Come Dancing or drink an 8 Carling.
I'd take a 44 Magnum, to be honest.
He doesn't say.
Rather do that.
He doesn't say which season of Strictly Come Dancing.
Oh,
I have no idea.
No Bruce Forsyth anymore.
Yeah, that's true. Yes, it would be a recent.
my mum.
Yeah, I drink an 8. I drink an 8 can of Carling and watch that, and I would take the piss even more when I'm drinking that. So there you go.
Is Carling really that bad?
Wow.
If it's warm, yeah. He doesn't say.
I don't think it's Strictly. Lovecraft beer.
I
What,
can
12
see
pack
that.
of
I mean,
Budweiser?
I see his point there because I enjoy attendance every so often. It's kind of a rule when I go home. I've got to have one attendance because it's that shite.
Well,
It's fair. Yeah, I mean, it's expensive as well, and craft beer is bloody expensive. So you need to throw a few other bits and bats in there just to get you by. I think.
I wouldn't say I like macros, but there's definitely like good macro beer.
Guinness.
Oh,
There's lots of shit macro beer, but there is also good macro beer.
I drink more macros in the summer months when it's a bit warmer, and I get to the point where I don't.
Well, and I think you always think of macro as like lager, but it's not necessarily just macro lagers, is it? It's
not always, but yeah, I like Murphy's. I think Murphy's is a pretty damn good beer.
Yeah,
for what it is.
Beamish.
Good as well.
Beamish. I've not. Christ, have I had Beamish before? I have, but I just not for a long time.
I've only ever had it in Ireland.
Right. So there you go. We got here for a 12-pack, by the way. So of Bud Ice. See, I have no idea. That's pretty cheap, I'd say.
That's pretty good. Well, I mean, if you look at that as like the $2.99 packs of Rhiney.
Yeah.
It's getting on.
Four cans for free for £3. Like,
and I love Rhinebecker. That's a fridge.
That is a for me for what you're getting and the quality that it is.
Yeah,
it's one of the best ones out there in the UK, I think. In our Lidl.
Have you ever tried the Steinhauser?
Steinhauser? No, I don't think I've had that one.
It's green bottles in Aldi.
Oh, okay.
I can't.
Yeah, it's all right.
Yeah.
I think I'm going to have to head off to sleep, guys. I'm sitting like those away.
No worries. Cheers for joining, James. I appreciate it. I know you wanted to catch up and stuff. It's cool to see you.
Nice to chat, James.
I know it's nice. I think from now on, maybe like Friday night hangouts are good for me because I'm going to be working Saturdays and Sundays. So yeah,
the thing is with these hangout jobbies is StreamYard have limited you to 20 hours per month streaming. So
without paying.
Right.
Before you have to pay. So I mean, I'm doing this today because what the hey. I've not done one for a while. But if it's going to be a regular thing, then obviously I'm going to limit it to
like we'll just have to switch hosts or whatever as well. It's always
switch hosts or whatever.
Yeah. I need to host you as well because I've been lazy with it. I don't think I've ever hosted a hangout on my channel, so that's something I need to do.
Right. Are you doing this on a laptop? Because it's pretty poor on the mobile.
Yeah, no, I'm on the laptop. Yeah.
Right, that's cool. Then. Yeah, we'll just talk in the chat and we'll sort shit out.
Aye, yeah, definitely. Bye. It was nice to catch up with you guys. I'll catch you a wee bit later.
Yeah. Oh, congratulations,
Take
by
care,
the way, James. I don't think
congratulations.
Oh yeah, no, thanks. the little guy.
Yeah.
I've got someone to take over.
Well done.
Liver packs in.
The Empire.
So just now,
Nice.
yeah.
Nice one.
Yeah.
Take care. See you later. Cheers. Is
But-
Carlin really that bad?
But by the way, I opened this as one of my leftovers from Christmas, and it fucking
Suffered.
gushed everywhere.
Well,
What I'd not like. I just thought like, oh, I have one more beer. I'll just open one of these that someone brought me
Another.
for Christmas. Opened it all over the floor. Barely missed the laptop. Fucking
Jesus.
gutting. But actually, like when I'm drinking it, it's not like when I poured it, it was fine. It's not that effervescent. It's actually quite decent. But like when I first opened it, it was like
Yeah. Another
Weird.
Marks Spencer's beer. But
I'm
is
just going
Carlin
to
that
go grab a beer.
bad? Yeah, cool beans. Yeah. Is Carlin that bad?
yes.
I'd
say it is. I'd say there's not many redeeming features other than it's cold and it's wet.
Yeah. It's a summer beer. If you're at a barbecue, then you'll drink it. And it's really hot, then but for me, it's
not even that. Yeah.
Yeah, but I mean, there is so much more better.
Yeah. There's better shit lager than there is that lager. Yeah.
I'd rather drink a Heine over that.
Yeah.
Every day.
Oh, yeah. Every day of the week.
What else? I mean,
it's crazy because
yeah, I'd rather drink a Kronenberg over a Heine. So
yeah,
but then
the hierarchy.
It used to be Kronenberg and Stella used to be, and then you had Hurlemans, which was the real, almost like malt liquor. And then they brought the ABV down because it was like 7.2 at one point. I don't know what they brought it down to. I can't remember. Not drinking that sort of stuff anymore. But then my Foster's was what I used to drink all the time. It was like 4.2, whatever it is. I knew where I was with that.
Yeah.
But it wasn't ABV that got me. It was just the amount of carbonation in some of the.
I used to like Carlsberg Export as well.
Yeah, I never really.
Which was like 5.2.
Yeah, I used to drink Stella. If I started drinking Stella on a session, I started to get ill because there was just more carbonation in it. I think it was 5.2 when I was drinking it.
Yeah.
Not that
didn't Stella used to be 5.8? Wasn't it 5.8 and they brought it down?
I think it was 5.2 and then they brought it down to 4.8.
Oh, really? Yeah, maybe I'm misremembering it.
I think so. But it was the carbonation that got me. I didn't realise at the time. It was like, oh, you can't handle his drink. It's 5.2.
That's one of the it was like my journey into like good beer was like I drank shitty lager. I used to feel I feel like so bloated. Then I switched like Guinness, drink like Guinness on a night out, and then I still thought, oh, it's a bit heavy. It's like a bit like sort of bready and a bit sort of, and then I switched like real ale, and then that was that was like progression. Then when I moved to France, and it was like Belgian beer, and then when I came back here, I was like I wanted something. That's why I started drinking Punk IPA, and then all the rest is history, sort of thing. But yeah, it was that initial thing with macro lager of like, God, I feel bloated and I feel a bit fucking sick.
The session with Anne Widdecombe. Fucking hell. I mean,
what is a session with Anne Widdecombe?
No.
What would be worse? I'd rather drink Carling.
I was going to say, what was it, 48 pints of Carling or a session with Anne Widdecombe?
I'd rather go on a session with what's that bald bloke's name? We'd drunk 14 pints. What's his name? Doesn't matter. It's politics.
Politics. What, Putin? The bald bloke?
No, not that bald one. Hague. What's his name?
Oh,
William
Hague.
William Hague.
Yeah.
That twat. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. The one who could do like 14 pints in an hour or whatever the fuck he was proclaiming to do. What was I going to say? I don't mind. I don't mind these beers, but I think there's a time and a place for them. Some are better than others, which is one of the things with like Stella and stuff. When I used to drink it, I used to be like, Jesus, 6-7 pints of that, I'm absolutely. Back in the day, I was out of it, ill, blah blah blah.
Mm.
I think that's one of the things when I first started out with craft beer, of drinking beer that's like fucking 8, 9, 10, 12%. Scared the shit out of me because I knew what I was like with Stella at 5.2 at the time. But not now with knowledge and what I know. It's just all the false carbonation that used to.
Ooh, frozen.
That's gone.
Yeah, that's what scared me initially, but now I actually realise it's not the ABV that done me. It was the all the false carbonation chemical shit in these beers.
Well, they ABV will do you after a while, won't it? But it's about the quantity as well. It's also pints. You're probably drinking pints then, Craig, as well.
Oh god, yeah, but it's all that false carbonation in your stomach and stuff, and it's just you get to a point where it's got to go somewhere. And
it's why like camera people worry about when things get over like 6%. It's like because you're trying to drink it in pints. Like don't drink pints of it.
But there's a stigma with that. Oh, you have a half. Oh, it's a lady pint and all this shit, and it's like fuck off.
But that's the thing. I'll fucking want a third. I don't even want a half. Like,
but
give me a third.
Yeah, but this is where people don't realise. You sometimes can't get a beer that in a pint.
No. Well, that's why I don't necessarily agree with the whole 440 thing. Like it seemed to be sensible at one point, but now the beers that are in 440 cans, it's like do 330 for that beer. Like 440 is not necessary. What's that 440 you got there, Adam?
It's the Lockapolly.
All right.
So Polly's brew, sorry. Should I say sour cherry goes?
Oh, I reckon that's good.
Yeah, we had that down here in the Ravensgate. They had it like I think it was last month. They had it sold out pretty quick. But,
colour of it.
Yeah.
Bit of a grainy picture, but
that's all right.
Trying to get it with the light.
It's coming across all right. Looks good. Is it sharp? Yeah. Is it quite tart or?
Getting a lot of the salt in terms of it goes. I didn't think with the cherry you'd get that much, and then I had a weird metallic taste when I first drank it, but that seems to have gone. I don't know whether that's the head.
You
get that sometimes when you open a beer. It's weird.
Yeah, and also cherry's a funny flavour.
Yeah, there's a lot of salt in it though, which I like for a goes, to be honest. But
well, I mean that's the whole point of a goes, really, isn't it? You get that sharpness initially, but then it's mellowed out by that more savoury edge.
Yeah. No, it's pretty good. I think maybe the can art is superb. I would.
Yeah. It'd make you want to buy that, wouldn't it? If you saw that on the show.
Polly's Brew Co. I mean, I put that review up of one of their newer beers, the Discount Jazz Hour, the other day.
I watched that yesterday. I watched that this morning.
That is some good shit there. If you can get hold of that, that's.
Well, that was the one I didn't buy in favour of getting this instead.
Right. Yeah. That's
probably a mistake.
Well, I mean, I know Rob had this one the other day. I reviewed it about a week ago, and he's saying this is miles better than Verdant Putty. It's like, okay then.
Oh wow.
He wasn't impressed by this year's one. So a lot of people haven't been. So
I missed out on that on draft. I was because I'm here and not in Liverpool. They had it on in Dead Crafty, and I missed out. Yeah. Oh, the comment also: Warstein is great, and what's great is not that bad chance. Sorry,
I just realised you're still.
Yeah. Warstein is really nice, and also the little gentleman's. It's not a gentleman's club. It's like a men's workings club around here.
Working men's club.
Yeah, they have Warsteiner on tap. Everyone calls it Wobbly Bob because it's not a 3% mild. So
yeah.
I don't think I've had Warsteiner Dunkel before.
I've never seen it. I've never seen the Dunkel.
Yeah, I don't.
Warsteiner followed me on Twitter the other day, so I'm expecting some fucking beer in the post. They haven't DM'd me yet, but hopefully they'll slide into those DMs in due course.
Are they're on one of those pure keg things or whatever they're called? You know, the home style.
Oh, those
You might get one of them.
Oh yeah, give me one of those. So I'll use it for a video and then never use it again.
What's your guilty pleasure beer? Christ. Oh.
I don't know about guilty pleasure.
I don't really.
What have I had? Do you know I did actually have over Christmas at one of my family's houses. I did actually have a bottle of Stella, and I actually thought like, you know what?
Yeah, it's all right.
It's
all
not
right.
that bad.
I'd say, yeah, I'd probably say Stella. I mean,
I wouldn't say it's a guilty pleasure because I don't have it. Like I don't hoard it at home going,
when I have Stella, I generally enjoy it more now than I used to.
Yeah,
but then I look at it probably differently.
It had a lot of stigma as well when I was growing up, like, to avoid it. Sort of thing.
Well, it's a nickname, wife beater, wasn't it, for many years, and all that sort of carry on. But when I drink beers now, I don't drink it in the same way as I used to. No. I don't drink it to fucking have a beer and get hammered. I drink it now, taste and
like a guilty pleasure could mean quite a lot because I still quite enjoy Punk IPA every now and again if the time's right. Is that a guilty pleasure? I don't know. I don't necessarily buy it, but
I mean, I'm almost classing Beavertown in this sort of thing, which is how you could do Beavertown in a guilty pleasure. It's not really a guilty pleasure. It's one of them beers you could just go into the Waitrose and buy like a few cans, and it's not the beer it used to be. But
a guilty pleasure probably means if you're embarrassed by it. Is there something you're embarrassed by? No,
it doesn't bother me.
Exactly, yeah.
It depends what you're at. But yeah, I think if you're going for a core range beer or something like that, Beavertown Gamma Ray, 2 or 3 cans of that while you're watching the 30 or whatever.
Gamma Ray's a different beer. I'm pretty sure it's a different beer.
Yeah, I mean, it's not what I thought it was amazing when I first tried that in the can. It's like, if the bloody hell's got anything to go by, then
that is a different beer. That is a different, completely different beer. It's not even the same recipe.
Yeah, but I think a can of Stella now and again is probably on that sort of level.
Yeah.
For me, it's Blue Moon, and without the orange. If someone else,
the weird orange.
What's all that about? It's just like
it's on the serving suggestions. So when bar staff when it's given to them, the serving suggestion is served with a slice of orange.
Yeah, I remember having that when I was in London about 5-6 years ago. And I love a Blue Moon. So fuck it, that's sort of half decent. I did it. Oh, here's your beer. My mate brought it over because it's his round and I'm talking about rounds. It's like, hey, I'm like, the fuck is that?
Yeah, it's cloudy. Send it back.
No, I ate the orange and drank the beer. I don't want that in it. It's Hefeweizen. So it's like
it's a bit like when Wetherspoons first started doing the 6 points range of cans. I don't know if you guys experienced this, but every time I got
Wetherspoons,
you ever seen the 6 points like the resin and?
Oh, why was I thinking of 5 points then? 6 points. Sorry.
Yeah. So when they introduced those range of cans, the amount of times they said like, "Do you want ice with that?" And I was like, "No." Of course, I fucking don't. It's a beer. And it happens to me all the time. It's like, no, I don't want ice with that beer.
Yeah,
it must have been on the till. It must have been like offer ice.
Yeah, I think we are cold.
Yeah, sorry, we are talking about soccer, John, or football as we call it over here.
Soccer.
We are. It's just I watch a bit of American football. I've watched quite a bit this season. I thought the Titans were going to win after their previous 2 results, and then they lost. But they had a decent season. I think the 49ers for me for the Super Bowl.
I sit between my boss and my colleague at work. One's a 49ers fan, one's a Bears fan. So
right, well,
I get the crosstalk, but yeah, I don't watch it.
Yeah, no, I've been watching it for the last, well, on and off for years, but a bit more intensely the last sort of say 2 or 3 years.
Yeah, I tend to watch Super Bowl. But,
Yeah,
but,
I've watched it from the whole season this year, and it's been quite interesting.
It's just
some
a bit
big shot. I never
just a bit
thought
slow for me. Don't you find it just a bit slow?
There's too many adverts for me. It's like just get on with the game. It's just
come on, just like score. Someone do something.
Is that just not American TV full stop?
Yeah,
it's just the adverts.
Yeah.
It's like
the
I think we
adverts every 2 minutes.
Play the game. You have a half time. Play the second half. Done. It's just I don't know. It's just different. But no, it is what it is. But no, I never thought the Patriots were going to get anywhere near the Super Bowl because I think Brady this year has been awful. His main target man's gone. So, but his throne has been dreadful. It's been absolutely dreadful, and it got to a point where it got proven. So, but, when the Titans beat him. But yeah.
Great knows his shit.
Not really.
Oh, say, can you see?
No, I can't. I can't see anything. With an orange slice, yeah, because it's blue with orange. Blah, 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 blah.
Yeah.
No, I don't know.
Well, I mean, when you go to Europe, you go to the Czech Republic or anywhere like that, they do the syrup beers. They do a lager with syrup in the bottom and all that sort of stuff. So why is it any different? We just don't really have that here, where we don't have that whole syrup in the bottom of your beer thing, which I think is a good thing.
Yeah.
Going back to the comment before about the guilty pleasure beer.
All right.
He says used to go to the Hype Bar in Bootle and watch Liverpool. Just don't go out in Bootle. That's problem solved. I technically live on the edge of Bootle now, and it's don't go.
So no go.
No.
I'm just trying to read this question. Perhaps I've had a beer. When you are on summer holes, how hard is it to turn your review? I don't get that bit.
Oh, yeah, I said it again.
Okay.
Lads, how hard is it to turn your beer reviewing brain off and you can enjoy the beer in the sun? I find it easy. I find it on a daily thing. So if I want to enjoy beer at home, I just drink it. If I want to pick it apart.
I used to find it hard, and then over time I've give less of a shit. And then
I'm with Craig on that. Now I find it easy. Before I used to pick everything apart, and now it's it's about situation, about who you're with. It's like, do you actually just want to sit there and enjoy it?
I drink when I go out for a bar and stuff. There's no pressure to. I've got to review this. But before it was for me, it's like obsessively. It's like this can't carry on. It's
Do you have that with Untapped as well?
I'm very
I don't do Untapped anymore. I just don't do it. Used to.
I'm obsessed with that. I'm terrible with that.
Yeah, but do you rate everything, Craig? Do you rate it, or do you just put it on there?
I'll rate it and put it on there, but I won't do it like an actual description. Depends if I'm on my own drinking, I'll do it. If I'm with people or it's a bottle share, it can get a bit hectic. You can't write like whole thing when you're doing a bottle share. It'd be closing time, and I'd have about 5 beers there. You just it depends on the company. I think with Untapped, I could do a quick rating and always take a photo, put it out, and that's it.
I don't do photos purely for the fact that I can't be that person that's taking a photo in a bar. The same way I don't do if I'm in a restaurant.
I don't care about that.
Yeah.
Don't bother me anymore.
Once you start filming yourself in a bar, Adam, you don't give a shit about taking a photo.
I try doing a review in a bar and then taking a photo all of a sudden becomes quite easy.
Yeah.
I've seen Cyber Beers do it plenty of times.
Yeah. But no, I need a few beers. before I do a review in a bar, which is fine.
Yeah, I need less. Like, I'd like to do more of the in bar stuff than I would do the home stuff. To be fair, but it's about the opportunity at the moment. I'm at home more than I'm in a bar.
I'm going to see if Dave will do some next week when he's in the bar, the beer dad, and see if he'll do some whilst he's out. But I don't know if he will.
It's nerve wracking. It's nerve wracking. It helped me when I started like meeting up with Craig, and we used to do things in like a good shed. Like I remember, like that was some of my early on. Like if you are they on your channel, my channel, Craig? I can't remember.
I've got
like,
a fair few. That's
when we were in the good shed in Canterbury.
Yeah, about 3 years ago.
Yeah,
3 years ago.
That was my sort of eye-opening thing. It was like, well, all I'm doing is just talking to the camera, and like if someone gives a shit, that's their problem, and it helps when you've got someone there as well. Yeah, it really does.
I just don't like my own voice.
I hate mine as well.
That's why I never watch my reviews back, or this. I'd never watch this again. It's just not going to happen.
Yeah. I don't know how Ollie does it when he does. You must do so much editing with his videos. How he must watch himself back so many times to edit all the stuff he needs in.
I can't do it.
Well, I do with my Ollie's to the extreme. But I do with mine where I have to watch myself like doing a weird thing for like 12 times until I feel I've got the exact second, and then go to the next shot. And but it's only ever that second where it's like right. But I never watched the whole thing up to that point over and over again. So I think it's in like
I do too many reviews for that. So no.
Yeah. Exactly. Yeah.
I do think.
Yeah. Sorry. I do. I've had a backlog of reviews lately. That's why I've been posting like 2 a day for the last few days. So it's like.
I was actually good. I did like 3 in 3 weeks. I've got one more to put up. I might put up tomorrow.
3 weeks. Not bad.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. For me, it's good.
Pretty good.
It always makes me laugh because I always see Jake's gulp thing. It's always on my suggested video. I've watched it, but it still comes up in your suggested video. But the photo that's with it is funny, and every time I see it, it makes me chuckle because you just like with the tiny can going.
Yeah.
Yeah. But you just see it now and again, so you're just like scrolling through, and then it'll just literally come up, and it'll just make me laugh as I go past it. It comes up quite a lot.
I tried hard to do like a forced perspective thing, and I just couldn't be bothered to like get it right. Where it was right up against the screen, and then I walk up and like pick it up, but it didn't really work. But I tried.
What's cat and fiddle jawbone? What's that?
Oh, I missed my live chats have gone. Hang on.
Yeah,
it's
drinking boot now. I'm talking 1990s.
I wasn't legal to drink in the 1990s, so.
Yeah, I was. So there you go. That shows you how old I am. No, I don't think I drank in any of the 90s, so I can't comment on a pub that doesn't exist. Yeah, you'd have to be crazy. I actually did, because I did. It must have been about 10, maybe 8 years ago. As a laugh with some mates, we tried to do every pub in Merseyside, every Wetherspoons pub in Merseyside, and the Bootle one was the scariest one by country mile. Jake, you need to like post something so they can look at your channel, son.
I've got. Does that give you an extra view though, Craig? If I go on there, does that give you an extra cheeky view?
I don't know.
I'm happy to do it.
Oh, mine's been another tab all the way through. So if you've got extra people watching, that's one of them's me.
I've no idea. Well, it says 4 on my thing. So
hang on. If I go off, will it go to 3?
Probably. I'll be shocked if it don't. Here's a question then.
Go on, then. What's the question?
He does his stuff. He's one of the guys that inspired me to branch out and get out there and do a video.
I watch less now because he reviews either food or less accessible beers. Like a lot of the Australian stuff, I will never see that. So
he gets a lot of stuff sent to him.
Yeah,
So,
yeah, appreciate that, but
which
it's catering for a bigger market.
Yeah, I mean, but I think that's why he started his food things. I've met him a few times. He's a great guy. You know, he's sound. Likes a beer.
Yeah.
Likes a beer.
I think is a like you say is I sort of came up a different way to everybody, so I sort of discovered Simon after certain people,
Right.
And I always think like he obviously is one of the top guys, got the most subscribers if that's what you're after.
Yeah.
But I think his knowledge on beer. And I'm not saying that I've got the best knowledge or anyone else has got the best knowledge, but I think his knowledge on beer is not necessarily up to scratch with other people. But it doesn't necessarily mean it's not entertaining. It depends what you want. It depends what you want from a bit. Like if you want someone like hyper knowledgeable who talks about the brewery, you go to like James at Rampant Lion, who does the 15-minute and he gives you the full scope of the brewery and all that sort of thing. If you want someone who dicks about like me and not too serious, you go to me. But it's just about what you want, isn't it? Like,
yeah, that's it. I mean, we're all got different styles.
It's all different style, different perspectives, and
different lengths of review. You got Dean does like 4 or 5 minutes, and he's killing it, and he got Rob who does like 3 or 4 minutes, but to the point. Very good descriptions of tasting notes, and knows his shit.
Yeah.
Like by a mile more than probably anyone. I'd say no, certainly in the UK. And you go to the States, you got Joe from the Beer Patrol, and you got Paul from Brew News, and then if you want to get more into it, you go to Matt from Massive Beer Reviews. He's awesome.
He goes quite in depth, though.
He goes in depth, but he knows his eggs,
Yeah.
It depends what you want from a beer review or a beer reviewer. If you want personality, there's plenty of that out there rather than knowledge. I think there's a beer reviewer out there for everyone.
Yeah. I try and like to tread the line between giving correct information as well as dicking about. I like to be correct with what I'm saying, but also knob about on the side.
But then what I do the review, and then if you want to find out any more info, there's a load of wholesome links below where you can really go into it for yourself rather than keep you on watching a beer review for more than, I do waffle on like we all do, but yeah. That's why I do it anyway.
To be fair, the majority ones now I actually don't watch, I listen. So I'll set up a playlist in my car and have it in a pocket in the car, and just it goes through the playlist through my Bluetooth. So I'll listen to them rather than watch them, just for the fact that if I'm driving to work, especially this week, I'm doing 45 minutes there and 45 minutes back. Filling radio.
No, but Simon is awesome. He's one of a few guys that actually inspired me to actually come out, make a fool of myself. It's fine. I don't care. But I used to be like, no, but you know what I mean. I used to be like, oh, what? And then as soon as I've done that first review, I shut the camera off. Like, what am I doing? Why did I do that? It was terrible. I still get like it now sometimes. I've done a beer review for like a few weeks, and some throw the camera. It's like, Jesus, it's weird. If you don't, you've got to keep doing it. It's one of them sort of things. If you have any kind of gap for a few weeks, it's like almost like not starting again, but it's funny. It's just funny because you're putting yourself out there and to ridicule, which I don't care anymore. I used to. I don't care anymore.
Everything's been pretty positive from my point of view. Every now and again, you get a dickhead in the comments or whatever. Or
it's normal.
Yeah. But in general, it's been because it's the opposite. When you look on like something like Twitter, where for the most part it's positive, but there's a lot of negative as well. Whereas I think YouTube's a bit more of a positive place. Like everyone sort of helps everybody, and it's sort of I might not be able to comment or whatever, but I try to watch as much as I can. It's not as much as I used to be able to watch, but I try to like at least give my view and that sort of thing. Whereas Twitter, it seems to be the other way. And Instagram, you need to be a certain...
I think Twitter's very toxic. I think, in general terms, I think Instagram is where it's at now rather than YouTube.
But I always find Instagram it's less personal in a way.
It's more written reviews than anything else.
Yeah, but you have to. So you see the photo, then you have to click it, and then you have to like look at the whole bit of script underneath. So it's not that immediate. Whereas I think YouTube is, and everyone seems to be more positive.
Yeah, but I think the popularity stakes wise with beer and modern beer and new beers that are out and all this sort of carry on, I think Instagram is where it's at because there's a lot more people doing written reviews and stuff these days.
Yeah,
I think that's where most people are within the whole kind of like craft beer. Keeping up with it, I think that's more where it is these days. There's more people on Instagram. I'd within the craft beer, say, community globally.
More likely.
I think that's more where it is. But I've had people say, "Why don't you do reviews on Instagram?" It's like, well, because I've been doing this for 5 years. So
yeah, well, it's like saying if we wanted to be popular, we'd do anything else on YouTube.
Yeah. It's a very niche market, even though you've got a few people who've done very well out of it.
Yeah, it's about these like connections with people on a personal level and everything like that, isn't it? Which I didn't expect. All I thought when I started my channel was I'm just going to talk about beer on YouTube. I didn't expect to meet all you guys or talk to you or do all these hangouts and all this shit. That's a good byproduct of it. I just thought I was going to be talking about it.
I don't think Twitter's that toxic. I think if you look at some of the Facebook groups, they are.
Sorry. Facebook's
I don't
really bad.
But there's one or two groups I just left because I'm like I can't. Yeah. It's beer. You know, you get these elitist groups. You can craft beer for.
I saw a thing. I saw a thing from a prevalent Facebook person on a promoted. On a promoted advert, like
bloody hell.
Yeah, sort of like taking the piss out of this promoted advert from a brewery, and it's like, well, that's just a promoted advert. What's that got to do with anything?
He's just angry, and he just needs to.
like that company is paid to have that promotion elevated on Facebook. Not in a group or any certain way. It's just supposed to appear on your stream if beer is something you're interested in, and it obviously worked because beer is something they're interested in. And also comments and stuff like this. It was a
sorry,
John. Jake O'Beer. Jake O.
I put a comment in the thing, but it's not come up on the StreamYard with it on.
Oh shit! Oh yeah, I didn't put my own URL in there.
Let me just hang on.
See, it's not on the live chat either. That's weird.
I don't know what's going on. I'll send it to you now, John.
I think they put it on as spam. I think that's why.
Yeah. Oh, it could be. If you put a URL.
I put the link. Yeah.
Oh, you've done it, have you?
I did, but I think it's kicked it off because I posted the link. They've done it as spam.
I'll send you a link now, John. It's on Facebook Messenger. There you go. You got his link.
He's funny. You do a different voice though. I've noticed you do a different voice on your live streams than you do in your reviews.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Is a bit more of a pronounced enunciation.
Yeah, but it's good. It's good. It's fun. It's complete. It is different to how you actually speak.
It's for my on camera.
I'll tell you what, Captain. Meeks, you've been awesome, man. All your comments, you've probably done about 150 comments tonight. It's like,
Yeah.
appreciate the input and stuff.
Yeah,
and,
Captain Meat.
Yeah, that's an awesome name as well. So,
What's your actual name, Captain Meat? Because we can't call you Captain Meat from now on.
I've subscribed to Captain Meat.
Great job, Captain. Yeah, it's like, yeah. Well, he lives to your neck of the woods, Adam.
Yeah,
So
he needs to add me on Twitter. So
yeah.
So I'll find it that way.
So your guys. Oh yeah. I don't, John. Probably James. Let me. So I've sent you. I've sent you Jake's. Let me find.
I'll try and go through. I've got
Rampant Line reviews. So, okay.
Follow Peter.
Yeah, Peter. You probably. I'll send you. Yeah.
Rob.
Well, I've sent you the two
Dean.
guys. Yeah, Dean. Dean. You must have heard of Dean's beer reviews.
Wonder if you want to see a woman cringe whilst their husband loves craft beer.
I'll just send you all the links that people have been on tonight. It's just easier.
Well, I've like we actually shot a few a couple of years ago before we had kids. But my wife loves like framboise, like Lindeman's framboise and all those sort of things. So like we were going to do and we probably still will. We'll get around to it at some point. I want to do a series with her called Framboozing. So it's where we just drink like raspberry sour beers.
You're gonna wear berets?
Yeah. For the whole of it, and I really like the idea of doing that, and I have I've got like loads that I've stored up like over the years. I've got like the Cantillon one and all that sort of thing. So like I want to do it, but like we started it. I think we have like 2 in the can from like 2 years ago, and then we had kids and we couldn't keep up the speed.
So I've sent you like 4 links there, John. So, and you're welcome to join, John, if you're still about or you're finished doing whatever you're doing. You're
gonna throw Mike's comment up about
I'm miles behind. So
sorry.
I'm literally here. And then
what his posh accent?
Down.
Yeah,
I scroll down. And then,
I don't know if it's an olden thing, but your parents always have a telephone voice.
Yeah.
Who?
Yeah.
Yes, it's your telephone voice.
I think it's my like here we go on recorded voice.
Yeah, it's a good community for sure. Now look at you. Yeah, it is what it is. And it is. It's really nice to chat to people from like. I love talking to the Canadian guys, the American guys. Some not all of the American guys, but a lot.
No, as I found out last week.
Yeah, well.
They didn't get sarcasm, and I got kicked off.
What was
chat? I wasn't even on the video.
What was that one?
Oh, I don't know. I've messaged it. I can't remember because you were online, and as soon as it happened, it made me laugh.
I think I watched it. I think
it was the guy with the light bulbs, and he kept changing the light bulbs because he's really metal. So he just had multiple light bulbs that he kept changing.
I don't know who it was.
I don't think he's a beer reviewer. He reviews other things, as far as I know, and he was on a beer live chat, and he just kept changing. So he had like a red light bulb and a green light bulb, and it just and someone asked, does he have any other light bulbs? And and I got kicked off because Bumpy said about staying on someone's couch, and I said, does he just couch surf to go to decent breweries? And they kicked me off for that.
Yeah, it's just sometimes. Yeah, I mean, It is weird. If you've had a beer, you're putting a bit of humour in. Some people,
Yeah, it's taken the wrong way. It was only a joke, and it's just,
yeah, that's the.
I suppose it's hard to judge.
Yeah, humour on a message sometimes. It's especially when you need different cultures, different cultural humour. I mean, even American English humour is completely different. There's generally, the same, but for a message, it's like a text message. You can take it.
Yeah, you have
especially
to think
when you don't know the person. I reckon that's probably a bit of that. One of them sort of things. I
wonder if John could tell us, because one of the things that I don't understand about the US laws in terms of alcohol is the you can't send certain things within certain alcohol within certain states. It's a weird, it's individual state law.
I think it's opened up a bit. That's a weird question.
I know. Is it like a proposal or?
Well, I'm taking. So here you go. You got another sub coming.
Thank you, sir.
So there you go. I'm miles behind comments. So John Lenny's found it. Thanks. No problem, John. I'm not going to bother putting them things up.
Was Mike M's comment a proposal? Or was
I've not. I don't know. I don't know.
Because I'm taken. I'm sorry, Mike.
Love this.
I'm not in law yet.
You've probably seen all these messages anyway.
Yeah, it's not my invite to throw out. I was invited, so I don't really want to. I don't want to say because I've been invited along. I'll just invite someone else. It's not my invite. If it was me sorting it out, I would. We used to do socials, and I'd throw you an invite, but it's not me on this occasion.
Yeah, I'm up to date. Wow, Christ!
You shot through that.
It's only taken all night.
My internet's dropping in and out, by the way.
Yeah, I noticed. The circle, the old round thing. But
see, this happened last time, and I was left on my own. Done.
Yeah. It just keeps going like I keep seeing it, and I'm talking, and I'm like, "Fuck, my internet's gone."
Yeah, no, that's all right. I mean, for a couple I done last year, it was really bad. But then I lowered the resolution of my webcam.
It's my laptop. My laptop just does it. I've got a and it just a lot. Yeah. I could just be on it at the start, and it will drop out. So
the only
right, I'm just going to go for a Jimmy, and I'll be back.
The only thing that I keep seeing is the live comments keep disappearing off the StreamYard.
Yeah, I think it's when it refreshes, doesn't it?
All right. You inspired me, Jake. By the way, when you said about your leftover Christmas beer.
Yeah. I
picked up a Christmas beer in a sale the other day, and I thought I'll have that now. So I got. Oh, it's gold writing, which is awful on the camera, probably. Monty's Figgy Pudding. I've never even heard of this brewery. I have no idea where they are from. No, it says there. Welsh. Montgomery and Pose. Oh, there we go. I've never seen a beer label with someone's phone number on. That's a weird one. But yeah, it's supposed to be a winter warmer. Oh, Jake's gone. No. I knew this would happen. I knew this would happen. I ended up going on my own. Oh. I'm going to be really horrible and not wash the glass out of that sour. Probably not a good idea. It's an interesting colour. This happens every time I get left on my own and I just make an absolute burk of myself. For a winter warmer, that's quite see-through. I don't know if that's coming up on the camera with, but the same way you can see it there. In actual, when you hold it up to the light, that's all the way through. yeah, never heard of this brewery. It's Welsh Border. 2009. So it's like what? Just under 11 years, probably. Captain Meat, if you follow me on Twitter, we can DM, and I'll see what I can do. Yeah, so smell of this. It smells like Christmas. Clove, a bit of orange, maybe. I've just seen Captain Meat's comment. I don't think it'll be offended. I just find it impolite. I wouldn't invite someone to something else that I haven't organised. If I'd organised it, yeah, wouldn't be a problem. I'm a more the merrier person. But I'll ask. John's comment about over 14%. How does that affect beer versus actual alcohol? That's a weird law. Is that your state or is it federal? Or let us know. So if you want to follow us, the group that I co-founded is my Twitter handle on here, so it's the same as on the screen there. I think they do this on purpose because I'm not a YouTube reviewer, and so they leave me on my own. Jake will find out now. You left me on my own.
I know. I was trying to comment on the YouTube video. I was like,
do this on purpose.
I'm backstage. I'm backstage. I was like,
Yeah.
I promise you, it's not.
No, I swear to God, you do that on purpose. It's like some sort of ritual hazing. Being the newest person on.
I did try to send a private thing saying like, "It's dropped me. I'm backstage. Craig needs to let me in."
Yeah, I went downstairs to get another beer. Yeah. Look at this beer. Look at that. How old is that?
Oh, that's from Indie Man. Not Indie Man. That's from London Craft Beer Festival. Yeah. When was that?
August. Yeah. It was packaged in July. So there you go. So best before the 30th of January. So
got a few days on it.
What style is it, Craig?
It's a sour IPA, I believe.
It was pretty tasty from what I remember.
I was given it.
Yeah.
I was given it by.
Yeah. I didn't have a can. I just had it on when we were there.
I didn't even have it. But yeah. Well, yeah, it's too late to review it. It's not relevant. No one can get it. It's nearly out of date, so I'm just gonna crack. See what it's all about.
You were doing very well, Adam. I was frantically trying to open up YouTube to because my internet weren't working, so I was trying to like open up YouTube to comment. Like, I am here. I'm just waiting for Craig to come back.
Yeah, I saw you. I was like, oh, he's left, and then he's down.
My internet just keeps dropping out, so I'm probably bound to do it again in a minute. It just keeps going in and out.
No problem. I think it's not your internet; it's StreamYard sometimes.
No, it was my internet. I literally saw I had no bars. It just completely went.
See, my router's just flashing fine. I can see it right in front of me.
You're all good.
I didn't even take a photograph of Slumber. How good's that?
Call yourself a beer reviewer, Craig. Come on.
Not really. I'm a beer appreciator. I'm not an influencer. I'm a beer appreciator.
You influence me, Craig. Oh.
Yeah. That's not my fault. That's not my fault.
Not necessarily in beer, but
yeah. Well, Christ. Yeah. So it's looking hazy then, I guess.
Quite pale and hazy.
It'd be interesting. There's a sour IPA. Sorry.
I mean, the lights. Let me just turn this light off because it's making it. There we go. It's a little bit better.
What are the fruits in that? What are the adjuncts in that?
I don't even know, to be honest with you. Just get this shit off me. It's a New England Pale Ale. It's a kettle
Pale
sour
ale.
base. New England Pale Ale. For refreshing fruit pale ale subtle tartness. We're the first brewery in the UK to showcase Strata. I'm butchering that. Hop up, which brings a tropical fruit hot punch with a flavour of aroma. This is the ultimate blah blah. Summer festival quencher. Summer festival. There you go.
Oh, so no actual fruit in there, just straight up sour.
Really, I just it just goes into what the whole thing stands for, etc. There's nothing really on the can, but I don't know what's on Untapped.
Oh, that's cool though, because if they've just done that, because I remember it being quite a lychee peach.
Yeah, I don't know. We'll see how it's fared.
Yeah.
Since last August, I guess. I was given the can. I should have reviewed it. I just completely forgot, and then oh shit, it's nearly out of date. I noticed it last week, so.
Be interesting to see how many hops have escaped within the time.
There is some kind of pale stone fruit sort of vibes. I don't know if it's peach or.
Yeah, and in a sour IPA, does it matter?
No, not really. I guess
does the hoppiness.
It's still
fade,
got that kind
but-
of. Yeah, it's still got that kind of tropical fruit whiff, but. Yeah, the hops are faded. You're still getting that kind of.
Just sour.
It's still, it's like a sour with a hint of peach. It's not. It's very kind of one-dimensional, I'd say.
Yeah. From my very hazy recollection, I can't remember it being too hoppy. I can't remember. I remember it being very sour and not too IPA like.
Yeah, it's not crazy or anything like that. We've got a load more comments. I'm really sorry. The comments is like. It's probably one of the most commented things we've had, or I've had. No,
I've just seen Jake's comments on the private chat. Sorry,
Yeah,
They must just come in.
so yeah, so he's just subbed posh, blah blah blah, blah 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 blah. Blah. There's only 3-4 comments actually.
I have a question.
Every state is.
I have a question in relation to that for both John and Thomas.
Right, I haven't got that far yet. I'm 2 before that, so. God, my computer is so slow. It's wonderfully glorious. It's been this slow. The actual comment's not even on my page yet, and I pressed it like 10 minutes ago. Is it actually going to appear on screen or not?
The chat now. Hang on.
It's terrible.
I think
Jeez,
StreamYard.
how long did that take? How long did that take to get on the screen? Full on 30 seconds.
I think StreamYard's caught up with the YouTube chat as well.
You're trying to keep it current, and then God, this is so slow. It's lagging like anything. It might be worth just start to read them out. It's going to be quicker.
Yeah. What are you going to say about it, Adam?
So Thomas and John are talking about every state's different laws. Is it then worth, if you're fairly close to state lines, worth crossing state lines to buy it, then crossing back, or does that have implications like you traveling stuff across the border and stuff?
Oh, it's a bit more quicker now. There we go.
So like Thomas is in state of Georgia, but if he's close to state lines, is it worth him going over state lines, purchasing it, then going back over state lines with the beer?
I think it depends out where you are to the border, I guess, with certain things. Because I know in Georgia, forgive me if I'm wrong, John. Is it 13% or is it lower ABV where you can't get a certain ABV beer in Georgia?
Yeah,
I can't remember what it is.
14%, but
Right, I couldn't You might have said it earlier, but
Yeah.
I missed it. But I remember from just through like generally watching hangouts and stuff.
Yeah.
Um,
But it's crazy because like a state can be a similar size to like England, but like there's no difference if I went to Norfolk or Essex or like I can still buy beer, isn't it? It's, it's
just
strange.
like different
We can go to different counties and
Yeah.
yeah, I mean counties are different. Obviously, states are.
yeah. Well, I mean each sort of council within a county has its own laws essentially.
Yeah.
They still have to follow the law like in Britain, but they still have their own sort of like ways of doing it, don't they? Administering that law.
Is it not closer to our relationship the way I would say more or less England's a state, Wales is a state, Northern Ireland's a state, Scotland's a state?
Yeah,
and
it is. Yeah, 'cause they have different laws, different like taxes and all that sort of.
We're in a right state at the moment.
yeah.
But it'll change, won't it, soon with Northern Ireland? So I don't know how that'll affect it.
Yeah,
I have no idea.
But I can still go in Scotland and buy beer.
Oh
and it doesn't matter if I bring it back or what the ABV of that beer is.
There you go. 14% is the limit in Georgia. So yeah, I thought it was 12, 13. I wasn't sure, but yeah.
That beer on your desk, outlawed, Georgia.
Yeah, it's one of them states where I know when he goes and visits like out of state, like Louisiana, I know he brought back a shed load of beer. Like, was it 6 months ago, a year ago? I can't remember when you went visiting, and he brought loads of stuff back, and it's like, yeah, don't blame me. I'd be doing the same thing. But yeah, it's weird. In this over here, it's just like whatever you want because we're the same sort of country.
Yeah,
certainly in England. I don't know if it, as you said, Scotland. I know there's different alcohol laws.
In terms of what you can buy
and cost.
Yeah, and cost. There is a difference, which is.
But nothing prohibits us from going to Scotland and bringing it back, though, does it?
No, because when those new laws came in Scotland with the minimum charge, there were a load of people who lived near the English border that were travelling to sort of the borders, sort of like, top end of Northumbria to buy cheaper whiskey, Scottish whiskey, and come back.
Yeah.
What's your perfect barbecue beer? Any beer. I don't mind drinking a stout with a steak or something like that. Or if I'm having chicken, I'll have a pale ale or
Yeah, if I'm having a steak, like it's almost like I always think like I like red wine with a steak, so maybe I'd go for like a darker beer, fruitier on the fruitier side. But it depends what you're barbecuing. I do like I do like my preferential way to cook a steak is on the grill. On the barbecue.
Yeah, but generally I drink just a lager, whatever lager.
Yeah, but if it's hot dogs and burgers, then it's a lager or something like that, pale ale.
Yeah, generally it's going to be a lager or a pale ale, or even a Helles lager. I think that'd be awesome. Just drink loads of that.
I don't think I've got one, but I've ordered 6 Steady Rolling Man today, so.
Yeah. Steady Rolling Man. Probably one of the best beers in the UK. Steady Rolling Man. Without a shadow of a doubt.
One of the best core range beers you're going to find.
Yeah.
I'm a very stingy reviewer on Untapped. I always think a 5-star should be a beer that you could drink every day. Steady Rolling Man is my only 5-star review.
Yeah. It's a good system to have. Because, what does 5-star mean to you? Isn't it? That's a good question.
It should be something I could drink every day, and I wouldn't miss any other beer. And Steady Rolling Man is that beer.
Yes, that's a very getting back to the old US state laws. I didn't even think about the religious undertones within regions of states within America.
We got a lot of the Bible Belt and.
Well, yeah, I mean, but even still, it's the way I look at laws and stuff is like you're one country, you should have laws for the whole country rather than split it up into. I know it's a big country, I get that, but I don't know. I think it's just the way we look at it here. We compare it to why isn't everywhere else like here? Well, I do anyway. But
yeah, but when because when your state is as big as a country,
Yeah,
That's the thing.
It's
That's
how
the
you place stuff and
yeah, but
Yeah.
Americans drive ridiculous amounts generally.
It's interesting. I find it interesting though.
yeah.
Don't
No,
get
well,
me
it's just
wrong.
it's just different to how we live, isn't it? It's just
Yeah,
and,
it's just
a different
I
interesting
look at it-
perspective.
I just look at it from country to country rather than I don't take into account states.
Yeah.
They are pretty much a small country.
Yeah, I suppose when you look like within Europe, which is a sort of
Yeah.
similar sort of
Yeah.
system, they I know we shouldn't look within Europe now because it's 6 days away until we're out or whatever it is.
If you go to Captain Meat's comment, that is also in the same sort of hue of how it will affect the craft beer scene. Pretty much Northern Ireland, I think, are going to be screwed. Like Northern Ireland breweries are going to really struggle.
Yeah, I don't know what's going to happen with certain things, but
You'll see less Cantillon in the UK.
less Cantillon.
Which means we'll see less other half and all of those because no one will be swapping it.
No, but I think the American stuff will ramp up.
No, I meant more the trades for
right.
Cantillon to other half.
Yeah, the traders going to be.
Start trading for them.
It ain't going to affect me. Do we three close to each other? Well, I live in the southeast of the UK. Jake lives just
On the
above
east.
me in East Anglia. We're both on the east coast, but I'm further south than Jake. And then Adam lives sort of northwest, which is just north of Wales, sort of region.
Yeah,
Cheshire.
we're not.
Is it Cheshire? Or you actually
No.
Merseyside?
So I live in technically Sefton, which is a borough of Merseyside, but at the moment I'm currently in West Lancashire, just over the border.
I was going to say Lancashire. It's sort of
Yeah,
that.
so
Yeah.
I'd said before, I'm literally 15-minute drive from Pisa at the minute.
Really? So Skirmsdale, whatever it's called.
Yes. So I'm a little village, slightly closer to Liverpool.
Have you still never met Peter?
No, I can't talk about what. Maybe I can. We were supposed to be up today, but
All right.
there were extenuating circumstances.
No.
To why
fair
we
enough.
didn't.
No, you'll meet each other.
It's gonna happen eventually.
And that's the thing with England as well, though. Like, so what actually? So if I got on a train now, I could probably, well, maybe not now, but tomorrow, if I got on a train, I could be within that region within like 4 hours.
Oh yeah, it's a small.
Yeah, it's the thing with England, isn't it? It might cost an arm and a leg. It might cost me an absolute fortune, but I could be there within 4 hours.
Well,
Liverpool.
from Liverpool, well, not Virgin anymore, but the trains from Lime Street, I can be in London in 2.5 hours.
Yeah, and I'm an hour away from London, so it's yeah.
Oh, we're not getting into politics, are we?
No, it's just a comment. I'm going to put it out there.
Okay.
But no, I do. I don't. I just like having a beer and having a chat and enjoy it, really.
I understand people like speculating how it'll affect the craft beer market, but I think when you boil down to what it is in terms of politics, I think it's personal preference.
Yeah, and also the craft beer scene is still such a minimal percentage of the overall.
Less than 1%.
Yeah, I mean, how much of our most beloved craft beer things are doing much export? Really, like serious export. It's more the family brewers, or the bigger real ale brewers that are doing export. Like St. Peter's near me, they do most of their business is export. I don't think Day is doing that much export. I think like Verdant's not doing that much export.
I struggle to get them here.
Yeah, exactly.
I think
what you might see is more of that where everyone's serving their local market. Why not corner your local market and absolutely nail that down?
It's the same. I'm sure Craig hadn't seen most of the breweries that I sent him, and that was one of the reasons why I wanted to do it.
Yeah. Well, Top Rope I've heard of since you've actually, funnily enough, since you sent them. I was like, Top Rope. It's you know, but the others, not at all. It's just not really.
Glen Africa bigger. Sorry.
Yeah. So
Yeah, I've seen a lot of their stuff.
Their contract brewing, I think you'll see more.
Yeah, that's probably.
I always think they're Scottish, just by the name, but obviously.
The family are Scottish.
Yeah.
They just live in Cheshire.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's probably the brewery I've seen the most of. It rang a bell when I saw that it's almost like a Wild Beer Co. stag type.
Yeah.
Logo. It's that, but I have seen them for probably about a year or so.
I've never seen it. I've never seen any of their beers. Like I've never had one personally. But I've only ever seen them because they're like a Patreon for Craft Beer Channel.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
I didn't know that.
Yeah, they like sponsor the Craft Beer Channel.
The facility is impressive when you go in. Yeah, it's not even for me. It's not easy to get to. It's an industrial estate off the centre of Birkenhead. But it's like a full warehouse. They've got their own canning line. They've got the tap room. The amount of condensers that they've got now is ridiculous, and they're huge. They get them because they have very close ties in China. They get them direct from the manufacturer, so they are ridiculously big. And I believe now that they are doing contract brewing for other contract brewers. So
okay, so it could be a bit of a DeProf,
yeah,
in the UK. Sort of, yeah.
It's like Eddie Gadd does a lot of contract brewing and stuff. Quite a few London breweries and mainly Sandbrooks.
Sandbrooks, yeah, I haven't thought of those in a while.
Yeah, he does loads of contract brewing for them. Other bits and bats, but yeah, I mean Sandbrooks. I mean, I've not had too many of their beers, but what I've had have been one or two have been a bit iffy, one or two have been okay. I've not had an amazing beer from them yet, but you know. Perhaps my taste buds have changed. I might appreciate more now. So.
Exactly, yeah. Well, I mean, just going back to what I was saying about like with the whole Brexit thing, everyone might start looking more local and corner the local market. When you think about the breweries that are hyped from the US, it's the ones that have cornered their like local market who don't actually distribute that widely. It's like Trillium and Treehouse and Other Half and that. They don't send beers to all corners of America.
No,
the rest of the world. Like
a lot of the Americans never have got to try.
Yeah.
Like,
and I think that's the way here. Like if like so, I'm 15 minutes from Burnt Mill from my house. Is it the same sort of thing where they open a tap room and they corner that local market? What's the point of distributed? Why do you have to? Because
I think there is risk, isn't there, when it's associated with?
Oh yeah, obviously it's smaller in the UK because
the US some breweries, some breweries they go in, they expand, then all of a sudden they're struggling because they
too big, too fast.
Yeah,
basically, yeah, and I think that a lot of breweries are very cautious of that, and they'd rather just keep steady and keep them, just keep, don't go too crazy and plod along. And there's always that risk. You go out there and then all of a sudden you're in trouble financially. And
because even when you look at the takeovers of 4Pure and Magic Rock, when you look at those takeovers, I can't remember, it might have been in the Morning Advertiser where I read it, but basically that like a lot of that money for like Magic Rock or whatever, they're going to like new facilities where they can do a bigger tap room. It's not like they're saying like it's going to be bigger facilities where you can get more of your beer out into the market. It's the money is going to like bigger tap room and bigger facilities and all that sort of thing.
It's the distribution as well.
Yes.
If you look at Magic Rock, they must be getting distributed through a like they have is it Star distributor, which is Heineken. They must have something now with Magic Rock because there's a local pub around here that's got High Wire. It's like a country pub in the middle of nowhere. It's got High Wire on keg.
Oh, really? So there's like a bit of a crossover there.
That they do like cask beers and then like macro lagers. That's it. And then randomly the High Wire near at this pub round the corner from mum and dad's. Highwire just turned up on keg, and I'm like, but it doesn't say Magic Rock. It just says Highwire.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
And it's like,
Right.
it just says Highwire West Coast IPA. And I went,
Really?
is
That's
that
great.
is that Magic Rock, or is someone like brewed a knockoff and just stuck it on, or like brewed a clone or something like that and just put it on without telling anyone? And no, they get it from the distributors, and that's the keg label that they get, and it's just like you go in with the name IPA rather than the name of the brewery to try and maybe target people that are not craft beer drinkers
who don't know who Magic Rock are.
Yeah.
Anyway,
Yeah, I think they've become more of a stepping stone brewery since the takeover, whereas before they were more kind of mainstream. I think they're definitely catering more for transitional kind of from the mainstream macro drinkers. I think that's what happens to a degree with these breweries that get taken over in general. Not in general, but more often than not. But it seems to be the way it happens. It's like Beavertown now. They seem to be more of a mainstream stepping stone brewery. Especially their core range beers, when I can literally go down the road 10-minute walk and get like Beavertown on tap. It's like Neckmore and Gamma Ale on tap. It's just like within 5 years, that's just gone completely crazy.
Do you know, have they signed a deal with Stonehouse pubs? Because I'm sure I've been in a couple and they've had Gamma Ray on like a permanent keg line.
They're in a pub chain called Fawley's, which is a local pub chain. It's literally within my regional area. Frank Fawley, he's got like, I don't know how many pubs he's got now. He sold a few. He's certainly in. I don't go generally to his pubs that much these days, but I don't know if it's might be just that pub that's got them, because obviously they're associated with Heineken. So,
but if you're a pub that are tied to Heineken, then you would probably be more or less.
I don't think they
town upon you.
I don't think they even do Heineken, which is odd.
Well, that's odder.
Yeah, I don't know. I'll have to look more into it. But, I've never been that bothered, so it doesn't really. Not that fussed about it all, but yeah, just getting back into this old Aldi and Lidl sort of thing.
I think if you look at, I said in the chat before I joined, like in the comments, that Aldi and the William Brothers have a permanent contract with Aldi now, so it's like they do a lot of the Aldi beers Williams Brothers brew, and they're a Scottish brewery, so I think that Aldi are looking at not local, but sort of national brewers within Aldi. I don't know how many markets they operate in now, but you look at, they're trying to break the US, so they're going to be looking at US breweries to sort of filter through on the contract. If you look at Aldi, they do that beer festival where, the same with Lidl, they do like a British beer festival.
And they do like Oktoberfest and all that sort of thing, don't they? Like and Burns Night, and they get Scottish beers in. I'd love it. I wonder if Audi know this sort of impact of Rheinbacher. I wonder if there's an Audi executive who looks at Twitter who everyone's fucking talking about Rheinbacher here.
So you must know the Beer O'Clock Show, the podcast.
And they love that beer.
So Steve, who's
it's a great
one of the
beer.
he loves that beer. I know for definite he's had Aldi have been in him on Twitter regarding Rheinbacher.
Oh, really?
Yeah, so they are aware, definitely. Someone at Aldi is
Someone's
aware.
savvy enough, because apparently Audi are actually a good company to work for. They pay well. They promote their staff. They don't hire externally, and there's all these good things about Audi.
They have to. They do everything. They have to do everything. It's like you have to be skilled across the whole board. How big is Lagunitas in England? Yes, huge. I mean, the IPA is everywhere in supermarkets, and I can go down the road and get that on tap.
Yeah,
in the same place as the Beavertown beers I was talking about just a minute ago. Get 12 for Never Ale on tap, the same place.
It's in cans in Tesco as well. You
You get that. You get it in cans. Is it all day? Was it all day session? Not the founders.
I've not seen that in cans though. I've only ever seen that in bottles.
The bottles, yeah. What's it called? It's not the founders one, all day IPA. It's the other one. It's daytime
Daytime IPA, yeah, with the dog on.
Yeah. So we can get that.
It is bottles though. There's no. I've never seen a can of that.
Yeah, they're the free that we can get.
Yeah, and then like in like place like Head of Steam and that, they'll get like some random Lagunitas, more rare.
Yeah.
So
thing on.
I mean, a Lagunitas price point as well. That's one of their things. Since I don't think the standard has changed, but their price point is just one of the best out there, I'd say.
Jake, is your local Head of Steam crap? Because ours is really good, and I know I've seen it on live chats before where everyone's like, Head of Steam's really rubbish, but the Liverpool one's really good. And I went to the Birmingham one.
We
and I thought that was quite good.
We don't have any down south.
Okay.
Yeah, the nearest one probably to us would probably be Birmingham.
I just
think that Birmingham Head of Steam was fucking good.
It's equal to
the Leeds one I've been to. It was really good. The Newcastle. I've been to one in Newcastle and that wasn't very good.
Which is
I've only
weird.
been to two. So I've only been to the Leeds and the Birmingham one. So
it's weird that the Newcastle one's rubbish because they're owned by Camerons who are from Middlesbrough. So you'd think.
It was all cask and not necessarily good cask. I had some Northern Alchemy on cask, which was the only redeeming feature of that establishment.
The Liverpool one's really split. It's weird.
Yeah.
I think
I procured this really nice stone Tiku glass from a Head of Steam at least.
Stop incriminating yourself.
Yeah. Well, I accidentally fell into my bag.
But what happens after Brexit? I don't really care.
I think
I should, but I don't. I've got more other things worried about.
For the day to day,
how
it affects us, it will not change from there to there. But long term, who the fuck knows?
Yeah,
I think
we'll worry about it when we get to it.
So the 31st will be the same as the 1st of February, but the long term impact is yet to be seen.
I think it will definitely be financial in whatever sense.
Yeah. They don't in my town.
No,
which is awesome.
I do remember there being a little bit of a Rhinebacker boom once upon a time, where it was actually quite hard to get a 4-pack of Rhinebacker. Yeah. But now it's easy. Now it's easy.
I just buy 4. I've done 2 or 3 4-packs when I go in the summer months when it's really hot. Come on.
So, sorry, Craig.
That'd be my. I'd say that'd be my go-to barbecue beer. It's dirt cheap. 400 or 500ml cans for £3.
But it's the thing.
$3.50 or whatever it is. Yeah. I'm not.
You don't kid yourself that it's the best beer in the world, but it's damn good for what it is.
For the quality, the price you're paying, and it is actually a half for the style Pilsner. It's a good Pilsner.
Yeah,
it's a good beer for what you're getting.
The cans do sell out, but I've noticed that nobody buys the bottles.
I know. No one touches them. No one touches the bottles.
I've seen shelves and shelves of the bottles.
Yeah, but it's just a price point. It doesn't make any sense to buy the bottles. It's just
why? Yeah, but if you've got no choice.
If you've got no choice, then that's fair enough. But if you've got both options available, then if you're shit at maths, then you'll buy the bottles, of course. It's just one of them. It's just obvious.
I enjoyed during the summer Morrison's having both Northern Monk Eternal 4-pack and Jaipur 4-pack as a was it 2 for a tenner.
Yeah,
that was good in the summer.
Yeah, I think Tesco did something similar.
Yeah, they just don't have Northern Monk though.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. So.
Yeah, the 5 or 6 quid you with what's on offer nowadays in supermarkets, that's ideal, isn't it?
There's a massive range for that whatever you want.
I mean, it's one of those things. If you want, just like for me, like the reason I buy Rheinbacher is like I like a beer with my evening meal every night, and I know it's going to be a nice beer I have. The same reason I might have Ghost Ship or whatever. So it's just a beer to go along with my meal. It's just a beer to enjoy. Like I like when I get home, I tend to cook the meal for my wife and my family. And I'll have half of that Rheinbacher while I'm cooking, and then half while I'm enjoying the meal. So it's like that sort of thing. I'm not necessarily looking for the crazy flavor bomb to blow my mind, and that's something different. No. That's when I'm doing my reviews, or that's when I'm out and about when we're at different pubs and different bars and at a bottle shop or whatever. But not just on a Wednesday, on a cold Wednesday in Ipswich.
That's right.
The also as well, the four where he says about the guy who's got 5 or 6 quid. Do not underestimate B&M.
Yeah,
because sometimes you get some absolute belters in there, and you would not think that you would. Sometimes you get something that's half. Most of the time, it's half decent, but sometimes you'll go, "Why is it?"
I don't. Yeah, I mean, we've got one up. We've got them up by us, but I very rarely go in there. It's just, I don't know. Just if it was a bit more accessible, I might have a nose. But
I'm surrounded by 3, so.
Oh, there you go.
It's all different ones like B&M, Home Bargains.
Yeah.
Some other one.
Yeah.
I'm a 5-minute walk from an Aldi, so.
Same. So
it's just like, I whenever they can be bothered to send something different down, I'll pick it up. But there's about 3 or 4 new ones, not new, but for me they're new. As I mentioned earlier, some of their, they're only like $1.25 a can. It's like, if you're on a budget, perfect.
My concern is though that what Captain Meat's saying is, I really think that bottle shops are going to struggle, and I've already seen it with a local bottle shop. I was lucky between my route from work to home. I had 3, and one went.
Cheers. Sorry. Cheers, John. Cheers for hanging on for a few hours. I appreciate it. We'll hook up one stream and shoot
Good night, John.
Nice one.
It's bottle shops, I think, will struggle, and I don't think Brexit will help, and I think you're going to see them closing. So I say, I was lucky to have 3. One of them closed due to that they were in a location that was quite isolated. They had a great selection. There was no problem with the price point, but you had to drive to get there, and they don't have taps, so it was you drive and pick up, and it's enticing people to not go to supermarkets or to not go to another bottle shop, and I think we'll see the decrease in bottle shops, and I think ones that have got taps in are the ones that will probably succeed, and the ones that don't will really, really struggle.
Yeah. I think it's going to get hyper local. That's I don't know. That's just my impression. But also the cost of having a premises and everything in a local town centre place is extremely high.
Oh yeah.
For me, I've got all of these locations that I can go to, but they're all in the arse end of nowhere. I've got Duration, I've got Ampersand, I've got Little Earth Project, Burnt Mill, even though that's a bit more accessible, but they don't have any facility to buy or pick up or anything like that.
I get Burnt Mill around my house.
Yeah, exactly. But like Little Earth, Duration, Ampersand, but they're in the arse end of nowhere. They truly are. They are really rural. So it's like, so it might be going hyper localized, but like if you're not getting into the bigger places, like you say, with the convenience.
Yeah.
So people are going to go to the supermarket to get to spend their £6. I will to get my Rheinbacher and all that sort of shit.
How are they going to survive? It makes you wonder.
It's tricky.
Depending on how things get.
And if the export market is closed even smaller to them, it might not have been an option in the first place.
So hard seltzer water is a thing in England. There is a few
seltzer ones are starting to come up.
They started the last 4 or 5 months.
Yeah.
I'm trying to think.
Yeah,
There's one or two.
like
There's
honest
one or
brew
two
got a
from
few in.
America. Yeah, one or two from America.
I've got one. I've got one in my fridge. Watch out for that video.
There we go.
Coming up soon.
Free
I got
play.
it from Oscar Blues. I got the one from Oscar Blues.
Yeah, it's Oscar
I'm gonna try
Blues. There's a handful of Oscar Blues, and is there some from Stone as well? I can't remember.
The Oscar Blues one now permanently in Brewdog.
Is it really? No way.
Right.
But the thing is, there's still like the one I've got is like 4.7%, so it's not like it's a low alcohol thing. I think it's a low. Is it a low calorie thing or some shit?
I thought it was low alcohol, but yeah, I've seen them, and then I thought you might as well have a pint of mild.
I don't know.
Yeah.
Is that the same bottle shop that done that collaboration beer? The
No. So the one he's talking about is the Ship in a Bottle, which is owned by the Ship and Mitre pub. They had a location in Liverpool, which was the only bottle shop in Liverpool city centre, and they closed due to costs. Ship and Mitre are smart. They split their businesses how it is. So the bottle shop was a completely different business. The kitchen in the pub is a completely different business. The brewery in the basement is a completely different business. The bar and the function room are two different businesses. They're smart in the fact that they split it. So if anything goes wrong, you'll lose one element of the business, but not the whole lot. So the Ship and Bottle, the Ship in a Bottle went because they lost the premises, and it moved into the pub in it like a cage, the same way you see in the Head of Steam, it looked like a cage of bottles, and that's how they run that business now. But yeah, they lost the premises. It was the only bottle shop in the centre of Liverpool. All the rest are on the outside. So you have Crosby Bottle Shop, run by the lovely Jamie. You've now only got one in Rain Hill, which is Hop House, run by the lovely Phil. And then we had Cat Hop, which is the one that closed, which is the collaboration, the beer you've got, which was in Rainford on the Rainford bypass. But yeah, there isn't. You think the city, Liverpool, you'd have a bottle shop. There is not one. The only thing you can really do is go to either the Ship and Mitre and get takeout, or the Head of Steam and get takeout. And that's it.
That's actually crazy.
That's crazy
for a city
for
of that.
City like Liverpool. Yeah, it's like
it's the premises.
Wow.
It's the premises and the craft beer scene in Liverpool. It's very slowly progressing. I would say maybe in the last 12 months it's taken a step back because of maybe Brexit and costs and stuff like that. I maybe not attributed to Brexit, but certainly like austerity, it's sort of taking a step back.
Is business rates really high in Liverpool?
I
as well.
Don't know. Couldn't comment on that. But I think if you want to open a place in Liverpool city centre, you are talking big money.
Silly money. Yeah. That's. I mean, it seems to be the same. The country over. If you've got any kind of business in a main, it's like where all these business rates are so high. It's like locally, everything's going out of town into like these kind of like shopping centre kind of things just outside of town, where the business rates are a lot lower and that sort of thing. So around here it's okay, but it's getting filled with coffee shops and
Well, I mean, you think in Liverpool, you'd think a bottle shop in Liverpool would be able to exist on footfall alone. You'd think, surely. So if someone got the right place.
It doesn't sound the same as Manchester or Leeds. It doesn't sound like that.
No, I mean, Leeds has multiple.
Oh yeah, Leeds is ridiculous.
If you look at Liverpool, Liverpool's very spread out. So like, someone on it wasn't the UK Craft Beer Forum, it was the nicer one, was it? Craft beer lovers. Someone asked about going to Liverpool, and I said, realistically, you can split it into 3 segments. You have Moorfields, which is the business district, which is one segment. You have the Liverpool City Centre, which is actually one segment, and then the Baltic Triangle, which is another segment. To get between the City Centre and Baltic Triangle, it's a 20-minute walk through Chinatown, which has no pubs. It's all Chinese restaurants. To get from Moorfields to the City Centre, it's a train. It's a 3-minute train, but it's still a train. So it will put off visitors because they won't know that.
Look at that. It's £1,000 cheaper this week than it was last year. Fucking hell. Where was you looking at? I mean, was that within the UK or was that abroad? That's an interesting one, that. Christ. I'll be intrigued where the same holiday, whether it's this country or abroad.
Right, chaps. I've got to love you and leave you. I think.
Yeah,
Yeah,
no,
'cause it's 1:30, which is
I know, I'm gonna have to go to
later than ever I've stayed up in my.
that's really cool. Cheers for joining.
No, it's been really good, Craig. It's been a really good one.
Yeah, I
Talk
fancied
and
it.
chat and shoot the shit.
Yeah, it's been really. I really enjoyed it. I've got one more last comment here, and then I'll close this one down. And thanks for all the comments and Captain. Meat.
Captain Meat is the MVP.
DM me, we'll sort out. Even if it's just me and you, we'll sort out something.
So there we go. One for you again, Liverpool region guy.
Yeah. If you look at one of the latest bars, you got Brewery Tap with a brewery that's been running not quite 2 years, and I was surprised that they opened, to be honest, a tap room that quick. And then the other one, the next newest bar is Albert Schenk, which is the same company that owned the Albert Schloss in Manchester. And because they've done so well in Manchester, that's how they could afford to do that. And it's been a great success for the food. But I think, yeah, it varies. You've got the old style, you've got new style, you've got places that do food but also do craft beer. It is a complete hodgepodge. There isn't way of describing Liverpool bars in one way because there's so many different ways that they are. I can't comment on there.
And getting back to the holiday, it was in Mallorca, which is bloody crazy indeed.
Yeah, that is.
And that's it. We'll leave it on that. Cheers for everyone in the comments. Awesome.
Thanks, Craig.
Cheers for everyone who's participated before. Cheers, Adam. Cheers, Jake. And that's it.
Thank you.
Thanks for watching, and I'll see you on the next one.
Good night.
Cheers. God, come on. End broadcast. Yes, please. Bye.